This is Surrey County Cricket Club. Born in a tavern in 1845. The symbol of Kennington, we've seen London grow around us. Cricket's original champions, as Charles Alcock brought his vision to life and we cemented a reputation as a place of firsts. International football, FA Cup finals, international rugby, test matches, as well as where English pride came to die, before a great rivalry was born from its ashes. We share our feathers with royalty and pass on the honour of the brown cap through generations. We've seen England's best spend their careers with us.
Well, that's Jack Hobbs. Head and shoulders, yes, over all other living batsmen.
And the game's best finish under our gasometer. We've won 7 in a row thanks to Surridge, May, Barrington, Locke, Laker and the Bedser twins. In fact, we're well known for our famous siblings, but there's always been one family who've stood out. We saw the West Indies grip a nation on our doorstep, and a pioneer set records galore in the women's game. The end of the century brought a fresh take on Ik Dien, as Holyoake and his England teammates transformed us on the pitch. The changing of the oval skyline brought the greatest of finales.
There it is. England have regained the ashes.
And an era of final test triumphs.
Alistair Cook has done it. A century in his last. Well played.
On our way to our own red ball century. We're one half of the game's oldest rivalry and its only London derby. Local players are always the lifeblood of our side. But the world's best are attracted to us too. We've come through tragedies. Now we're home to world champions and cricketers of the year. 175 years have passed. There's much more to come. This is Surrey County Cricket Club, heart of London, pride of the county, the grandest stage in world cricket.
Good morning, welcome to the Kia Oval, day 2 of this county championship clash between the home side Surrey and Lancashire, the visitors. The visitors were sent in yesterday and bowled out for 204 inside 59 overs, 4 wickets for Jordan Clark, 3 for Dan Worrell, a couple for Connor McKerr, who also took a brilliant catch at leg slip, and 1 for Sam Curran. In reply, the hosts have made their way to 83 for none by the close, which came about an hour early due to bad light, with the captain Burns on 44 and Sibley on 37. So let's take a look at the highlights from yesterday, and then we'll be back with live action here at the Kia Oval, play beginning at 11 o'clock.
Our first runs of the day. Wells flicks it off his pads down to the very short fine leg boundary to pick up for Fuller, and driven uppishly through the gap between third slip and backward point, and Wells picks up his second boundary. Bowled him, played on. Wells looked to drive that through the offside, didn't get hold of it. Bit of nibble into him, inside edge. Nicely played by Jennings, keeps that on the floor. That's his first boundary. Lancashire move on to 14.
Gorgeous by Josh Bohannon. Stayed upright, not fallen over onto the offside. More runs, this time through square leg, but with the same degree of panache.
Who was at mid-wickets now on the boundary.
And make that, for my money, 3 of the best. I think it's just going to get there. Rory Burns in hot pursuit, but that just jiggles over the boundary at extra cover. Scythed away, there to hit, and he's crunched it behind square for 4. Left-hander's classic shot. Been in this time, gone up for it, given. Jennings is furious. Look back to the umpire as well. Gives a sense that he's not so much furious with himself as with the decision.
Lovely shot.
Oh, brilliant shot from Josh Bohannon. Crunches that through the vacant cover region. Oh, what a shot that is from Rocky Flintoff.
Maybe there's your answer.
Mullered through cover point.
Oof.
Bowled him, inside edge, onto the top of leg stump. And so Conor McCurr has his man. On the pull, thank you very much. Beautifully played and controlled. He's ridden the bounce. On the pull, kept it down. May well beat the man, indeed it does. Second boundary for Rocky Flintoff, moves on to 27. Oh, that's flown through the slips. That's gone quickly. Conor McCurr dropped one. Beautifully played off the hip. And beautifully played. Matt Hurst has looked good since he's come to the crease. That's his third boundary for.
And Rocky Flintoff is gone immediately. Waited for a second to confirm that the ball had indeed carried to Sai Sudharsan at backward point, but the perfect start for Surrey. One ball into the afternoon session. Driven 4. Clark just strays in length again, and this time Hurst throws his hands through the ball. It's a very impressive skill. Driven airily, but for 4. Matty Hurst hasn't been hanging about today, and he moves on to 30.
And we're there in the office. That's been punched nicely though across that very, very quick offside boundary to the left-hander, and so that's the first boundary for George Balderson. That's tickled fine, that'll run away for 4. Errant from Tom Laws. He'll be cranky with himself. There we go. Some naked aggression, finally, from George Balderson, who's been quiet up until now. Scythed away, no one there. It would have gone straight to gully. But you can't have them everywhere, and that's 2 boundary 4s.
Some clipped through mid-wicket for 4 runs. It's a wonderful shot from Balderson. And that is a fantastic catch. Quite remarkable from Conor McCurr at leg slip. The ball has been flicked down the leg side by Hurst, and diving to his right, McCurr has thrown a hand at it. Driven,
Just
that'll
as
be
I say
4.
that.
4 to the right of cover and fast enough and hit powerfully enough that it beats the sweeper to their left. And Venkatesh Iyer runs down the wicket and edges behind in the most remarkable dismissal. And Surrey have a 6th. We were just referring to Lancashire potentially continuing to attack. This time it's edged through the slip cordon, just to the left of Dom Sibley. The ball runs away for 4. And that's nicked and that's caught. Well held by Will Jacks at first slip, and Dan Worrell has a 3rd wicket. Balderson's innings comes to an end on 33, and Surrey's fine day is just getting better and better and better. Edged, caught, and Lancashire sink further into their troubles.
Can score lots of runs in lots of conditions.
Picked that up beautifully, by the way, off his hip. That's gone all the way. That's a gorgeous shot. Slashed away. Not picked up either by Sai Sudharsan.
Unlucky.
And a decent effort, but can't prevent the boundary 4. He was going. Yes, please. What a shot. More runs. Gone up and over. 4 more through straightish extra cover. This is good stuff now. And he's chipped it straight to mid-off. Who'd have thought? How frustrating must that be? For Josh Boyden on debut, he did not much of either. So, final man here today and gone immediately, Will Williams. And so Jordan Clark picks up a couple of cheap ones to complete his day's work with the ball at least. 4 for 57.
Sibley tucks that one off his hip and picks up his first boundary and Surrey's first boundary. Cut away from Rory Burns, just evades the man diving at backward point.
Aspinwall immediately finds the outside edge of Sibley, but the ball runs away for 4 runs. Driven by Sibley, and that'll be 4 runs. A big gap between point and mid-off. And although it wasn't the cleanest of strikes, driven again, and that'll be 4 more again. Almost the carbon copy. Aspinwall just over pitches once more, and Sibley leans in. It's driven down the ground. It might not quite reach the fence. It was very straight from Rory Burns. It's chased all the way to the fence, and unfortunately for Lancashire, Williams is only able to scoop the ball back into himself. That's tickled round the corner. That will go all the way for 4 runs. Aspinwall just losing his way here, as are Lancashire.
Yeah.
Beautiful from Rory Burns. A wonderfully timed on drive. He's hardly moving, just pushed the ball back past Balderson. And 4 to the other side of the bowler. It's wonderful batting from Rory Burns.
Short and pulled just over the man at short mid-wicket. I think he might have got a hand onto it, but
they're in perfect position.
Short again, and that's pulled for 4 more. Another loose delivery from Iyer, and Burns was never going to miss out on that. And clip past the man at mid-wicket for 4 more. The runs really starting to flow for the home side. Flicked off Sibley's hit for another single. He moves on to 37.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. He's a fine bowler with a very good record for Lancs.
It has been dark all day, but I do think this is the darkest it has been.
Well, your pincers are better than mine, Yazine. I find this somewhat baffling, I have to be honest.
So that is the state of play. 83 for none, Surrey. Closing about an hour before the scheduled end of play yesterday on account of the bad light. But in contrast, it is a lovely morning here in South London. The breeze blowing across from the Archbishop Tennyson School out towards the gasometer. Adam Collins with you today. I wasn't here yesterday. Looking forward to being with you throughout the rest of this game. I've got Cameron Ponsonby with me in the coloured chair. Good morning, Cam.
Good morning, Adam. How are you?
I'm going as well as one might be when they're 40 years old and played 4 days of cricket in a row. However, I'm not going to complain because I've had a great week up doing crickety things, and I cannot wait to narrate the next 3 days here at the Oval with Surrey in a pretty good position, having bowled out Lancs for 204 yesterday with 4 wickets for Clark, including a couple at the end. He'll be on a hat-trick in the second innings. 3 for Worrell, 2 for Connor McCurr, and 1 for Sam Curran back into the team. And yes, it's Burns and Sibley, the ever-reliable pair on 44 and 37 respectively. Lancs used 5 bowlers last night. Will Williams, who bowled 5.2 of those, frugal. None for 6 as ever, the overseas. Well, he's not an overseas, is he? But he's kind of an overseas. Joshua Boyden, none for 18. George Balderson, none for 23. Tom Aspinwall, none for 26 from his 3 when they got a bit of a wriggle on towards the end of play. And Wickets, the overseas from India, none for 10 from 3. So across 21.2 overs, they went at nearly 4 and over. And probably the last 10 of those, they were going at better than a run of ball.
It got a bit concerning for Lancashire towards the end of the play yesterday. At the start of Surrey's innings, yes, both Burns and Sibley looked fairly settled, but they weren't really going anywhere, and it felt like the game was kind of being played on half speed. Then, as you mentioned, Tom Aspinwall came along on, George Balderson leaked a few boundaries, and all of a sudden, Lancashire's 200 on the board, rather than being a kind of consolation score, you go, well, we've got something, and we might be able to nab a few wickets and kind of keep this game moving forward in our favour. It all became a bit, not disastrous, too strong a word, but it all became a bit worrying a bit quickly, and they will need a number of wickets quickly this morning, otherwise, well, Surrey's already strong position will be looking even stronger.
Yeah, there were moments yesterday when Lancs had opportunities to get on top, but as is so often the case, when Surrey get the opportunity to field first here at the Kia Oval, which they so love doing, it tends to be day 2 when they can put on so much scoreboard pressure, especially when they've taken 10 wickets in the opening exchanges, and that's why they're able to play the game on their terms, and that's what they'll be hoping to do today. An opening stand already of 83. So Will Williams will be completing his 6th over. Bowled 2 balls before bad light last night. Players called in from the pavilion end. Burns looks in pretty good nick last night.
He struck 2 consecutive boundaries, both straight down the ground. One past mid-on, the second past mid-off. There were 2 shots of a player whose balance was just perfect, and it was Burns, I feel often unfairly, or when his kind of mannerisms became very exaggerated a couple of years ago, was described not necessarily as the most aesthetic player, but yesterday he was kind of in full flow, and the balance of a kind of a left hand, all the cliches, you can throw it as you wish. He was looking in wondrous form, and well, 44, and potentially a lot more today.
So Williams, who from New Zealand, but playing in his 3rd season now with Lancs, had a great start a couple of years ago, 2022, when he and Bailey proved formidable with the new ball. They weren't far away that season either, finishing towards the top of the table. They actually beat Surrey after Surrey won the championship in the penultimate round. They went up the motorway and got turned over inside 3 days by Lancs. And Williams was a big part of that story. Nice delivery there, shaping away. No real pace in the delivery stride. That was 70 mile an hour. Quick enough, but not ever going to threaten on that basis. Often he'll bowl with the keeper up to the stumps.
He has a remarkably strong first-class record, both for Canterbury and Lancashire. In fact, his record's almost identical for both teams. He averages 22.9 for Canterbury. He hopped over all the way over to England. It's 22.5 for Lancashire, so they're actually getting a bit more change out of him than Canterbury did previously.
Nice leave to finish. 4 dots to start morning 2. 83 for none. They trail by 121. So at the bottom of the screen there, 102 overs remaining today. So that's added to today's 98 on the basis of the overs they lost last night. I'm always interested in how they make that calculation, Cam, because often it'll be 8 overs added an extra half an hour, and they did lose 15 yesterday, but I would imagine what's happened there is they've made a calculation from when the scheduled close of play was, rather than adding the full 15.2 or whatever it was that they lost.
I think this shows a very clear difference in our personalities. You're interested and go to find the answer, and I revel in the apathy and the ignorance of the situation. I trust the numbers to come out correct. You tell me when we're going to play cricket, and I'll believe you.
Well, what it means is that lunch will be taken at 1 o'clock as normal. Tea will be 3:50, so it won't be 32 overs to go. They'll do it on time, and then we'll have the marathon final session. Scheduled close 6:20. And provided the light stays good, I should say, I'd imagine it'll end quite a bit later than 6:20, as is often the way in championship cricket. So Josh Boyden gets another crack. Away from us. Vauxhall end. First run of the day to Sibley. What did you make of Boyden yesterday, of course, making his first class debut, just 20 years of age, the left arm seamer?
Well, it was very exciting. I felt a bit sorry for him to begin with, and that is, as a first class debut, was rather overshadowed by someone called Flintoff also making their debut. But he impressed in effect, in the last 3 matches in the Metro Bank. That's where he made his professional debut less than a month ago. He's a former England under-19, and he performed well enough to, in effect, prove to Lancashire that he was worth the pick ahead of Mahmood and Bailey, who they were either able to not select or rest.
Helped down to the short boundary for 1. Burns' first run of day 2.
And had that not been the case of the Metro Bank, and had he not proved his worth, as it were, they may have been tempted to kind of pick with the known quantities, or maybe risk Mahmood ahead of their last quarter-final next week. But the left arm option, he gives something different to this Lancashire pace attack, which is not necessarily all of the same. It's a lot of right arm over, in effect. And he just gives them that slight point of difference, and we can see already this morning he's getting beautiful shape back into the right-handed Sibley.
Did we get an official line about how they came to be leaving Saqib out of the side? Was this communicated to the commentary team?
I got an unofficial line.
I'm keen to hear it. Catch him mid-wicket in here too.
So let me just pull up my notes.
Yeah, do some journalism for me. Give me the background line you've got. Because that was interesting, given how well he bowled on Sunday at Lords, albeit an extremely different format of the game, but a guy who has absolutely a match winner at domestic level. I would have thought that he'd be one of the first names on the team sheet unless there was some other factor at play.
Basically, they think he's fit and they're saving him for Hampshire next week and or the quarter-final.
Okay, well,
that was the unofficial communication.
That's often the balancing act that is asked of a county. There's that catchy mid-wicket. Now, it landed well in front of him. There were some oohs and ahs, though, perhaps on the basis that there was some nice shape at 78 mile an hour. So he started pretty well here, Boyden. Ball only 23 overs old. Right, so yeah, I can understand that. There's a trophy to be won. Suppose the other side of that is that it's an impossible. It's impossible, right? There's no right answer. It's a balance thing as to what's more important at this end of the season.
And also there's the fact that if you wanted to only play Mahmood for one of the 2 county championship games before the quarter-final, you'd hazard a guess you'd play him in the first one and then rest him for the second one. But I mean, it's all just gossip and if buts and maybes. It was ultimately so exciting to see a player who had such a promising England debut 2 years ago, and then 2 years worth of stress fractures, have his moment in the sun, have his moment of glory, to remind everyone the quality player that he is. And imagine he'll be a shoo-in for the England's white ball tour to the West Indies in a couple of months.
Just angled back there, so bit of variety there from Boyden to start from our Vauxhall end. 86 for none. You've become something of the white ball specialist in the Windies yourself, Cam. This will be your 3rd tour there in 3 winters.
It's remarkable. It's the best accident that's ever happened in my life, Adam. I remember last year the white ball tour came to an end. But basically, in effect, for those listening, as a freelance journalist, seemingly pointless bilateral tours are actually the kind of best thing in the world, because they just create cricket and create opportunities for work where real journalists don't go, basically, because newspapers don't want to send them and spend the money. And then at the end of the tour last year, I went, God, that's a shame. I don't think I'll be able to come back to the Caribbean for years. And someone was like, they're doing this white ball tour again next year, mate. It's fine. And so we're back in business.
3 in a row. I remember hectoring you about this a couple of years ago, saying you've just got to go. Wherever it is, you just got to be there. And
sliding doors moment of life, Adam. I owe you a lot for that.
3 slips. So in the cordon, if you were wondering, it's Josh Bohannon at first, Keaton Jennings at second. And when our man at third turns around, I'll tell you who's there as well. He's just taking a moment to gather himself in the gully. A backward point at Aspinwall.
It's Tom Hartley at third slip.
It is Tom Hartley, third slip. Extra string to his bow. The England spinner. So the short boundary is a leg side when bowling from the pavilion. There is a catching-ish mid-wicket. Yep. Zooming out on where Lancashire are in the red ball stuff. Well, they're 7th coming into this game. They're 56 points adrift of Surrey in top spot. So the probability of them making that up is next to nothing with respect to our Lancashire listeners here, coming back with 5 rounds to go and that kind of margin would take something near a miracle. The other side of the equation is that they're 10 points away from Worcestershire, who are in the 9th position on the table right now. So the drop zone, if you like. So yes, that might be more important, most likely more important, that they need to keep gathering points to make sure they don't end up down with Worcestershire, Kent, even Warwickshire, who are in 8th spot at the moment. And Lancs has run home, which I'll bring up as well to give some context to that. So they've got obviously Surrey this week, and they move on to hosting Hampshire. Oh, left alone, given. When shouldering arms, you're always running that risk, and Will Williams loves to keep the stumps in play. Early breakthrough for the visitors, Surrey, 86 for 1.
That ball has seamed viciously from Williams. Sibley's been very comfortable leaving outside the off stump today, and that ball's just moved back in off the seam quite dramatically. I don't think there was any doubt from anyone that the finger was going up there. We'll see a replay of it here.
Often with these, it's obviously the impact is neither here nor there. It's the height that can be a little bit deceptive. Let's watch it here. Well, yes.
I think that's out, Adam.
Back pad. Even with the leg a little bit in the air when contact's made, perhaps it's the back pad factor that's hurt Sibley there, and he's up and about.
That's an excellent celebration. I think Lancashire needed that. As much for the energy it's provided to them today, it's been a pretty tortuous kind of day and, well, a few overs.
That's the most damning replay there. It's hit him on the knee roll, and he's so far back that the decision was an obvious one. Ryan Patel makes his way to the middle. Made the most of his opportunities so far this season. As I said off the top, these are the circumstances where Surrey have thrived over the last 3 seasons. Bowling first, getting all 10 wickets on day 1, and really cashing in on day 2, when it's typically best to bat here at Kia Oval. So that's the task for Lancashire. Can they get a couple early here and make their first innings tally feel an awful lot more than 204? I think you put it best, it's the energy. If you let Surrey get on top of you in the 4th and 5th session of a match here, there's almost no way back. So they've got to win the session. They have to win the first hour, and they've had the early breakthrough.
Well, Patel had scored a wonderful century here just around 6 weeks ago, but that was from around batting number 7 with the tail, and kind of he hasn't had the opportunities to bat 3 this year. With the arrival of Dom Sibley, Ryan Patel, who had been opening for Surrey, kind of got shunted down the pecking order more so when Dan Lawrence arrived and Ollie Pope's back in town. But now he has the opportunity at 3. This is a good little kind of opening for Lancashire, especially that movement that Williams found off the pitch there. We haven't really seen movement like that yet.
3 slips behind him. Patel's first ball. Hit on the pad as well. Decision to be made. It doesn't go the way of Williams. He pled with the umpire. That looked too high.
That was strange, Adam. I didn't understand. The appeal of ball ago, I was all for it. I was giving it out up here, and I don't really understand where the interest came from Lancashire in this instance, but I'm happy to be proved wrong.
Yeah, our angle live isn't too great. This is much better. Let's have a look on the replay. Yeah, pitching outside leg and going over. Not a lot going for the shout, but you're permitted to be excitable if you're a bowler who's just taken a wicket.
Of course.
Ends a successful over for Lancashire, 86 for 1. Yes, with Patel, he played a couple of games in April. Made 30 against Kent when Ollie Pope was rotated over the side, and got 41 here against Hampshire and looked terrific against the moving ball. Then got one that jagged back and didn't quite get up late in the day, and he was gutted with that. 2 months on, he got a subsequent game here when he became the spare bat. I think again it was Ollie Pope missing against Essex, and 26 in the first dig and a crucial 107 in the second when the game was in the balance and they took full points there.
I think we're probably underplaying that really, because that was the showdown. That was the top of the table clash. And when Patel, Surrey was 7 down in their second innings and their lead was only around kind of 250 or low 200s, and so there's a chance that could peter out and Essex are in a game and have a chase on their hands. But he managed to add, well, I've got the card in front of me here, for the last 2 wickets, that is the best part of 100 runs. They added another 43 for the 10th wicket, and that just made the chase too much for Essex and effectively gave Surrey this massive lead in the championship.
2 back for the short ball. But instead he's able to drive. He checks the shot to the long boundary and times it well enough to reach it as well. That takes Burns to 1 run short of a half century.
You see on the replay here, it's a beautiful shot from Rory Burns. He's driven so well in this game, just full of length by Boyden, not getting much shape, and that was pretty simple stuff for Burns. But you're right to note the 2 men out on the leg side boundary. Weirdly, that short leg side, with a number of left-handers playing in this match, is actually being utilised by the bowling teams, and they have gone short a lot, knowing that players may be tempted to take it on.
There's the square of the 2 men in action, and it brings up a well-made half-century for the captain, Rory Burns. Got to 43 by the close last night. Added his 7th boundary this morning and got Surrey to within 113 runs of Lanc's first innings tally of 204. Very organised. Got 100 out here against Hampshire earlier in the season. His only century of the campaign, but pretty consistent up top with Sibley. Would love the chance to push on today. Bat for a couple of sessions.
Both Sibley and Burns averaging north of 40 this year. I believe that's Burns' 4th half century of the season, to go along with that century against Hampshire. He's been a picture of consistency after kind of a lean year last season.
Look, and there must have been some mixed emotions for Burns, having led the side to back-to-back pennants, and what a triumph that was, but to not have made as big a contribution last year, failing to reach 3 figures. Still played his role at different times, but just not having one of those years that Surrey fans have almost banked on for the last decade or so. Doesn't quite find the gap. Good diving stop in there. Luke Wells completes the over. 91 for 1. But yes, Burns' 100 against Hampshire was mission critical, because that was a game where ball was well and truly dominating bat until Burns stepped up, and then there was the century in the session from Jordan Clark, which broke the visitors, and that was that in terms of the competitive balance between the sides. An early marker laid, and if they do the same here, look, if I mentioned the Lancashire situation in season terms, if Surrey can get on top and go on to win this game, it's going to make it increasingly difficult for the chasing pack, with Somerset 23 points adrift in 2nd spot before this round began. Then to Essex and Hampshire, the only 4 who could realistically make a run at it from here.
I know Will Williams is going out 1 run and over and just took Lancashire's sole wicket of the match, but with 2 left hands at the crease and the amount of movement he's finding off the seam, it'll be interesting to know if he changes his kind of over the wicket angle to round the wicket to just bring those stumps in play a little bit more. On the LBW, case in point, Ryan Patel's first delivery, he's got some movement off the pitch. Patel's missed the ball, but the LBW's not really a chance because he's nipping the ball away from the left-hander, so it's pitching the outside leg. On the flip side, he's been their best bowler. He can probably do what he wants.
I don't mind that either. Even that delivery there, that's middle and leg. Middle it off, my apologies, and Burns is so capable through the onside that he can turn it to mid-on with no risk at all. Come round the wicket, and it brings the outside edge into play as well. I wouldn't be at all surprised if we see Hurst up to the pegs in addition to that.
You are right as well about the kind of just the amount of time left in the season. Surrey basically just need to not lose a lot of matches and keep themselves their head above water.
Square of the fine leg. That's Josh Boyd and 2 more for Burns. Yeah, 5 matches rather in the run in. And look, that's we know with the way points are allocated in the championship, you have a bad week, a terrible week, and a side near you has a great week and gets the full board of points, then it can be level again very, very quickly. But this is where Surrey were outstanding last year. They did the little things well. They invariably got all their bowling points, for example, and quite a lot of time got most of their batting points. And there was a contrast there, the group that were chasing them. I think we did the analysis, didn't we? When Hampshire were here, the number of batting points Hampshire got compared to Surrey, there was a chasm between the two. And the margin between those sides up top on wins, I think Hampshire had more wins, or at least even wins with Surrey. Whatever it was close enough that that the points that were picked up along the way, the friends we made along the way, Cam.
So you're correct. Both Surrey and Hampshire had 8 wins apiece.
Yeah.
They had identical records, actually. I mean, it's a wonderful piece of analysis by yourself and the Statos last year.
I think it was Samo and me did a bit.
I imagine Samo might have done a lot of the heavy lifting. He's not here, so I was going to let you take more of the glory. No, Surrey's recent record, the last 7 matches, almost quite comical reading. They've won 6 of their last 7. They've won 3 of those by an innings and more. They've won their match against Worcestershire by 281 runs, against Warwickshire by 9 wickets. They've battered teams, and then...
Good shape. Ends the Williams over. He's bowled 8 overs, conceded 8 runs, and picked up the 1 wicket to fall this morning. That of Dom Sibley, who was leg before wicket for 39. It's 93 for 1. We're 22 minutes into day 2, Cam.
And then, after kind of swiping teams aside, they lose to Hampshire by an innings and 278 runs, which I'm pretty sure is Surrey's heaviest first-class defeat ever.
It wasn't quite that, but it was something like their biggest loss in the county championship away from home. There were caveats, but it was bad.
Was it Hampshire's biggest win ever?
Yeah,
I think there was an ever.
There was an ever in there. Yeah. It would take some doing to be the biggest first-class defeat ever when you consider how many first-class games have been played. But anyway, you wider points that they were absolutely annihilated. Down there against the flow of the season. And it did give Essex the lead in the championship for a moment there, but seeing a change at our Vauxhall end, the JM Finn stand in. George Balderson, who last night sent down 6 overs, none for 23. Very capable operator. 3 slips bowling to Patel, yet to get off the mark.
Big fan of George Balderson, mainly for his selection of number 10 as his squad number. I don't think we see enough 10s in cricket. There's not quite the same kind of transfer. Of course, in football you've got these kind of wonderfully glorious, iconic numbers where they're kind of 7, 10, the playmakers, the number 9. I don't believe we see enough people in cricket sticking the number 10 on their back. Need more personalities.
That'll get him off the mark. Not completely convincing. I mean, there was a shout of catch. It was a moot point because it was never going to land with mid-wicket, but maybe a little bit high on the bat, but just to get one away to the short rope. Patel off the mark with a 4. That'll expel a little bit of nervous energy.
He didn't get a hold of it at all, but how short the boundary was, and kind of the bat speed more than anything muscled the ball away to the boundary.
Balderson, 23 wickets this season at 30. And in games against Surrey, just the 1 wicket, as it turns out, and a pretty big average. Just a couple of games, to be fair, not a huge sample size. Alderson. And that's a false stroke from Patel. We talked about nervous energy. Gets the chance to walk out at 3. Just wanting to feel bad on ball.
No, it's a big moment for Patel, not just in this season, but in the context of the pecking order of Surrey's substitute batters moving forward. Last season was the first year when Sibley came back in and he was kind of shunted down that pecking order, and he only averaged 15. He had a very kind of poor year by his standards. And then this season it wasn't quite happening. He wasn't playing many matches of cricket, and then to finally make that such an important century against Essex, to then earn him the opportunity of, when the England series is back on, and they've lost Dan Lawrence, they've lost Ollie Pope, they've lost Jamie Smith, for him to be selected ahead of perhaps Ben Geddes or Sai Sudharsan, kind of to be selected further down the order. This is a big moment in Patel's season.
And he's caught behind. Balderson, first over for him on day 2, a successful one. Patel, who looked nervous through the over, fished at one that moved off the seam. Surrey have lost 2 wickets in the first half an hour. 97 for 2.
Well, we said it was a big moment in Patel's season. It's a big moment for Lancashire in this match. So they've taken 2 quick wickets and they're just giving themselves an opening. See on the replay, the ball just leaving Patel. It's a beautiful delivery. Well caught by Hurst behind the stumps. I don't think Patel's done too much wrong there. I know you could argue, can he leave that ball alone? But the shape of the delivery had it coming back in towards that off stump to begin with, before just leaving the left-hander. And Lancashire, well, they're having a happier day 2 than a day 1.
Well, they're in the game, and yet the more times you watch the replay, the better the ball looks, because you're right, that it did look like it might shape back towards the left-handed Patel, but instead, after hitting the seam, felt he had to play down that line, and a sharp take to the left of Hurst, moving to his left and going down at the same time. So Will Jacks in at 4. In all probability it'll change the tempo of the game, but this is exactly what Lancashire needed to do. I've said it many times on this stream, Cam, that teams get a little bit of a look here at the Oval, and that's when Surrey often can be at their very best, and this is one of those moments here. Just 27 minutes into day 2. They could not allow Surrey to make this boring and allow Sibley and Burns to do as they've done so well over the years and absorb the pressure and transfer it back onto the opposing bowling lineup. Well, it's anything but boring now. Jack's walking in, and 2 Lancashire seamers in the book already.
No, I think with Will Jacks and Sam Curran in Surrey's top 6 or 7. No one actually knows what Surrey's batting lineup is for this match. It's been listed differently in different places, and I know often our dear friends in the comms department downstairs, the social media department, they don't know. You ask them, they have no idea. So Will Jacks will up the tempo. So will Sam Curran at some point today.
Oh, past the edge. Williams starting the new over to Burns. Not far away at all. I've never minded the idea of a more dynamic batting lineup. Always felt we sometimes get a bit too rigid in what we think about the lineup. Anyway, well, today we expected to see a number of players come in before Jacks, didn't we?
Well, quite the difference of the scorecard on Cricinfo had a different lineup to the scorecard that was listed by, well, the team that was posted by Surrey on social media, which had Sam Curran at 4. Will Jacks has been promoted up the order. Promoted up the order from that listing. I think it's too much to suggest maybe there's a go for a left-hand, right-hand thing in a 4-day game with the short boundary. But I think it's both. The game is going to move very quickly for Lancashire in the next hour, because someone like Will Jacks coming to the crease gives them the opportunity to continue their run and try and nab a 3rd quick wicket and get themselves further in the game. But if Will Jacks has even 45 minutes of fun, then their remaining 100 runs lead is going to disappear very, very quickly.
Fascinating to see how Jacks takes this on.
I hope he whacks it. That's my hope. The entertainment of the folks, the good folks at the Kia Oval.
First class innings of the season. 11 months since the last time he played for Surrey in this form. Defends his first ball out to mid-off. So last year Played quite a bit. But last year was a bit different, though, wasn't it? Because he was playing in the role that we've actually gotten quite used to Dan Lawrence being in. Utilised as the top order player who could spin it, or play a role as spinning it. Last 2 seasons, for that matter. So he played 9 championship games last year at Will Jacks. People think of him as a white ball player, but was quite important to that back-to-back triumph for the team here at the Oval.
Yeah, quite right. Jack's played a lot of first-class cricket. He's played over 50 first-class matches for Surrey.
Yeah.
He's been an integral part of this team. Kind of doing the Dan Lawrence role before Dan Lawrence knew he was doing it.
Top score last year of 99. But yeah, the depth, that's the point you were making about Ryan Patel before he got out and we weren't able to talk about him anymore. That you do need to have a deep bench when you're Surrey, knowing you're going to lose several players to England almost every time they play a test. Squeezing through, Jack's off the mark. Burns takes the third, which will take Surrey beyond 100. They started at 83 for none. But Sibley legged before for 39, and Patel caught behind for 4 has changed the feel of this game. Great day for it. Be sure to get down to the Oval if you can. Why wouldn't you? Lots of people in right now, especially towards the short boundary. Burns to mid-on to finish. That's me done for the time being as well. Phil Walker from Wisden Cricket Monthly jumping in for me. 101 for 2. The score with Burns 53. Jacks 3 and Cam Ponsonby. Some thoughts on the first half an hour.
We'll be interested to see how long Lancashire continue with seam. We've had 28 overs in the innings so far. Will Williams has been the pick of the bowlers by far. You can see his figures on the screen now. 9 overs, 1 for 12. They do have the option to bring Tom Hartley on at some point, but as Phil Walker takes his chair, you expect seam for the meantime?
Well, certainly while it's working, and it has been up until now. It didn't last night. They looked very flat, a bit down in the dumps I thought last night, but they've come out with renewed purpose here. And make no mistake, for Lancashire this season, they have to be mindful of the gap below them. It's not quite as wide as they might have hoped, and so they need something from this game. Balderson's picked up one this morning, Will Williams the other. They've been the pick overall. I thought Balderson was impressive last night. And these two have been the most reliable seamers across what's been quite a fallow summer really with the red ball. Lancs just won the 2 games up until this one, struggling for 20 wickets. They've started well here, shown a lot of ticker. You feel like they have to keep striking though, because that lead is only 103, and with Jacks at the crease, Curran in the hutch, Sudharsan as well, who I watched in the nets on Wednesday, my word, what a stylist he is. And they bat low as well, so Lancashire have to keep coming in hard here. They have to play desperate cricket, Cameron, because their situation is a parlous one. How you doing?
I'm always doing well, Phil.
Are you?
Yeah, why not? What's to complain about? I think I am going to take the opportunity after this stint is done to take myself over towards the Galadari stand, towards that short boundary. I feel like I say this every time I'm on commentary review. I don't think there's many places better to watch cricket than the short boundary of a county championship match. You feel so close to the action, so much closer than you will to any other kind of form of elite top level cricket. And with the sun out, it's a perfect day for it.
Yeah, it is. It's a gorgeous place to watch cricket up there, and it's already well populated as well, as of course you come to expect in the pavilion as well. But down here in the JM Fin stand as well. Well populated. Gone over the top, Will Jacks, no mucking around, that's got all the way. What a shot. Statement of intent.
Oh, we're going to have fun, Phil. It's going to be a fun day. I've just been thinking about how poised and balanced and solid Will Jacks has been looking, and I don't think anything else after that 6.
Yeah, he circumspectly punched that one out the ground. It was like he'd grown tired within the first 10 minutes of playing conventional red ball cricket and brought a little bit of sparkle to the morning. This is going to be interesting. Stay with us, but keep an eye as well on events up north in Manchester. Jamie Smith has moved into the 90s. 91 not out. Yeah, as Adam said just before the end of his stint, do come along here at any point across the day, but free after tea here at the Kia. So if you are in the neighbourhood and you fancy a couple of hours cricket, or even more than that, then do get yourself along here. Come and sample some of the magic of South London. And we have a game on here. It felt very flat last night at the end. Lancs traipsed off. Wasn't the day they were hoping for, having been inserted yesterday morning, but they've come out strongly here.
Yesterday was pretty bleak, I think, all told. The kind of weather and the general gloom of the day kind of infected everyone. There wasn't much of a contest yesterday. It didn't feel like there was much of an event happening. But cut to today, and all it takes is a bit of sun out and everyone's mood lifts. Add in a bit of Will Jacks extending his arm, add in Will Williams nipping the ball around. We've got an excellent day ahead.
I've been impressed with Rory Burns up until now. Cameron? He looks in very good order, I thought.
He's just... I mentioned this to Adam. I always thought Rory Burns was very cruelly deemed like an unaesthetic batter. I've always thought his angles and the way he clips off to the leg side and drives straight down the ground with an incredibly still and simple technique kind of got clouded by the fact that he had that strange year or so where his mannerisms became so exaggerated that people forgot he is often a very enjoyable batter to watch. And he had those back-to-back boundaries yesterday, drove both balls straight past the bowler, one to the bowler's right, one to the left. And he looks on for a very fine and large score if he continues in his current manner.
You were asking for trouble there, Cameron, but he lets it go by. Yeah, it's been a very composed and well-ordered 50-53 not. He'd had a quiet time against the white ball as well, so he's back in his comfort zone, if you like, against that red ball, seeing it sail past, and anything in his arc, he's always been a very naturally good timer of the ball.
Having said that, I do want Will Jacks back on strike. I just want to see what happens. Yeah, it'd be interesting to know what Will Jacks' winter internationally looks like ahead, because you imagine he'll undoubtedly be a shoo-in for the white ball tour of the Caribbean. But England go back to Pakistan, where he toured a couple of years ago, took 6 wickets on debut.
Yeah, it's a good question actually. Again, he's focused mainly, or been required to focus mainly on white ball cricket in recent times, but just as it's good to see Sam Curran in this 11, so the same applies to Will Jacks, and both of them will have unfinished business at test level, you feel.
It'd be interesting if England do go down the route of kind of picking that extra batter at number 8. As spinner, does that go to Lawrence? Does Will Jacks find his way back in?
It's well bowled. Again, it's a maiden over. Conceded just 12 from his 10 overs, Will Williams. He's been ramrod straight picked up that 1 wicket to get things going with an extravagant in-ducker that Dom Sibley understandably shouldered arms to, but it's come in hard on the arm and crashed into his back pad. Would have probably taken out the top of off stump.
Morning, Phil.
Morning, Yas. Timing as ever. How you doing?
Yeah, good. I was watching both the Test match and the Surrey game at the same time.
I imagine you're not the only
downstairs.
person doing this.
And it's not a particularly big revelation, but just notice that there are 8 Surrey players who have played Test cricket batting in the top 7 in across the 2 matches. Will Jacks, obviously one of them. Rory Burns another, and Jamie Smith still going at Old Trafford.
In partnership with another Surrey player, Gus Atkinson, providing some very useful support there.
Batting higher for England than he normally does for Surrey. No, just keeping an eye on, obviously, Jamie Smith's pursuit of a first Test 100, but also just where he is on this list of most Test runs for an English batter in their first 5 Test innings. So since the war, only Harry Brook, Ian Bell and Bumble have more runs in their first 5 innings than Jamie Smith.
So those names again?
Harry Brook, Bumble and Ian Bell.
What does he need to go past them all?
So if he gets to 100, that would bring him level to Ian Bell, and to go to number one's Harry Brook, he would need to get 158.
You wouldn't bet against it. What a player he is. It's good again by Balderson. Just encouraging the drive outside Will Jacks' eye line, tempting him, playing on the ego. Jacks has already pumped a 6 down the ground just to get the arms loose. But with 3 slips in, Lancashire are trying to back themselves here, as they have to. And there you go, beats him outside off stump with a beautiful leg cutter. Jennings has settled on these 2 this morning, and they've not let him down. They've given very little to hit. Thought the seamers were quite loose yesterday in parts, too full. Trying to look for that swing that was elusive really, and instead it just arced into the hitting zone of the 2 Surrey openers, but they've been much better this morning. Will Williams, can they get one more out of him? The answer, I think, is no. No, they are trying. Yeah, they are trying. So he's bowled unbroken here for 43 minutes this morning. He's going to be coming in still here. 10 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 12.
The test for Lancashire is, can the change bowlers back up the work that Williams and Balderson have done up top? Yesterday evening, Williams started really well. I think his first 5 overs, his opening spell, only went for 5 runs. Didn't bowl a bad ball in that first spell. Boyden started really well on debut at the other end as well, but for that last hour of play, they were just far too loose, and Burns and Sibley were able to score at a pretty quick rate without taking many risks.
Yeah, it's been a different proposition though this morning. Burns has had to work hard for his runs. He looks in good order though. So we have play down in Southampton after the washout yesterday. Essex 18 for 1 have been asked to bat first. In the other game that is relevant to Surrey's pursuit of a third in 3 years is the Warwickshire-Somerset game, and Warwickshire have rebuilt strongly there. Surrey fans will be happy enough to hear that. Leg side-ish, they've gone up for it. Umpire says no, that was a confident appeal, but umpire unmoved.
Yeah, Burns looked pretty relaxed though. He gestures to his pocket. Umpire was decisive in his decision making. Yeah, Burns shaking his head straight away. He was adamant there was no bat involved. Let's take a look from front on.
Yeah, good decision. Excellent decision. The bat hadn't quite caught up with the ball, and as Yas calls it correctly, just off the pocket. Still, they're creating chances here. Pressure is building.
Yeah, and they're giving very little away while still having a relatively attacking field. Still three slips in place for both Williams and Balderson at the moment.
Yeah, and while it's a long haul for Lancs, no doubt about it, with a lead of less than 100, Surrey trailing by just 97. Nonetheless, with a bit of weather around tomorrow, Lancashire have got a lot to fight for here. Beats him again. Excellent spell, fabulous spell this morning by Will Williams.
It's another brilliant delivery, drawing a false shot from Burns. It's one he sort of has to play. Williams bowling from around the wicket, ball angling into the left-handed Burns, but just moving away from him at the last moment, drawing him into that defensive shot.
Yeah, the almost permanent wry smile of the medium-fast English county bowler. You have to have a sense of humour to do this job. In he comes again. Very good. Another maiden ticks by. Been unhittable this morning as Will Williams. And as I say, with the forecast looking iffy tomorrow, this will almost certainly be a truncated game. And while Lancs are obviously behind at the moment, they will be thinking that a strong third innings by them can make things difficult for Surrey down the pipe.
Yeah, weather forecast really not good for tomorrow.
But decent for Sunday, so yeah, we would think it would be a 3-day game at the very least.
Yeah, it is very good for today as well. You know,
yeah.
Turning up this morning, my first thoughts were, that's a very good toss to win
for
Surrey.
That'll be runs. Thickish outside edge, but just a single.
Yeah, Surrey yesterday, if you weren't watching, bowling under dark grey skies all day. Rarely did we get a sighting of any blue sky. The ball moved through the air all through the day as well. And today, much warmer. We normally see the pitch get better across days 2 and 3 here at the Keir Oval as well. So Surrey bowl first, whatever the weather really, but it was an especially good toss to win yesterday. You feel that this game will progress quite quickly. We've got that short boundary towards the gas holder side of the ground as Burns flicks one off his hip for a single. And this Surrey lineup is packed full of stroke makers. Will Jacks in at 4. We don't know the exact lineup, but we've got Sam Curran to come, Sai Sudharsan too.
Not a bad 5-6 with folks at 7, or a mixture of the 3 in whichever order the bosses see it. Curran was actually carded at 4 yesterday morning. Played outside off stump. That was an airy shot by Will Jacks. Wasn't there to drive. This is the first false shot that he's played. And again, these two, Balderson and Williams, continually creating chances. Another day they'd have had more than a wicket apiece to show for their efforts. So just going back briefly to the Warwickshire-Somerset game. Warwickshire all out now, 3-3-7. So Somerset pick up their bowling points. No ball. Punched tidily, but straight to mid-off.
Yeah, Surrey fans will be encouraged by that Warwickshire fight back. It looked like Somerset at one point might have restricted Warwickshire to a sub 200 score, so for the Bears to get up to 337, it's a serious effort. They have Jacob Bethel and Michael Burgess to thank. Those guys put on 120 odd for the 7th wicket.
Yeah, that's what Jax was looking for earlier in the over. Made decent connection this time round on the up. Short boundary, runs away across those pitches here, and he'll pick up his 2nd boundary after the 6th that got him going.
Yeah, that's the sort of shot that if the strip was in a more central location, that's probably not racing away for 4, but that boundary is so short. If you get it through the infielders in the ring, you'll get full value for your runs, so expect the game to move forward quite quickly this afternoon.
Interesting to see Jax coming out at number 4.
Yeah, very interesting. Very, very interesting.
Positive signs as well that he's in this 11 alongside Curran, refocusing on the red ball as the season reaches its championship business end.
Well, you made the point yesterday that Mark Butcher made on the Wisden podcast about
everything's derivative, yes.
Well, players who predominantly play white ball cricket increasingly realising that, playing the longer form stuff is important. It's important for your fundamentals. It's important for nailing the basics of your game. It's important also to just learn batting time. And Cam posed an interesting question about what will Jax's international winter look like. You'd expect him to be part of that tour to the Caribbean, the white ball tour. He played 2 test matches in Pakistan in 2022. Does he go again? He was left out of the squad for the India tour earlier this year. England obviously like Shoaib Bashir. They've pretty much said that Jack Leach is still their number 2 spinner. You'd expect Tom Hartley to go, having played in all 5 tests in that India tour. They still really rate Rahan Ahmed, so there's potentially not an obvious spot for Jax. Although one thing that England found on the tour of India that was more difficult for them compared to that Pakistan tour was they didn't have as many all-rounders as they had in 2022, so found balancing the side slightly more difficult. And part of England's problem is they got too many batters who are basically undroppable.
Yep.
Specialist batters, so it's very, very hard for them to balance the side in a way that gives them as many bowling options as possible.
And again, this game of cat and mouse between Will Williams and Rory Burns, it's a fascinating subplot within the context of this game. Burns has been in entirely comfortable control of his game up until now, but Will Williams has simply not bowled him a ball to hit, and Burns for now is comfortable to acknowledge that, sit in, wait for the inevitable bowling changes that surely must be imminent after the best part of an hour this morning. And there he is again, just playing quietly under his eyes.
It's incredibly skillful bowling.
It is.
There's a big gap between cover point and mid-off towards that shorter boundary. So that will be on Burns' mind, but there's also 3 slits waiting for any edge that Burns might potentially offer. So Williams has got to have really tight control of length to prevent Burns from driving the ball through that gap. And he's given him absolutely nothing.
You're looking for a single but nothing doing. And so this remarkable passage really continues. He's trying to get some figures up on how many runs Will Williams has conceded this morning. Overall figures of 11.4 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 12. Runs finally. A rare errant delivery, but just a single. And so the stranglehold is broken.
We made the point yesterday as well that Williams potentially suffers when his teammates don't back him up, in that if the batters know that run scoring opportunities are about to present themselves once Williams takes a breather, the batting side can be more comfortable in just seeing Williams out when he's bowling a spell like this. And yesterday the runs really flowed once Williams was taken off, and he's been on for the best part of an hour here. So really fascinating to see how the rest of this session goes. Inevitably Williams will take a break. This might be his last over. Maybe he bowls one more.
If you're Keaton Jennings, you're imploring him, aren't you?
No, it's a good point actually, given the state of the match. You know, Lancashire's route to getting back into it is taking 2 or 3 more here, and Williams is your best bet. Even a tired Williams is probably your best bet from a Lancashire point of view.
And that was slightly airborne. Gully would have been interested, but there's no one posted there. Jennings, the skipper, head in hands for a moment. So 3 runs to finish Will Williams' 12th over. So he's now conceded 16. He began the day, Williams, having bowled 5 overs last night, 4-5. And so he bowled 7 overs for 11 with that 1 wicket as well. Towering performance. And you wonder as well, with Will Jacks being a naturally expansive and aggressive player, whether Jennings can just twist his main man's arm for one more, especially if Jacks is on strike.
Yeah, that lead is down to 85, and we're talking about Jacks being a naturally fast run scorer. 17 off 22, barely played a shot in anger. Even that 6 I'm not calling a shot in anger.
No.
He was so still. If you compare it to the shot that Venkatesh Iyer tried to play yesterday afternoon, which was a wild shot where he lost his head, literally and metaphorically. Jacks, in contrast, totally still whilst playing that shot. Even with a man at mid-off, he won't view that as a particularly high-risk shot. So Jacks already 17 off 23.
More runs into the onside this time. Fielder will come round, but they'll pick up a couple comfortably enough. Jacks already up to 19 from just 24. Getting into his work already.
Jamie Smith, 97 not out.
Yep.
I'm sure there are lots of people with us at the moment who are also keeping one eye on how Smith is going at Manchester.
Driven tidily but straight to the man, who manages to parry it, but they will still pick up a single, and so it brings Burns back onto strike here. Some good cricket being played around the country in Div 1 as well. Durham continuing to pile on the misery against Notts. 4, 5, 7 for 6 now Hundreds yesterday for Lees and a maiden ton for Ben McKinney. Very fine young player. Oh, pulled away again just at the last. Saw that a couple of times yesterday. Dom Sibley pulled away a couple of times as well. Essex batting first against Hants. 33 for 1. Yesterday washout, of course. Somerset have lost one immediately. Tom Kohler-Cadmore's gone to the second ball of Somerset's reply to Warwickshire's 337. Beautiful by Rory Burns. This has been a signature knock. His driving down the ground and through the covers has been immaculate. He picks up 3 for, so Surrey chipping away comfortably at this deficit, now down to just 79.
Well, again, we're starting to see the pattern that we saw yesterday. Balderson conceding 6 runs from the first 4 deliveries of this over. As the opening bowlers tire, the runs starting to flow nicely for Surrey. And that final hour, Lancashire weren't able to keep a lid on scoring at all. And with a first inning total of just 204 rather, which was a decent effort given conditions. They don't have a lot to work with. They've got to be careful here because Surrey very quickly could be up towards parity.
Yeah, I wonder the role that Tom Hartley plays this afternoon.
Yeah.
You feel like he's going to have to get through a fair amount of work. He'll have a bit to play with though. So that does conclude the first hour's play. It's been a fascinating wrestling match, really. And Surrey have just weathered that early storm. These two putting on a tidy partnership of 28 and counting. Balderson and Williams have bowled throughout for that first hour. Heroic effort, really. Given very little to hit. And now it is going to be a change out in the middle. Tom Aspinwall, I think, is coming into the attack. And there'll be a change here in the commentary box as well with Adam Collins.
It looks like Josh Boyden, the left armour on first class debut, will replace Will Williams. Boyden was impressive. I think those figures are slightly misleading from yesterday. 6 overs, 2 mailers, number 26. His first 3 overs in particular, very impressive. Took a while for Surrey to score a run off the bat against Boyden. 20 years old, lit up the Under-19 World Cup 2 years ago. England's leading wicket taker as they got to a final. Boyden now into Rory Burns.
Short boundary attack straight away, hitting with the shape and the swing of the ball, no protection on the rope. You could call it a loosener, you could call it a tempter, you can definitely call it 4 runs, 129 for 2. Good morning. Good afternoon indeed, it's just gone midday.
I think this is what we saw yesterday evening. With that short boundary, if you don't get your line right, especially to left-handed Burns at this end, with that short offside boundary, the runs will flow. And looking at the figures of bowlers across both teams, actually, if you haven't been right on the money, you've gone at least 4 runs and over. You know, look at Will Williams, 12 overs, 1 for 16. He's going at 1 run and over, but all his teammates who bowled a substantial number of overs going at north of 4 runs and over. Similarly with Surrey, Dan Worrell, he went at less than 2s. Sam Curran went at 2s, but the other 3 guys at 4s and 5s.
It was a funny day for Clark, wasn't it? By his frugal standards, he went around a little bit, but picked up 4 for 57, I think it was in the end, on a hat-trick next innings. You can't keep that guy down. One of the informed championship players across, 4 or 5 seasons now. Much better from Boyden. I think I've seen so far anyway, it's the extra bit of bounce that you're not necessarily anticipating. Bending his back near enough 80 mile an hour with natural movement away from left-handers and indeed back towards the right-handers. There's a bit there to work with for Lanks.
Yeah, I was really impressed with his opening spell yesterday. He had to bide his time a little bit, 2 years since that breakout Under-19 World Cup campaign. But Lancashire really backing their youngsters at the moment. good to see.
Oh, and again, that's the Fuller option. So, I mean, there was one earlier in the over where Burns was able to catch up with it and slap it through point off the front foot. But this one here wasn't quite there to drive. And beats the outside edge. And some news. Well, we're covering Surrey, Lancashire, but up at Old Trafford. Surrey fans will love this. They may not be watching the stream right now because Jamie Smith has brought up his maiden Test century. England 304 for 6. They're on the balcony applauding this outstanding young cricketer from here at the Oval in his 4th Test match, recording his first century. And I know it's a cliche to say this, as we say it about all young players when they get there for the first time, but you better believe it's going to be the first of many. Jamie Smith, 100 not out for England. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, we were just talking about it with Phil earlier on. Only Bumble and Harry Brook have scored more runs in their first 5 innings for England since the war. It's some start, as that stat suggests. I mean, Brook aside, I can't remember an England batter in recent years taking to Test cricket like Jamie Smith has.
It's felt inevitable for 2 years. I know that's easy to say now in hindsight, but when he kept making those runner scores between 80 and 100, up-ish, but that's the way he plays. Through the line, long boundary, 4 more. So 9 runs from the over. Lancashire enjoyed the first half an hour a great deal, picking up wickets with the score on 86 and 97, but this pair have moved it along quite quickly. Jack's finding the rope now for the 3rd time, clearing it once and finding it 2 more. 134 for 2. They trailed by just 70, so the need for Lancs to have a good first session. Not a middling first session, not a split on points first session. They needed probably 4 wickets in it. Plenty of time, of course, but this partnership now building in momentum. It's up to 37.
Yeah, and it's coming quick time too. Will Jacks is raced away to 24 off 28. He will score quickly. If he's at the crease for half an hour, you can be sure that he'll add another 30 runs to his individual tally. And this has been the problem for Lancashire. Will Williams aside, they have been unable to control Surrey's rate of run scoring, and when you only got 204 runs on the board from your first innings, you have very little wiggle room to manage. And Williams bowled a manful first spell, bowled for the entirety of the first hour from the pavilion end. He really needs his young teammates to back him up now.
Oh, how's the shape there? How's it missed?
Very good leave. That's a very good leave.
I mean, cliche again, good and bad and all the rest of it, but that Balderson delivery from round the wicket, wide of the crease, I mean, it would have taken the 4th stump out of the ground. Okay, bit going on here, bit going on at Old Trafford. 2 slips, 2 back on the short rope on the leg side. Another leave, albeit a bit wider of the off stump, but you can see what Balderson's trying to do on that angle. But yeah, that Jamie Smith news will make a lot of Surrey fans very happy. I did detect a little bit of, and you should be careful about how much you absorb from social media. I'm quite aware of that in our jobs, but a little bit of, he's only getting picked for England because he plays for Surrey. There's one gibberer in particular who was quite big on this. He has quite a decent amplification, gets retweeted by a lot of people. Like, how's it possible that another Surrey player is getting picked for England? Here's another player, runs divided by wickets equals average, therefore this other player must play, not Jamie Smith, before adding about 2 tweets on that he'd never really seen Smith play. But I digress. But there was a bit of this going on, wasn't there? But to the naked eye, that for the last at least two seasons, it just looked like whenever he got his opportunity, he had the game that was equal to it. The way he batted earlier this year against Somerset, an example of that.
Yeah, I think in this Surrey lineup, especially when everyone's available, Smith was the standout player in a lineup full of players who played Test cricket, and he was the only one who hadn't played Test cricket at that point. You know, he was batting in the prime spot at number 4.
Yeah.
He's very much the star man. Talking about standout innings, so Somerset, that run chase, he just looked a class above his teammates when Surrey only had an hour or so to chase 200. It was that 155 against Warwickshire.
Yeah.
That I think a lot of us said that's one of the best hundreds we've seen in the Championship here over the last 5 or so years. Maybe top of the list, up there with anything that Ollie Pope's done on this ground for Surrey.
That's the better example than Somerset, really, isn't it? It's when he was walking at bowlers and plonking them into the JM Finn stand with such authority, on his own terms as well. Didn't have to wait. And now he's probably taken it back a gear. Balderson's Maiden's complete, working on that channel outside the off stump, trying to bring the stumps into play. 134 for 2. And where he's able to now batter the tempo. Was it 134 balls to bring up the 100? Perfectly reasonable. There's never been a need for him to, or for anyone for that matter, to score any quicker than that. And I know that there's an emphasis on run rates in the England Test team and so on, but that's still a decent lick.
It is a very decent lick, but he does it in a way that's very composed. Even Harry Brook, who he literally averages 60 in Test cricket, there are moments where you go, oof, that's brave. I think yesterday he was on 30 odd when he gets down on one knee and tries to ramp a seamer over fine leg, thinking being there were only 2 fielders on the leg side, so the shot was on. But Smith doesn't actually do things like that. He scores at quick rate without taking too many risks.
Leg stump line, timed that well enough, but there is the sweeper. Hartley, who we've yet to see bowl. Looking forward to seeing how he goes out here.
The interesting thing is just the dynamic of having a player who's in such good nick. I know he's batting 6 at the moment because Stokes injured, but having a player that good at 7, there'll be a temptation, I think, in the not too distant future to creep him up the order.
Oh, it really comes down to the progression of other players, doesn't it? There's no doubt that he's got the game to bat in the top order. Well, no doubt for me anyway. Boyden again as the sun comes out across the pitch.
Well, the other aspect of it is he's a very good batter with the tail. And actually that makes him a very suitable number 7, especially nowadays where England, especially away from home, actually don't have the tail that they once had. For a long time you could say that England had a very strong 8 or 9, but at the moment we've got Wokes at 7 in this test match, Atkinson at 8, Potts at 9. Not clear if Wokes will retain his spot for away tours.
Good point about batting with the lower order. There is a certain skill to that, and that he's getting the chance to develop it at the moment. Look, maybe at 6 where he ends up in the medium term, I suppose there'll be conjecture around where Stokes decides to jump off the merry-go-round. I don't really have any feel for it. I suppose the away Ashes is the logical place. Although the sesquicentenary test match has been confirmed in the last week or so by Cricket Australia, which simply means there'll be a one-off test match at the MCG to mark 150 years since the first match in 1877. And if he played in that, I suppose there'd be no reason why he wouldn't want to go around and play in the home Ashes that follows a couple of months later. So anyway, the wider point here is that Smith at 6, if he continues as keeper, or indeed even if he doesn't continue as keeper, could be an attractive proposition.
Yeah, I think it sort of depends on how well he goes. If he maintains this sort of form, and you're right to say that where Smith ends up in the medium term is dependent on how other members of that top 7 are going.
Bisecting the 2 out on the long boundary with a minimum of fuss, Rory Burns into position so early. 139 for 2. Partnership continues to grow, and it needs to be cut off at the pass here by Lancs. If they're still batting at lunch here, I mean, they won't be in the lead, but they'll be within striking distance of it when we return after the long break.
Yeah, and Boyden's not started badly, but it's 14 runs from his first 11 deliveries back into the attack. And this has been the problem for Lancashire. Will Williams aside, they've not been able to put a lid on Surrey's run scoring. Burns in particular, so patient against Will Williams, but looking to score. You know, there again, Boyden just gets his line slightly wrong, just a fraction, maybe a couple of stumps too straight, and Burns is able to flick it off his pads, get off strike. It's another run. Now 15 runs off his first 2 overs back into the attack. that lead is only 64, and it's coming down very quickly.
I'm interested in seeing Hartley bowl a long spell here. I think. Don't know which end he'd go to. It might be one of those where they're thinking more about the short rope than the breeze.
I think so.
I mean, the natural thing for a left arm spinner would be to come from the pavilion end with the breeze blowing across. You see the flags on the pavilion there, blowing in the direction of the gasometer, Kennington.
It's a very left-handed Surrey top 7 as well.
Yeah.
Sam Curran, Sai Sudharsan to come, Rory Burns in at the moment.
That's true. That might bolster the case for him bowling from that end. A lot of left-handers. The alternative view being with right-handers, you can be drop-kicked over that boundary into the Galadari stand. But yeah, he's a bowler of some quality, Hartley, so it shouldn't bother him too much. Drifting in towards leg stump and ideally spitting away from right-handers.
Yeah, very different conditions last night, so no surprises at all that he didn't bowl with a new ball and very grey skies. But now with the sun out, Surrey scoring at a quick rate.
Upish. There is a catching mid-wicket there, but square of Tom Hartley in that position.
And also, you know how Will Jacks is gonna play it. He's not gonna waste too much time before playing a big shot against a spinner. And also, you know, Tom Hartley, he's a guy who's got Test match 7 foot. You don't want to wait too long before introducing him.
Quite.
Sorry, well ahead in the game here. 141 for 2.
I do think it's a bit deceptive here with this, because we have most of the pitches that are rolled out for the championship here do have that greenish tinge, at least initially. Then they go a bit brown, a bit darker. I think because of it, there is a risk of not using your spinners early enough. We saw Liam Dawson not bowling over here for Hampshire until, was it the 100th over or something ridiculous like that? He's had a stellar couple of years as a frontline spinner, and Hampshire, spell after spell, turn to their seamers in rotation. When, as you say, you've got a high-class test spinner in the team. Catches the call, out towards deep cover, it will go all the way. What a bizarre thing to describe there. Short boundary, Jack's not getting anywhere near enough of it, and the sweeper from deep cover having enough time to get to the contest, but just clearing him.
I mean,
T20 stuff.
We've been banging on about it from ball 1 in this game. That is such a short boundary, and that illustrates it more than any other event in this game. That is a total miss hit that's gone for 6. I know we talk about miss hits going for 6 in T20 cricket a lot, but he is totally mishit that. He's mistimed it, got 2 under, far too underneath the ball. The ball's gone higher than it's gone far, yet Jack still picks up 6.
Trailed by 57 and leaves this one alone. That's not the body language from Wells out there. What am I meant to do? It's the sweeper out there. As for the bowler, poor old George Balderson. He's done a lot right in this spell.
Yeah.
And his figures get damaged. Could have easily been another wicket in his column.
And, it'll be fascinating to see Jacks, Curran and Sai Sudharsan in particular, those three who play a lot of high-quality white ball cricket where you think about boundary dimensions more. Those guys are going to target that boundary. Both of Jacks' aerial shots so far have targeted the shorter side of the ground. He knows exactly what he's doing. It looks lucky because it's only just gone for 6, but that's part of the calculation. He knows he can miss hit it, and that can still go for 6.
7 off. Partnership up to an even 50 with that 6 as well. 147 for 2, trailing by 57. There they are in the crowd. What a great day for it. About 22 degrees when I left the house this morning. Might be a couple more than that now. And that is the short boundary side, as you can see there on our shot. The Galadari stand, the Peter May terrace, Locklaker balcony. They're great vantage points. And up top there, right on the now off screen, but there's a balcony that joins the Galadari stand and the pavilion. That's a gorgeous view out towards the Houses of Parliament. Gets a third over in the spell here, Boyden. First ball called a wide. Guess that's fair enough. Our umpires this week, David Milnes and Rob White. Wayne Noon, the match referee.
If you're Lancashire, what are you trying to do now? This game is moving very, very quickly, and it's in danger of running away from them. So much batting to come for Surrey. We mentioned those international players.
Well, I made the point, and there's a second wide. Yeah, that's out there. He's just trying to overcorrect here. Well, I say overcorrect, it was on the offside where he was taken to in the previous over before giving Burns something to pull later in the set. Look, we've seen, I know I bang away about this a little bit, but we've seen teams rock up at the Oval the last 3 seasons and give themselves a look. And that's when Surrey just find a way of shutting things down. And that's what it's a standard 52 out of context doesn't sound like much, but at that moment, it was after 2 wickets fell in 17 minutes to start the day. That's where, much better, if Lancs get a roll on, and it's 4 wickets inside the first 90 minutes, roughly where we are now, 80 minutes rather into play, then it is a different game of cricket. But 40 minutes on from now, well, I said they wouldn't reach parity by lunch. They might, the way they're going, 55 runs away from the 204 that Lancs posted yesterday. As we have some visitors in the box on a tour. Hello, everybody.
Update from Edgbaston, by the way. Somerset have lost another.
Ooh.
Andy Umeed gone for a duck.
It's a miscue from Burns. He was trying to force that through the gap between mid-off and cover, and it spilled down the pitch via the inside edge.
So yeah, it's a potentially huge game for the title race. Somerset currently in second place, 23 points behind Surrey at the start of this round of games. Opportunity for Surrey to get ahead by more than 24 points. 24 points, the maximum number of points you can get in a single round.
Yep.
The other game of interest, of course, is Essex versus Hampshire at the Utility Bowl. Essex 43 for 1, having been inserted into bat by Hampshire. First day, a total washout, remember, so they've got to go some to force a result there.
Thank you, Yas Rana, going round the grounds. With a bit of luck, when you jump off commentary in a sec, lunch might already be served downstairs.
We can only hope.
There's always a little chance of that when you do the penultimate stint before the lunch break here at the Oval. So after the 2 wide, still 3 left in the over. That's also pretty wide, but gets away with it. Yes, we'll keep a close eye on the games around the country, including the Test match at Old Trafford, where if you're just joining our coverage, Jamie Smith now has a Test century to his name.
Patient stuff from Rory Burns, and I think there's been no pressure on him to take any sort of risk in this innings because of how quickly the runs have come when Williams hasn't been bowling. Boyden gets his line wrong, first couple of deliveries of the over, 2 runs added to the Surrey total. He's adjusted well, but Burns is in no hurry. Surrey so far ahead in this game at the moment. Burns knows just how quickly his mates will score at the other end as well, not just Jacks, but Curran, Sai Sudharsan, Jordan Clark, Ben Foakes still to come as well.
Again, well outside the off stump to finish. That's you done. Yeah, it's nice to chat. We'll hear from you after lunch. 149 for 2 the score. Looks like Jamie Smith has been dismissed for 111. That's Prabhath Jayasuriya, who bowled beautifully yesterday, who's done the job. He's had him caught behind. So 111, job done for Jamie Smith. That means that England are 315 for 8, 79 runs in the lead. Dean Wilson jumps in to join me. It's quite nice when it works out this way. I haven't seen a friend for a few weeks, and we can catch up on air across the next little while. Hello, Dino.
Good afternoon, Colo. Good afternoon, everyone. Yes, a rather decent start to Jamie Smith's Test career up in Manchester, following on from his excellent form against the West Indies. Now continuing against Sri Lanka, but for his county, matters here at the Oval underway.
Smacked the cover just when Lancashire needed to change the game. Aspinwall brought back and gets one first ball just at the moment when Surrey had added 52 for this third wicket. The bowling change has done it. Didn't hit the cover off it either. Taken by the sub. And it's 149 for 3. I was going to say it's against the flow of play, but you've got to remember, earlier, only moments ago, we saw Jack's miscue in that direction and somehow clear the ropes.
I was just about to start waxing lyrical about Jamie Smith, Will Jacks, generation that we've seen coming through here at Surrey, and these attacking, aggressive, positive cricketers, and just kind of comparing them probably within 3 minutes of each other. They've both gone.
Yes.
Will Jacks trying to push things on here at the Oval. As you said, he didn't quite get hold of the one that sort of skied out towards deep cover, but he looked like he was in the mood to try and push things on before lunch, and it's cost him in the end. 31 he made, almost a run a ball.
If you're wondering, it was George Bell out there at cover, the sub. Often a wicketkeeper, isn't he, Bell? So doing the job there. The broader responsibilities of a sub. And yes, Aspinwall, who conceded 26 runs in 3 overs last night when Burns and Sibley were up and about before bad light stopped play. And that brings Ben Folkes to the middle, 149 for 3. So again, we've talked throughout the course of the morning, Dean, about the need for Lancs to win the session. Well, on account of a brisk partnership, I feel like they need to win it emphatically. They need to go bang bang here, if indeed not bang bang bang. They need to really get into the lower middle order. We know how much depth Surrey enjoy. They cannot allow a consolidation here.
Yeah, it's I would say finely poised, but actually it's still very much turned towards Surrey's hand at the moment. But as we so often have seen, Rory Burns dropping anchor at the top, but the opening is at the other end.
Folkes' first ball in behind it, in defence. 3 half-centuries for Folkes this year, out in the 50s on all 3 occasions, having essentially lost his spot in the test side to Jamie Smith, although I suppose it was probably more a Bairstow-Smith conversation based on what they did last year at least. Not really much of a conversation anymore.
Absolutely
with
not.
What Smith achieves in the England setup across 3.5 test matches. Bit of a tempter there from Aspinwall. Folks happy to watch it by 79 miles an hour.
Well, it's interesting, isn't it? The priority or the concern for England is about a batsman or batter wicketkeeper, perhaps more than a keeper batter, because they want those runs, and they want those runs scored at a decent lick. I don't think Surrey are too concerned about the tempo here today.
It's gone the other way. Good skills there from Aspinwall. 2 outswingers followed by an in-swinger.
I think a little period of consolidation, as you say, just to deny Lancashire the momentum, to deny them the momentum of the session, to get themselves kind of back into the game. I think Ben Folkes has got a half an hour here just to play himself in. The sun's out again.
Short one, and Folkes not concerned at all. Helps it into the onside, along the ground for 2. They might think about a third. No, 2 it'll be. So Aspinwall mixing it up in his first over, back in the attack. Gets lucky with one smack to cover first ball. The 20-year-old is playing his 4th game of the season. Picked up a 5-wicket bag against Durham at Blackpool earlier in the season. I like his bustling approach to the crease.
Do you think Jack's approach to that first ball, and hadn't had a look at him yet.
Yeah, it's an interesting approach. Oh, that's a beauty to finish as well. So quite a bit going on from the young seamer. Into the book. It'll complete the over. It'll be my cue to jump off and let Phil Walker take you through to lunch. Surrey have lost 3 wickets today. The score at 86, 97 and 149. The last of those, Will Jacks caught in the previous over for 31. Burns still there on 69. Folks on to some further thoughts from Dean Wilson, then Phil Walker to jump in for me.
Yeah, you just wonder whether Will Jacks' frustration stems perhaps not only from the shot he played, but also maybe from the fact that it was Aspinwall's first ball. He bowled 3 overs yesterday evening and leaked plenty of runs, 26 runs. I wonder whether that was in Will Jacks' mind, just to kind of continue the torment for him, but didn't really give himself a chance. Maybe the ball just stopping in the pitch a little bit, didn't quite time it, and landed straight in the hands of Bell at cover. But there is, looks like a change here with Tom Hartley with the ball in his hands at the pavilion end as Phil Walker joins me. Hey Phil.
Hello Dino, yeah, Hartley it is. I feel like he's got to do a lot of hard graft this afternoon. They've been impressive, I think, this morning. They've shown a lot of heart and character to claw their way back somewhere into this game. They had to. They were down on their uppers, they were last night, I thought. One of those days where every marginal went against them. Well, they've come out here and they've scrapped hard. And you feel like Hartley will do a necessary containing job for them through the afternoon.
Yeah, certainly a chance for him to bowl plenty of overs out there. Get into his work. Left arm over.
He's had quite a quiet summer, hasn't he, really, considering the strides he made over the winter. That fabulous debut, of course, in England's win in the first test against India. Took 7 for in the second innings to drive England to that incredible victory, and made some real strides as a cricketer and as an individual. But it's been quite a quiet summer for him. It's an important game here, and he started tidily enough.
Yeah, it's
the maiden just to get going.
Yeah, his first class game since May, early May. So a diet of T20 cricket mainly, and 100 ball cricket for him in the recent past, but it's with the red ball in his hand that Lancashire are looking to him now. No, obviously Nathan Lyon would have been bowling most of those overs of spin for Lancashire, but Tom Hartley, as you say, making his test debut in the winter, really looking to kick on. 25 years old, got still a very bright future ahead of him.
Aspinwall to continue, buoyed by that success of getting rid of Will Jacks. Bustling kind of action, but hits the bat hard enough, and again kind of throws 2 lengths. He was foolish yesterday looking for some swing, but this morning we've seen him hit the pitch a bit harder, dragging that length back a bit. Foolish this time, and well bowled. I feel there's just a bit of spirit out there. You can hear it among the cordon and in the infield. You just get these small little windows during a 4-dayer, and this is one of them. Just under half hour up until lunch. If they can just winkle out 1 or 2 more, maybe get rid of Burns, who's been quietly quite imperious really throughout this innings, then they will stay in the game. They don't want that though. Angled into the pads and just a tickle. And Ben Foakes picks up his first boundary.
Yeah, that's what he does, doesn't he? Just takes advantage of anything slightly offline, little glance, nothing extravagant, picks up runs where he can find them behind a solid defence. A fairly orthodox technique, Ben Foakes, but he's mightily effective first-class batter.
So Tom Hartley then taking just the one first-class wicket this summer for 178. And so it's been some tough times for him with the red ball. Of course, pitches in early season, they're hard to crack for a finger spinner. And so there are always significant mitigating circumstances for any finger spinner in England, especially in the first half of the summer. But this is an important game for him, recalled back into the side. Good again from Aspinwall, probing length.
Yeah, it'd be interesting, you know, clearly Nathan Lyon, Australian GOAT finger spinner as they call him, played in 4 first-class matches after Tom Hartley's last performance.
But even he found it relatively hard going, didn't he? Just took 26 wickets across those 8 games at an average just a tick over 30. Another over ticks by, 43 gone, 155 for 3, and so that deficit under 50 now, 49, but still Lancashire have something to hold on to, something to cling to.
There will be a value for Hartley having been a part of the squad and the setup with Nathan Lyon, and I'm sure working together in those moments in between matches, but not suggesting that they should have been playing the 2 spinners together, but by not being on the field at the same time, you wonder how much by osmosis that kind of knowledge and experience gets passed on, because that's the added value of someone like a Nathan Lyon coming to your club.
Stifled noises, not exactly an appeal, but hands on heads. I think they felt that was taken off leg stump by Rory Burns, just straightened, maybe an arm ball from the left armour. He's going to go round the wicket now against the left-hander. Yeah, shifting the field as well, 5-4 leg side field. And he's just moved the man from short leg into a fine-ish leg slip. He's just settled nicely here.
I think for any spinner, is you've just got to keep playing. You've got to keep bowling. That's how that is a skill that you really do learn by doing.
Bit more air on that, but again landed just where he's after, so this is good. 10 dot balls to get himself into his spell.
I do think that the issue of spin bowling in England, which has been an issue for so many years, and that kind of search and that hunt for someone, obviously Jack Leach had performed that role admirably for a time. It's been usurped by Shoaib Bashir at the moment, but as well as Shoaib, there's been a number of kind of young spinners that England have had a look at, have given a chance to, Hartley being one of them. 5 test matches for him, Rayan Ahmed, another 4 test matches for him. Will Jacks, we've just seen come and go, but he made his test debut on the back of his spinning ability. And so you do get the sense that there is a desire for spin to play a much more central role in the game in this country, and I do feel that, and it's maybe been slightly overlooked amid the amid the drama of Bazball, but actually perhaps Ben Stokes' greatest gift to English cricket is his treatment of spin.
He trusts it. Exactly that. Hartley has started well here, back-to-back maidens. But yeah, you're absolutely right. I go back to the New Zealand Test match of 2 years ago now, when Jack Leach bowled throughout much of day one at Leeds, and finger spinners don't tend to fancy it too much at Headingley. But he foregrounds finger spinners, just as you've seen with Bashir as well. He trusts them, he likes the variety that they offer. Inside edge into pad though. Yeah, you're absolutely right, because I don't think previous incumbents as England captain had anywhere near the same degree of faith in what spinners can offer.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're absolutely right. It'll be a fascinating winter as well to see when they go out to Pakistan, which components they settle on. Will Jacks, of course, got his debut out there a couple of years ago. Took 6 for on debut. Squared up there by Aspinwall, who's pulled a useful spell here.
Yeah, he's come back well.
Yeah, struggled last night, but he's looked good this morning.
And I do like the feel that he's got as well. 3 slips from Keaton Jennings, keeping that attacking intent, trying to remove Ben Folkes early in his innings. But Folkes, as I said at the start, will be quite happy to try and douse the momentum that has started to come Lancashire's way. A 3rd wicket in the session. If that becomes 4 or even 5 before lunch, then as Adam Collins said, it really would be a turnaround, an essential turnaround in this game. But 2 experienced campaigners out in the middle now for Surrey.
Good probing length again. This has been impressive. He's not afraid to be driven. Beautifully balanced batting lineup though, isn't it, to have Jacks in at 4 and then Folkes, that rock solid number 5, around which you have further stroke makers down the pipe, Curran and Sudharsan in whichever order the gaffer and Gareth Batty decide. But however you look at it, it has all the components you need. Lancashire have edged this session though, they've been really good.
Yeah, that's the thing with this Surrey lineup, which remains incredibly strong. Without a couple of players, which they won't see too much of, Jamie Smith and Ollie Pope, Gus Atkinson doing their bit for England at the moment up in Manchester, and even with those players missing, this Surrey lineup still incredibly strong. You know that they'll keep coming at you.
More bold again, dragging his length back, anticipating Burns' advance. Beats him slightly in the air, but Burns' pad gets in the way to save him.
Oh, I should also add it, Dan Lawrence. I kind of.
You still have to take a leap of faith, don't you, Dan Stino? Yeah,
still have to remember that. Yeah,
yeah, same here. Burns happy to be off strike because he'd been slightly becalmed by the left arm angle of Tom Hartley. Imagine Hartley will go round the wicket here to the right-handed Ben Folkes.
Yeah, I think he perhaps bowling a little straight to to Burns, who's able to kind of work him into the leg side. It's almost the ideal line for the right-hander coming over the wicket, but he'll be looking to get that drift and that dip on the action.
Good again. Not much evidence of lateral turn just yet, but unerring accuracy is good enough for now.
There's not a huge amount of coil, you would say, to Hartley's action. It's more reliant on his height and where he's kind of delivering the ball from, as opposed to someone like I always think back to someone like a
bad misfield in the covers. That'll be so frustrating. Every run counts. You're building pressure minute by minute.
Just took his eye off it.
Thinking about the overs to come. Aspinwall.
Mid off and mid on. Just slightly set back.
And again, as Dino calls, just a bit too straight. And even with a 5-4 leg side, that's easy pickings for Rory Burns. Retains the strike. 46 overs tick in by. 158 for 3, and that deficit is coming down inch by inch. 48 now. I guess from Lancashire's perspective, it's not a case of 46 rather. Correction. My eyes are going here, Dino. I guess from Lancashire's perspective, they can think what's manageable. What can they accept from this point? They're not going to get a first innings lead, barring something miraculous, but they can give up 75 to 100 and still feel like they have something to say in this game, you would think.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I think, as we've seen so often as well here at the Oval, that quite often the pitch gets a little better as the game moves forward. So there's still a lot of runs up to be had out there. But I think that Surrey will be thinking they've got a beautiful sunny day here, day 2. Weather forecast not that great for tomorrow. And so from their point of view, they can put themselves into a commanding position, focus on day 4. Unsure of just how much, if any, cricket we'll get tomorrow, but weather forecasters have been known to be wrong in the past. But as you say, Phil, from Lancashire's point of view, they've worked quite hard this morning, and they've managed to peg Surrey back, not only with the wickets, but just with the removal of Jacks. I think has just kind of stemmed the tempo.
Exactly that. Playing a miss this time, but there are limits to Burns's patience, and he felt it was there to drive. It was foolish, but it's just left him a tiny bit from wide of the crease. It's well bowled. It's just held its line against the natural angle of the right arm round. And although Burns's judgment has been pretty much impeccable through most of this innings, there have been 1 or 2 moments of alarm. Played and missed a handful of times this morning, but nothing doing yet for the visitors. They've just got to keep plugging away here. They can't get bored on that line.
You can see Aspinwall there really playing around with the crease and where he's bowling from. It looks like he's getting a bit of joy coming from a bit wider and toying with the angle that he's bowling to Burns. And it's a medium pace, medium fast pace, but something for Burns to think about.
Wideish again of the crease. Burns hit that tidily, but straight to mid-on.
Just the 2 slips in now for Burns. 2 men out deep, catching positions, deep square leg and long leg, in case Aspinwall did fancy the short one.
Foolish again and punched, but straight back to the bowler. So it's been a good probing spell here. Asked a number of questions.
Good crowd in as well today. I was talking about the number of members in the pavilion yesterday. It was a pretty cool and grey day yesterday, but as we know, this game being played in the memory of Graham Thorpe, and minute silence before play yesterday, and really decent turnout from Surrey members paying their respects. There's a book of condolence for him as well in the pavilion. And it's great to see they've been joined by so many others in the JM Finn stand now, and reminds me of sort of the early season county matches where there's some really good numbers in. I was going to say it was full of sunshine as well, but that'd be lying. The odd sunny day.
Yeah, good numbers all year for the Champo here. Broke 4,000 for one of the days against Essex. And we've consistently had a few thousand in across the board. It's been stirring to see, as indeed it was yesterday. It was a poignant but beautiful day in memory of the great man.
Hartley doing a good job here for his team. Nice and tight, giving nothing away.
And although that sat up and asked to be chopped away, folks can't beat the infield, and so the pressure just creeping up incrementally here. Can he get out of this over? Foolish this time, and folks tries to beat the man at mid-wicket but doesn't get much of it, and so another dot ball.
Yeah, that was the tempter there from Hartley. Much more flight, nice and full. Folks using his wrist, trying to turn it into the leg side. But again, the fielding's been good. A little change to the field now. Is that a man going in under the nose of folks at short cover?
Thus ends another tidy over by Hartley, who's doing a useful job here. 4 overs, 2 maidens, just 3 runs conceded. You feel like it's the lull before the storm of the afternoon. Sam Curran will be itching, you imagine, to get involved at some point. Sai Sudharsan, who looked imperious in the net, I thought, on Wednesday morning here at the Kia, and those two will be waiting, as indeed will the crowd. Then you'll have Jordan Clark at 8 probably, I would think.
Tell me about Sudharsan's net. Imperious, I mean,
it's just so beautiful, like a real old school stylist of a lefty. He has very little. He reminds me a little bit of Sangakkara in the backlift, because you see your modern players, they tend to, if you take say a Ryan Patel, that he has his bat ready, with the toe pointing like a periscope, ready to go, and it's the modern way.
Yeah.
Sudharsan is more of a languid flow of a lefty. There's obviously different ways to do it. One is not necessarily more effective than another, but to the eye he was just so gorgeous. And I think it was smoky. It was Adam Hollyoak on the dog stick, and a bit of Batty in there as well, a bit of Gareth, and just watching Sudharsan, I could have watched it all day long, even just blocking it into the covers. But you know, the lefty where it comes out towards the gully and then just you flow into it. He was absolutely poetic. Wide of the crease again, and manages to clip it over the infield, but doesn't get much of it. Slightly fortuitous. He'll pick up a couple, but Aspinwall has earned that mini chance, that slightly false shot. You just got to keep plugging away here.
Well, you wonder whether that little bit of pressure that's kind of built up over the last few overs between Aspinwall and Hartley has just played on Burns' mind.
Oh, that's gorgeous. Just lets it run off the face. He knows exactly what he's doing all along the floor. No fielder on the boundary behind square, anywhere on the offside. Touch of class by a player in prime form.
Yeah, lovely shot that one. It looked like he was almost trying to force it a little bit with the ball before, trying to pull a shortish ball away over mid-wicket, where there was no forcing of that one. Just let the ball come to him, played it right under his nose, guided it away for 4. And if there had been a bit of pressure building just towards the lunch break, that has eased somewhat now, and you'd think that both Burns and Folkes just happy to, maybe they'll have to see off one more over, I think, from Hartley. Only one more ball to come from Aspinwall, and a few minutes before 1, so we'll definitely get at least one more over after this.
.49 gone, 165 for 3.
Now, I wouldn't want to hurry any player's demise, but the way you described Sai Sudharsan's net before play does have me looking forward to it somewhat.
I don't think he played a shot in anger. Everything was just effortless.
Well, that is some preview.
He is a stylist, a true stylist. England are all out. Lead of 1-2-2, 3-5-8 all out. Jamie Smith, maiden test 100. What a joy for everyone attached to this club, but anyone who cares a jot for English cricket. They've found one and then some in that middle order. 111. Utterly composed from start to finish. Didn't even really bother celebrating. It was like it was inevitable. First of many.
Yeah, he's taken to Test cricket very well indeed.
You were weighing up a duck to water there, Dino, weren't you? You were weighing one up, and you thought, no, that's beneath me. Bit too straight again, so easy for Burns just to drop his bat on that. Bit more flight this time. This is a good. Sorry, Dino. It's a good template for Hartley. This for the afternoon session. I think he's going to have to get through a lot of work, and he's okay just to drop it on the length for now. If Surrey want to play slow heartbeat cricket, that's fine. They'll have to come at him later on, and it may open up the odd chance.
I think that is far more insightful than what I was about to ask, which is whether or not...
What's for lunch?
Well, I was actually thinking about, there must be a duck out there somewhere that's found life on the water a little tricky. But you're right here about Hartley, the way that this has been a good kind of opening spell for him, because it not only has he helped keep things quite tight for Lancs, and he's 1 run and over just under, but it's giving him a chance to kind of scope out the conditions and where he might be able to find some success, see if there is any lateral movement. there aren't the greatest of footmarks either side of that pitch. It looks pretty pristine from up here, but Tom Hartley's got the computer whirring and trying to work out exactly where he might try and find a little bit of magic.
Yeah, it's going to be another change as lunch approaches. Luke Wells with his back of the hand, all sorts really. Underrated bowler. He's very useful, especially in white ball cricket. You don't see him so much in red ball, but Keaton Jennings just trying to play again on the egos of these two established Surrey players. Burns going tidily on 78. He will face up against Luke Wells. It's the kind of bowler, Luke Wells, who, if he turns up in club cricket, you just give up, don't you? Straight, because one of these players I could never get away. A flat, quick, wicket to wicket, leg cutter, leg spinner type bowler. Absolutely lethal in club cricket. You know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. I was watching one my club Old Ruts a few weeks ago.
Oh, it's good stuff. Good start. Leg side-ish, but still. And he does bowl that kind of pace. Hurries you up.
And it's just one of those types of bowlers that just takes a bit of getting used to. And frustratingly, always, you just about get used to them just before you get out. But yeah, it can be very hard to work with, because they're quite rare. It's different, isn't it? That's the thing. Any time you come up against something a little bit different, whether it's the action or the speed or what have you, it takes a while for the brain to compute and get used to it.
That's exactly it. Much more than a fill-in as well. He's taken 104 first-class wickets. And I was saying, in white ball cricket, excellent economy rate. Hard to get away. Bit slower this time. Burns happy just to camp on the back foot. Ticking down the minutes.
Just sent the man back out at deep mid-wicket as well.
And bang on cue, Burns does pick up a single to that man. Luke Wells, I've met him a couple of times. He's like a very nice chap. He describes himself though as the most sledged cricketer in county cricket. That it's a reputation that's followed him around since his Sussex days. I don't know what he's done to offend the sensibilities of the county rank and file, but that's how he describes himself. He says, I don't know why it is. If I stick around, they try and get into my head and make me make a mistake.
I wonder if that's because they think that it works.
Well, perhaps. It's one of these things when you acknowledge it as well, then it only makes the problem more pronounced. He's in again and beautifully stroked through the covers. All timing and class. Fist bump and off he walks for his lunch. There we go. And so, fascinating session that. Enjoyed every single minute of it. I have to say, when we turned up this morning, I wondered if it might be a procession, with Surrey starting the day on 82 for no loss. But it's been far from that. They've added 89 across the session, but have lost those 3 wickets. Rory Burns has been broadly implacable, 79 not out. Ben Foakes joined him for the final stretch of that session, 11 not out. Those two will resume in 50 minutes from now. I think it's a slightly extended lunch break. And it's going to be Dino and I departing because John Surtees, the hardest working man in showbiz, has another live interview for us after his chat with the boss, Steve Elworthy, yesterday. He's sitting down with Matt Featherstone of Cricket Brazil. So do stay with us and we'll be back with live coverage in about 35-40 minutes.
Thanks so much, Phil. Yeah, delighted to be back with you. You've got some really, really great live interviews for you during the game. Obviously, we had Steve Elworthy, Surrey Chief Executive, as Phil said yesterday. Simon Hards from the Surrey Cricket Foundation came along yesterday as well, talking about walking cricket. And yeah, really, really excited to be joined today by Matt Featherstone. So Matt is normally resident in Poços de Caldas in Brazil, but he's over in the over in the UK at the moment. And here he is to tell us about Cricket Brazil. Matt, welcome.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here.
Yeah. Right. So I suppose the first question people are going to be asking is, Cricket Brazil is why Cricket Brazil? Why are you here? So I suppose that's the first thing to say. So do you want to tell us particularly what, other than the fact that Cricket Brazil is in general quite an interesting thing, why particularly are we here today?
We're here to launch this partnership with Surrey and the Relief Fund, the Relief Trust, and it's fantastic to be here, back home. 25 years ago I left for Brazil. Didn't expect to be there 25 years, but lovely to be back watching cricket at the Oval, but a real pleasure to be on a special day to launch this new event.
Yeah, it's super exciting. So let's talk about that initially, and then we can go into. I think a lot of people would be fascinated to learn about the history of cricket in Brazil and the future of cricket in Brazil and what's happening with cricket in Brazil. So yeah, the Oval Cricket Relief Trust is a charity that sits within Surrey County Cricket Club. It was originally set up. There was for those of you with longer memories, there was an all-star T20 game hosted here in 2005, an Asia 11 against the rest of the world. 11 featured some of the best players in the world. That was to raise money to rebuild a village on the southwest coast of Sri Lanka called Magona, which was destroyed ultimately in the Boxing Day tsunami of 2004. So £1 million was raised during that game, thanks to the success of the game, and the club at that point sponsored Brit Insurance, very generously contributing, and yeah, Magona was rebuilt, and it's back there now, a thriving fishing village in between Gaul and Colombo. And then more recently, the Oval Cricket Relief Trust has been the focus of a partnership with cricket in Rwanda, which is something that we've talked about a lot before on this broadcast and also around the club. So they, Oval Cricket Relief Trust, well, Surrey County Cricket Club really, helped hugely with a charity called Cricket Builds Hope, who do incredible work to build a new stadium, a ground in Kigali, in the capital of Rwanda, and it's known as the I don't know why they call it the Lords of East Africa, but I think it's better than that. But they so we helped in terms of the building of that ground. That opened in 2017, and the club is still partnered out there in Rwanda now as well, funding a female empowerment program that runs in, as I say, in Kigali. And that's been such a huge success. We've sent staff out there, and it's become a really important part, I think, of a lot of the culture of the club. And we were thinking, what's next? We don't want to just leave it at Rwanda. We want to keep helping in Rwanda, but are there other countries out there that we could help with? And here we are. So we were put together by a mutual friend at the ICC, So the partnership is Oval Cricket Relief Trust are going to be giving £20,000 a year to Cricket Brazil for the next 3 years, to help foment the organic growth of the game in Brazil. So Matt, tell us, what you don't necessarily associate Brazil with cricket. What's happening? Tell us about the cricket. Tell us about this amazing cricket culture in Brazil.
Well, it goes back a long way, to be honest. People think that obviously this is a new sport in Brazil, but it's not. Cricket was actually, the first game of cricket was actually played 24 years before the first game of football in Brazil.
No way.
There's a fair bit of history there, and there's still a street game that everyone still plays in Brazil that they don't realise is cricket, but it is street cricket, and they call it taco or bats. And our job really was when we formed the Cricket Brazil Foundation and the Federation, was to build on that sport, build on Brazilians that already play a form of cricket, and make sure that it's a game for Brazilians. That was our biggest emphasis, that we didn't want, not to cut the expats out, because we all love playing cricket, but the idea was to make this a sport for Brazilians in Brazil. And it's livelier than our game of cricket, it's noisier than our game of cricket,
right?
As you'd expect, but it's growing every time, and and having this new partnership with yourselves is going to be fantastic for us.
Yeah, so I think that's one of the things that's super important. You know, you hear sometimes about cricket cultures in countries that don't necessarily have a historical relationship with the game, and actually you dig a little bit deeper and you find out actually that is largely English expats playing there, or potentially expats from South Asia or other places. But that's really not the case in Brazil, is it? Like, cricket is gaining a foothold in Brazil as a sport for born and bred Brazilians.
Absolutely. We've got about 9,000 people at the moment playing cricket. I would say about 150 are expats. The rest are Brazilians and natives from there. And we're very fortunate that we've taken a great game along. It's not like we're inventing the wheel. And taking cricket and adapting their form of street cricket has been a very easy transformation. So I think our biggest work at the moment is how we can find more cricket coaches to teach these Brazilians that want to play the game. And that's the big part of Cricket Brazil at the moment, is forming people, putting them through university, through our funds and through our association, and making them the next generation of cricket coaches will then lead the game even further.
Sure. So tell us a little bit about this university program that you do. So you are Cricket Brazil are sending Brazilian young people to university?
Absolutely. We, as a decision, as an organisation, we decided to go into the underprivileged areas of Brazil, people who didn't have a lot of opportunity, and give them the opportunity to play cricket. We then realised that very quickly they had a natural ability to play cricket and a natural sporting ability, and how we could then take that the next step of making these people in the social projects potential cricket coaches and the future of Cricket Brazil. So putting them through university was an interesting idea, because they'd never been to their parents had never been to university before. They're the first people in their families that have been to university. So that was a new concept, a concept that's working. We've now put 17 people through the program. We've got 20 odd people in the program as well. So every year we're developing more and more future Brazil cricket coaches.
So put us in their shoes for a minute. What does their life look like? You talked about deliberately trying to work in underprivileged communities in Brazil and provide opportunities to people who may not otherwise have opportunities. Brazil, people may not necessarily be able to sort of picture that. What is there when you're sort of trying to find these people and bring them the opportunity to play cricket, bring the game to them? What does their life look like when you're trying to find them? Who are these people?
Well, they're as I say, they're underprivileged. They normally live in not substandard conditions, but they haven't got the luxuries that a lot of us have had. They come from small communities, and in those communities they work together, and we go into those communities to try and provide an opportunity. There's not many opportunities, not for work and especially not for sport. Brazil, although is well known for football, unfortunately if it's not football, there's no other sports provided, so there's no local sports centres where they can just go and join community projects. And that's one thing that cricket's gone in to try and start that new idea of kids have got something to do, so don't spend time on the street, because we know what happens with kids that stay in the street and what happens in Brazil with the street kids, and therefore our objective is to try and take people away from the street and give them a safe, healthy environment, and cricket is the vehicle for that.
And a lot of your work takes place in this town, I don't know if it's a town or a city, how you describe it, Poços de Caldas.
That's right.
So tell us a bit about Poços de Caldas. I think you've got a bit of a profile there, right?
We've gone very well there. It's a town that I moved to 24 years ago. My wife is from that town, and we started with 24 kids in one small town. When I say a small town, there's 180,000 people who live there, so it's not tiny. But it's quite small in Brazilian scales. We took cricket there. We thought they'd enjoy it. They are enjoying it, and just in one town we have over 5,000 kids playing weekly. We've now taken this model and going out and building this out into other towns, and as we create more development officers, we can then push those further out so they can start other towns in the local area. But it's now a town where our mayor starts his local speech with, Poços de Caldas is a town where more people play cricket than they do football, and that's great. That's a great bit of advertising for us.
It's amazing. So tell us a little about, because I know one of the things that we're hoping to help with, obviously, you can if you've come to the Keir Oval, you can see one of the things that Surrey County Cricket Club are, hopefully considered to be pretty good at is looking after cricket facilities and running and developing cricket facilities. One of the things I think we hope that we're going to be able to help yourselves with is development of those facilities by providing some funds. Hopefully you will be able to invest to develop those facilities, and then maybe utilising a bit of the expertise and experience that we have here at the Keir Oval and sort of allowing hopefully us to train people and help in terms of maintaining and improving those facilities once they're built. But what are your facilities like at the moment? What are we talking? In what kind of conditions? What places are these 9,000 odd people playing their cricket?
Unfortunately, our facilities aren't like this.
No,
we're sitting looking over the Keir Oval and seeing some great scenes and a great place to play cricket. But it's a slow process. We haven't got that many facilities at the moment. We're based in a few states in Brazil, but the main one is in Minas Gerais and Poços de Caldas, where we have one national ground, and we have a small indoor school and a high performance centre. Maybe the word high performance is sometimes confused. It's our high performance centre, but it's not quite as we'd hope a high performance centre would look.
It's not Loughborough, is it?
It's not Loughborough.
No.
It's not your indoor school, and it's not
right.
Lots of places. But obviously, with the help and funding that's coming, that's one of the emphases that we're going to do an up on the infrastructure, make our high performance centre a little bit more high performance and a little more ready to receive the players that we're now receiving. We're actually seeing some very good players come through Cricket Brazil, and therefore they need these facilities to take their game on further.
Sure. So this is something I wanted to get to as well. So we've talked about the community aspect of cricket. You're growing the game from the bottom up, which everyone knows is a great way to develop sports. You don't tend to develop sports. They don't tend to develop very deep roots in the country if you try and grow it from the top down. You're growing this from the bottom up. But let's talk about the top level for a minute. There are Brazilian national teams, both the men's and the women's team, but there's something quite radical that you guys did around those national teams and the women's team in particular. Tell us about that.
Yeah, we decided that as you mentioned, we're very bottom focused, so we're working on the bottom to make the numbers bigger, but we realised that we needed to make a high performance team and a top as well of the pyramid. So in 2020 we decided to contract our women's team, fully contract a women's team to come and play for Cricket Brazil, who are all Brazilians from our development projects.
Yeah, and you did that before the men's team.
Absolutely, it was a
and
no-brainer.
Why was that? Why was it a no-brainer?
Because of the quality that the women were showing. They were definitely our most successful team. We play in a South American tournament and have done for the last 25 years. The women were champions for the last 5 years. The men have never been champions. And the women just had this dedication and really the force that they were going to be the next big team in Brazil. And we really bought into this. We thought that this could be the story of Cricket Brazil, that the women are definitely going to take this on and become a really high performance national team. We made this decision in 2020. Of course the girls weren't ready. We sort of forced them into positions that they probably weren't very comfortable at the time, but now they are comfortable. It's now 4 years down, and we're now looking at our women's team being a lot more successful in the next few years. So
I was going to say, well, take us through some of the successes they've had. So where does the see, Matt, also you're involved at ICC as well, so you know about this kind of thing. But whereabouts do the Brazilian women's team now sit in a sort of global strata? Roughly, in terms of an ICC ranking level, something like that.
They would range between sort of 27 and 35 at the moment in world cricket. The women,
right?
We've been up as far as 27 and slipped down into the lower 30s. This all depends on how many games we can play, because and unfortunately a lot of the associates can't get enough cricket. We can do a lot of training, but because of costs to travel around the world and play higher associates than we are, where you get more points and more ranking on the scorecard.
Sure.
So we try and focus our aims on the South American tournaments. We actually went to the ground in Rwanda. The girls have played in the ground that you helped build.
It's amazing. That's an incredible. I mean, I loved
it. And what an experience! And
tell us about that, because I think Germany played in that tournament as well, didn't they? Is that right? And
absolutely.
Obviously Rwanda played in it.
There was an 8-team tournament, and we're actually going back next year again to compete in this tournament again.
Amazing.
The facilities there are fantastic. The whole community's changed around a cricket ground.
Yeah.
So I know that was part of your aim and objectives of working there, and it's really happened and is helping a whole community in Rwanda. And we hope that the same thing is going to happen in Brazil, that after this we will be in a completely different space than we were today. But that tournament, going back to it, was wonderful. 8-team tournament, some fantastic quality, some fantastic cricket. And Cricket Brazil finished 5th in the tournament, I believe. We then have won the South American tournament for the last 5 years, and our biggest rivals of today are Canada and the USA.
I was going to say, so what's the goal? What's the next step then for that international women's team? Because you don't associate North America or South America with traditionally being cricketing hotbeds. So I think what's the level of competition? Where are you? What do you want to establish next?
We want to be the best in the Americas.
Okay.
We want to beat the USA.
Okay.
They're a big goal for us. We compete well with Canada. We've played 6 times, won 3, lost 3 with Canada, but unfortunately the USA, we've played twice, lost twice.
Okay.
Played 4 times, lost 4 times, and therefore we really see them as the next step, and that's what the team work to. The first thing in our high performance centre in Posses is the USA logo that the girls focus on, and know that when they see that's their goal for the World Cup qualifiers next year, that we want to be knocking them over.
So if you were able to do that next year, that would mean World Cup qualification?
Well, that goes through to the next stage. There's 3 stages, obviously, the World Cup. There's the regional, and then the regional winners, and then the top of the regional winners go to the World Cup. But if we could get out of the first group stage and go to the regional winners, that would be a real...
So what sort of teams would you be playing in that second stage then?
It would depend who goes through, but you'd then be playing against the Scotlands, the Hollands, the higher up, the Papua New Guineas, the nations that are higher associates than we are.
Yeah.
But we see that as a real possibility. If you see the training that goes on, they're training 6 hours a day, 6 days a week, with relatively high performance material and great coaches who are now working with Cricket Brazil. We see that as a definite possibility.
So one of the things that when we got to know each other and we were talking about building this partnership and talking about how Surrey, the Kia Oval, can help you with the work, this wonderful work that you're doing in Brazil, we talked about this rivalry, about the women's team and the rivalry with the US and your goal to knock them off, as you say. One of the things that completely blew my mind. Tell us about one of the biggest disadvantages that your women's team face when they go and play, or when they travel to America to play the American women's team.
Well, I say sitting here, I'm looking out at about 30 or 40 strips here, cut strips. We don't have a grass wicket
in the country.
So therefore, at all.
Right. So you train completely on Astro. So what's that sort of Astro on, Astro strip on concrete, things like that.
Normally AstroTurf on concrete. We do have some AstroTurf, the Knots Astro wickets that we put on top of grass, football pitches or any grass arena.
Yeah, like a flex pitch or something like
exactly.
that. Exactly. Yeah.
But the difference is that we're not playing on grass, and when we go to the World Cup qualifiers, they're all on grass.
Right. So again, for people that love the game but aren't necessarily cricketers, obviously Matt, you play cricket to a good level yourself. Take people through the key differences between training on AstroTurf and playing on a grass wicket. What is the differences?
Well, I mean, there's massive differences. To be honest, you can play on an AstroTurf and you don't need to worry about front or back foot. The bounce is always the same. They're always a lot quicker. They don't spin.
Right.
So spinners don't get a lot of value for their money. That just kicks on. And, whereas on the grass, as we know, you get balls that keep low. You get the difference on wet days and sunny days and drier days.
Yeah.
Which you don't receive on an AstroTurf. You'll get the same all the time. So it's a massive change in technique and also preparation.
Yeah. So not only are this team, their goal is to beat the US, who are hiding that. Yeah, they are unable currently to train in the conditions that they will then go and play in when they get to the US. And this isn't even just saying, oh well, you can't train on you can't train on dusty wickets before you go and play in India. If you train on outdoor English pitches, you're not training in the same conditions that you're going to go and play in tour. You're training on AstroTurf wickets and playing on turf. So how do your players react when they come up against a spinner who can then get take off a grass wicket? That must be really difficult.
Absolutely, they struggle. You can see there's a massive difference,
but it's not their fault.
Absolutely, and I think if we played, we've talked about this. If we played the USA on AstroTurf, I think the result could be slightly different.
Right,
it would be a much closer game. But exactly what you've mentioned, the difference of the spin, the seam, the actual. What happens on a wicket with a ball and how it grips, it doesn't grip on AstroTurf.
Right.
So therefore the batters are not prepared and the bowlers are not prepared.
Okay. So Matt, what's our plan? How are we going to help this? How is this partnership going to help this, what seems to me like quite an intrinsic problem?
Absolutely, and this is part of the whole strategy of coming over and building grass wickets, grass nets to train on, grass strips for them to play on. So we can prepare for the next World Cup qualifiers. So
part of the funding in this partnership is going to enable you to be building the first grass training wickets in Brazil, so actually the training can be done in a much more reasonable and proper manner to go and then play these big games against the US.
That's exactly right. Exactly right.
Well, I'm incredibly excited to be able to do that. Let's talk about some of your players as well. So there's a lady who's just been over in England for the last few weeks. She's been playing a bit of club cricket around London, and if those of you may listen to the Tailenders podcast, and you may have heard her speak. She's got a fair few followers on social media. So Roberta Moretti Avery is her name. I think if you're English you say Roberta. I'm not sure that's necessarily how you pronounce it if you're in Brazil. But tell us about Roberta and what she's brought to what you do.
Yeah, she's been a fantastic ambassador for cricket for us, and coming over and playing and dedicating. If you see how she trains and how she plays and how she really takes the game forward. And as I say, being an ambassador for women's sport, a Brazilian women's sport, coming here and playing and doing very well. She actually, for someone who doesn't play a lot on grass and just plays on artificial, she actually performs very well, and is, as I say, hopefully going to keep this going. This is something that Roberta was here this year and will be coming back next year, and the more we can get her over here and really putting Cricket Brazil out there and putting our best foot forward, even better. We've also got another Laura.
I was going to say, tell us about Laura Cardoso. So she's over at the moment playing this summer. She's over for a little bit longer than Roberta was.
Yeah, Laura's been here for 90 days. She's down at Exeter Cricket Club. It's the first real...
so Exeter Cricket Club, so like a proper, big club.
Yeah, big club, and they've been absolutely fantastic. They accepted her to come over, be part of their teams. She's playing in the men's league on the Saturday and the women's league that won the league last week, and she's been a part of that. I know that she scored a couple of hundred, which is brilliant for her, because this has been a real adaptation of coming and playing on grass wickets for a whole British summer.
And how old's Laura?
She's 19 now.
She's 19 and she's scoring hundreds, in English club cricket. So that's you've got to be good at, no matter what level you play at, you've got to be good at cricket to score 100. You cannot score 100, even if you play at the worst possible level. To have the application, the consistency, and the mentality to score 100 is impressive. But yeah, she's playing at a good level English, club cricket, and she's stroking hundreds. That's brilliant. That shows you, potentially, that she's at the vanguard of that next generation, right?
Yeah, and I think we've got 3 or 4 of Lara's waiting to be the next Lara next year that are itching to come over, and that's one of the things that Roberta has done this time, that she's opened up a few more places and a few more clubs for our girls to play, and Exeter have really kindly offered to take Laura back and also take somebody else down in the Devon League. So every year hopefully you're going to see more Brazilian players
Well, I think that's absolutely fascinating. So obviously, I think massive shout out to Exeter here, because Exeter clearly have, they're a big club. They have funds to bring over and overseas players, as some of these clubs do. But to have the kind of mentality, have the open-mindedness to think, rather than just finding some Aussie gun who's going to go and smash it and sort of help them for success. To have that open-minded mentality to think about the opportunities they could provide to someone like Laura, and what that can then feed back into in terms of the growth of the game in Brazil is amazing. So if someone's sat at home now listening to this, we may hopefully sit this out on our podcast feed as well. If someone's listened to this on a podcast or watching on YouTube live on the Surrey broadcast, and they think, I'm from a big club in Surrey, or I'm from a big club maybe up in Lancashire or whatever, who watching this game or anywhere else, what would you say to them if they're thinking, oh, maybe we could get a Brazilian over? How would that work? What would you say to them?
We'd love to have it. We'd love to have that contact. As I say, we've got 4 or 5 girls that we think are good enough to come and play in the British summer, in the British leagues. And please get in contact.
So how does someone get in touch with you, Matt?
Cricket Brazil. Just open up the website, Cricket Brazil. There's our Facebook. There's our Instagram.
Yep.
There's our homepage there. There's our emails on the homepage. Please feel free to look at it, to see what's happening in Brazil, and also be in contact, because we'd love that that interaction.
Because I think that's the most important, one of the, not the most important thing, but what an important thing is, if you're sitting there and you're thinking, oh, we'd like to bring over an overseas player, but you're genuinely, Laura, as an example, is scoring hundreds at Exeter Cricket Club, and they've won the league. So you're not. I guess what you're saying is these players are good enough to make an impact in your team as well, and fulfil that role as an overseas. Genuinely to help drive the quality of some of your younger English players in this country as well, right?
Yeah, I really believe that. I think that, as I say, using Laura as the example, that she's come over and added to the team. I really hope that Exeter, and I think that's happened because they've asked her to come back. So I think she's really added to that team, just put that little special edge, maybe giving a little bit of a different feel, that having the first ever Brazilian national cricketer coming to play an English summer. And who knows that this is going to be one thing that's going to get more and more every year. And also, we'd love to have people to come to Brazil and spend time and play in our season.
Yeah. So again, tell us about that. If someone would someone's thinking, for an interesting place to take their team on tour or whatever, what is a cricket tour? What is, if you were taking your club or your team out to Brazil on tour, what does that look like? And how also will that then help you guys, clubs coming over on tour? How does that then help you guys continue with what your mission is?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely worse places in the world to tour cricket than Brazil. It's not a difficult sell, and you will understand when you arrive in Brazil. But the first stop is obviously Rio. We've got a lovely cricket club in Rio, and obviously lovely beaches. And,
so there's a club in Rio as well, is there? Tell us about that.
Yeah, so we've got 4 states with 4 clubs. Rio is a very big one called the Carioca Cricket Club. Carioca is a local from Rio. We have 3 full-size grounds there, so we can host more than one team. We have all of our tournaments down in Rio. They would then spend some time playing against the Carioca Cricket Club. They'd then drive up a 5 or 6 hour drive into Poços de Caldas, into the mountains, come to the capital of cricket, the home of cricket in Brazil, play there against our local teams there, and then drive down to São Paulo, which is about 3 hours, and have a game or a couple of games in São Paulo in the oldest pitch in Brazil. And then fly home from there. So it's a great tour. I'd recommend it to anyone.
Yeah, that sounds amazing. And then tell us about how you'd be then, by choosing to take your tour out there, how you'd be then helping you guys.
Well, helping because it gives more people competition. It makes people more aware. We're very conscious that we live in a small little bubble, and therefore more teams coming, more people playing, just raises the profile of cricket is this second biggest game in the world, this massive global game that sometimes people forget when they're in little isolated communities in Brazil. We'd also, as always, like to ask people to bring some kit over with them, which is a massive problem for us to receive kit. So we build that into the tour. They obviously go away with Brazilian cricket merchandise, but we obviously grab some stuff from them.
Yeah.
And I think it's just a place that people didn't expect to go on cricket tour.
Sure, yeah, absolutely.
But somewhere that once they've been, they will keep wanting to come back.
But let's go back a minute to talk about the future as well, because I was excited. We were chatting just before this, and you were telling me about you're now you've got national teams coming out under 15 level, under 19 level. We talked about Rwanda. Obviously, one of the great stories for me in the global game in the last few years was Rwanda qualifying for their under 19 Women's World Cup last year. Where they played and not only did they qualify, they actually made it to the Super 6 stage. They beat the West Indies, they beat Zimbabwe, they beat Ireland in a warm-up game. You guys are seeing that and sort of trying to replicate that path as well, aren't you? You're seeing some great success in some of your age group teams.
Yeah, well, as I said before, our biggest thing is making cricket a game for Brazilians. We know there's 239 million Brazilians, so we're not lacking on numbers.
239 mil.
We're not lacking on numbers,
but
once we give them the opportunity, we know that there's potential for them to be the next Rwanda, the next Papua New Guinea, the next associate nation that's going to go through and break through and start making headway into the full test playing nations. As I say, the under 15s, the under 19s are a big focus on us, and we've just managed to win the South American tournament, knocking Argentina over in all categories. And with the boys now, we've got the women coming over next month and hopefully going to be doing the same. So being strong in South America is important for us, but being strong in the Americas is even more important, and then going on to the next stage. But we know that in time, and we're not talking about many years, but probably in the next 5 years, we think that we could be as good as, or not better than, the USA with the structure and the infrastructure we're putting in, the coaching and the amount of dedication from our girls. We've got no doubt that this is not a probability, or is a probability and a possibility that this will happen.
So take us through the next 6 to 9 months then for Cricket Brazil. What are the next rounds of fixtures that your women's team are going to be playing, the senior women's team and the men's team? What are your current focuses?
So we've got the South Americans coming in a month, where we have the Cayman Islands, Argentina, Mexico, Peru and Brazil.
So the Caymans are playing, and obviously there's a big tournament going on in the T10 in the Caymans at the moment. I think it's been broadcast over here on TNT Sport. You've got some big name players playing out there, haven't you? So it's interesting. The Caymans playing in the South American competition.
So they're coming down for some experience. They were there in the under 15s and the under 19s last week.
Because again, some would say that maybe they're more. They also have strong links to the Caribbean in the Caymans as well. Where obviously there's that much more of a culture. So that's an interesting competition. So I distracted you. See, that's happening in a month. You've got the South American.
We got the South American ladies.
Yeah.
We then have the men's South American tournament. We then have the men's ICC World Cup.
When's the men's one?
The men is in October.
Okay.
And that's in Brazil. And then the ICC World Cup qualifiers are in December.
Yeah.
Which are in Argentina.
Okay.
There's 9 teams from the region competing for 2 spaces to go through to the next stage.
And then what would the next stage be from there? Would that be USA and Canada, or?
Exactly. So we're in Division 2. There's 9 teams in Division 2. The Division 1 at the moment is USA and Canada. Bermuda, who are probably the third in line, but they're in Division 2 at the moment. The top 2 teams go forward to play in a 4-team competition to see who goes through to the World Cup.
And then when would that 4-team comp be?
That will be probably in March, April.
Okay.
After December, so not long after.
And that'd be up in the US, would it?
It will be in the US or Canada.
Yeah, right. Okay. So and then if you were to then succeed in that competition, that'll be, as we talked about earlier, about that's when you get the opportunity to then compete against Scotland or Holland or the Papua New Guineas and of the world, to with that that World Cup place on the line. So I think we accept what we said in the interview that Brazil are unlikely to be taking their place in the 2026 Women's T20 World Cup. But do you have a year in mind where you think it's realistic, where you think this would be the World Cup that you can target?
I think the next 5 or 6 years is a possibility. We're very focused on the Olympics. And now cricket's an Olympic sport. Looking at 2032 in Brisbane, that's a real goal for us to make sure that our women are going to be participating and playing in the Brisbane Olympics.
Right.
This is really interesting with the Olympics coming up.
Yeah.
We now become part of a really massive organisation of the Olympic Committee.
Yeah, I was going to say. So tell us about that. So people in this country are just sort of starting to come to terms with the fact that there's going to be an Olympic cricket competition in 2028 in LA, and obviously from cricket countries like the UK, like England, where there is obviously hugely established cricketing culture. Playing in the Olympics, I think, will be very cool and very different. But also a sort of another competition that we're talking about. But from a Brazilian perspective, from a country where you're trying to grow cricket from an acorn, tell us about what Olympic inclusion means to you and how important that is.
It's going to be massive for us. I think this is the biggest thing. Obviously, being a member of the ICC and an associate member is fantastic, but being part now of our own Olympic Committee, having the support of our own Olympic Committee, funding that comes from these committees, and you become part of a group where you're having more qualifying games, much more time to prepare, much more help from the local government, because now we're part of an Olympic sport. Before we were just a standoff sport on our own, which the Brazilian government accepted but didn't support. Now becoming part of the Olympic Committee, we are somewhere where they have to support. They will come in and help, and that will start opening many doors for us.
So that's massive. I don't think people necessarily understand, from a wider international perspective, the importance of cricket being accepted into the Olympics. That for you is a major deal.
That is a massive deal for us. That's probably the time we see ourselves being part of the bigger global game, is exactly that, being part of the 2032 Olympics in Brisbane. Yeah,
that's such an exciting prospect. So, look, the eagle-eared amongst you would have heard the 5-minute bell ring. I can see the Lancashire players just starting to sort of gather together in the outfield. So, Matt, people have listened to this. You're a very passionate guy. You've sold the dream of cricket in Brazil. You've told people what you're doing. If someone wants to get involved, if someone wants to help, if someone wants to give some money, if someone wants to take their club out on tour to Brazil, just find out more. How do they do it?
First of all, Cricket Brazil. Just put Cricket Brazil on Google. Will come up our website. They can look into the website. That will have all of the numbers there that they need to get in contact. Contact me directly through that, or through Cricket Brazil. We will answer you. We love having this interest in sport there. So please feel free to get in contact. Say the women's game, the men's game, the junior game is so important to us, and just giving people to be part of cricket is very special. And we know what it's done for us as youngsters, and giving other youngsters that opportunity is a great thing.
Well, look, Matt, from the perspective of Surrey County Cricket Club, we're honoured to be involved with cricket in Brazil. We're excited to be involved with cricket in Brazil. We've seen, in our partnership in Rwanda in the last few years, what's possible out there, and we're excited to work with yourselves and learn more about how we can develop this game. And for Surrey fans, you'll be seeing a fair bit more about Brazilian cricket on our social media channels, on our website, and over the course of the next few months, as we start to roll this partnership out and we start to tell the story of how we're trying to help what you're doing, and also help amplify your voice and help amplify the voice of cricket as it's growing in Brazil. So, thanks so much for joining us. Hopefully this won't be the last time you come on the broadcast to tell stories about cricket in Brazil. And as I say, if you're interested, if you're inspired, Google Cricket Brazil, go on the Cricket Brazil website, look at Cricket Brazil on Facebook and Instagram, all the normal social media channels. Follow, get involved, contact, and let's see what we can happen. Cricket Brazil, what an incredible story.
Yeah, thanks, and this partnership means the world to us. We are over the moon with this partnership with Surrey, and look forward to coming back and telling you all the new parts that have grown because of this partnership with you. So massive thanks for you, and look forward to seeing you and a lot of Surrey cricketers in Brazil.
Well, I hope so. Matt Faison in Cricket Brazil, thanks so much for joining us. Surrey coming now to start the second session of day 2, 171 for 3. Rory Burns, 79 of 157. Ben Folkes, beautiful cover drive off the final ball of the morning session, 11 off 30 balls. Behind me we have Adam Collins, behind me Cameron Ponsonby. They'll be taking you through the first part of the second session, as Surrey seek to get beyond Lancashire and then start to build a lead.
Opening up after lunch at the Mickey Stewart Pavilion there, Will Williams.
All right, Matt Featherstone from Cricket Brazil. Goodness me, isn't that one of the great stories of world cricket at the moment? Great to have him on with us through the lunch break with the communications and commentary czar here at Surrey, John Surtees. Anything that's going on, Surts is nearby. Adam Collins picking up commentary after a busy first session where 3 wickets fell, 2 of those in the first half an hour. And if my maths are correct. Some 88 runs were added, which leaves 33 for the hosts to draw level, with Lancashire, who are all out for 204 late yesterday. Hello, Cam.
Hello, Adam. It's always nice to pick up from the king of the Kia Oval, John Surtees.
That's probably a better way of putting it than the Tsar, the king of the Kia. King of the Kia. That might stick, actually.
I'll keep trying my best.
Here is Will Williams around the wicket. Burns leaving close to the off stump. So he started on 43 today, Burns, and batted quite fluently, and had to be involved in a couple of little restarts as well. The 52-run partnership with Will Jacks, which was broken with the score on 149. Jacks getting 31 of those before getting caught at cover. As you said on the left, Burns has been the mainstay and batted quite nicely with Ben Folkes in the 40 minutes or so before lunch. That's a classic Burns shot. Set your watch to it. Room outside the off stump. If it's short enough, he's always looking to place it on his terms where the gap is, and there was one there behind point.
That's remarkable, the speed at which the ball's flown off Rory Burns' bat there. It really was just a kind of touch of the ball, a glance. But with the boundary over to Burns' offside, towards the gasometer. No chance for the fielder out at deep point.
It's a rare boundary off. It might even be the first boundary off Williams in his 13th over. There's a single there as well, which will give Folkes the strike. Bit of activity in the crowd. Rocky theme song. Trying to work out the...
Yeah, no Mark Stoneman in town.
No, yeah, there's not. That would have worked here for a time, for the few years that he played at Surrey.
I think it's a... There's basically 12 lads having an absolute party, but they've been very civilised because they've positioned themselves on the other side of the ground to everyone else.
Ah, right. Where are they?
They're just below us to our right.
Okay.
And having a day out. What's wrong with that?
Yeah. So Will Williams gets the chance to use his British passport because he's got a grandparent from Yorkshire, which is a nice little quirk.
Excellent.
Across the Pennines there. But he was playing club cricket in Somerset initially. We're going back a few years now. There are our lads. All well behaved, I'm sure.
It's a hell of an effort to get 12 lads off work on a Friday.
Yeah.
It's been a date that'll been a date that's been in the diary for a fair while.
I hope they've all gotten the day off and they haven't just been caught on camera. Edged and falls short of first slip and runs away for a second boundary in the over. So Bohannon there at slip. Just snuck through. We're behind it at our end, so the replay will be interesting. Don't believe it carried, no, fell well short. One of those frustrating ones where thinking about coming forward to catch it means that you're less likely to stop it on the bounce.
A frustrating start for Williams is the correct word. He'd been so economical for Lancashire. I'd hope that he'd been able to continue in tight fashion.
So 9 runs from the over, just 24 away from pulling level. Surrey at 180 for 3, with Burns going into the 80s in that over.
No, I said this yesterday, but I'm feeling it again. I'm getting a bit nervous for Lancashire here. The sun is out on a day 2 pitch at the Oval. You couldn't wish for better batting conditions. We're going to have George Balderson starting play from the Vauxhall end after lunch. But if there was a scene you wanted to set to pile on a large first innings score, I think you'd be picking this scenario right here if you were Surrey.
From the Vauxhall end, George Balderson.
Bowled a lively spell. Well, bowled 2 of them actually, but one in particular before lunch where he wasn't far away from hitting Burns' off stump a couple of times when shouldering arms. Keeps 2 back on the short boundary, leg side rope. away from us. That's the tempter. Nearly spoons it to cover. It didn't actually come back towards him at all that time. It was out towards the, the tram tracks in one-day terms. We'll see it again, I'm sure, here. Catch was the call. In close is Tom Hartley on the offside. Here's a replay. So he moved away from him when ordinarily Balderson's bringing it back. There's another hung out wide. So interesting start to the new contest. This pair of...
This seems to have been a bit of a ploy from Lancashire to Burns. Boyden bowled 2 wide deliveries outside the off stump just before lunch. And that first delivery where Burns was almost caught at cover, the ball was so wide outside off stump and he still reached for it, he still went for it. And with no sweeper on the offside, I think Burns is going to keep reaching, keep having a go. And Lancashire are going to keep bowling there.
I'd get rid of one of the 2 men back. Go 7-2. Gets it out to point, but I mean, if you're going to go all in, right? I mean, they've got 2 men back. I understand why, by the way. In ordinary circumstances, you would protect the very short boundary. But maybe get rid of that deep square leg. Give him the huge gap between mid-on and long leg. And throw someone else in the wall there, perhaps between point and cover. Just bolster that area. Catching cover closer to the bat might be another option. Play the waiting game. It's 4th stump line and stuck through that gap, albeit without any real power. Single added. Burns 15 away from a ton.
It's almost like the fields you see in the kind of power play to a spinner in T20 cricket, where you have your 2 fielders out on the leg side and then you just pack the ring on the offside and hope that any deliveries that are struck in that direction just find the man. I do wonder if Lancashire just want to give themselves the option by having 2 back out on the offside, leg side even. You give yourself the option to drop one short, whereas if you remove one, it all becomes one-dimensional, the plan. But if they're going to... I'm not disagreeing with you that it's an option for them to bring one over.
Beaten with these more conventional outswing. The contrast is they don't have the short boundary protected for folks. No deep point. They're leaving him a gap there, tempting him to go after one. It's also fun as a bowler having a weird field to bowl to, is it not? You know, having a 7-2 or a 2-7 and having enormous gaps on one side of the ground. Don't mind that.
No, I remember being sat here. Actually, I got a Facebook memory about this yesterday. It reminded me I'd been at the Kia Oval 8 years ago watching England versus Pakistan. And I remember Yazir Shah bowling leg spin. So I think it was James Anderson. It was a left-handed tail-ender and he was bowling to a 2-7. He was bowling right arm leg spin into the left-hander. He had a slip, a mid-off, and the entire offside was free. And I remember kind of it blowing my mind at the skill and the accuracy you must have to be able to bowl to a field like that, where you know you don't need anyone marshalling any of that space. So he could do it, but I wouldn't necessarily recommend it.
We're going to look back at that Yas Shah career, and he's one of the strangest in Test cricket. I think I'm right in saying he was the second quickest ever to 200 Test wickets, something like that, and didn't get many more than 200. You'll have the card in front of you and tell me how many he finished with.
He finished with 244.
244, and yeah, it was a career that went in shifts and spurts, occasionally like an absolute world beater. That 2016 summer, the Test at Lords, where he was player of the match, was an all-timer actually. Outswing at a start from round the wicket. That's a classy bit of bowling from Williams, but doesn't make Burns play. It finished on the final afternoon. It was sun-kissed Lords. England chasing about 300 in the final innings. They fell well short in the end, but the draw was in the frame as well. Chris Wokes was having a worldly. The whole way through those 5 days, you never really knew who was on top, with some great individual performances, and it set up an excellent series. A Desmond Tutu, don't see them so often in Test cricket, although we've had a couple in Ashes series over here in recent years. But yes, the Pakistan visitors won the 2 Test matches in London.
Yep.
With England winning the 2 Test matches away from London at Birmingham and Manchester.
You're good. He's good.
It was kind of there was a gag to be made there about that was the Brexit summer. And there was a gag somewhere in there about what was more popular in London and what wasn't. You know, I might have shoehorned that into an article at one stage. I'm not going to try and bring it back now, get in trouble.
I remember being at a friend of mine's house who, not into cricket at all, and Pakistan were playing. It must have been that summer as well. I think Yas Rana was bowling. It must have been the Birmingham or Manchester Test match. And I was trying to explain to my friend that Yas Rana was like one of the best bowlers in the world, and so we needed to put it on the TV. And he saw it and he was like, why is that good? And I just had no idea how to explain it. I was like, well, because it's kind of spinning, and he was like, yeah, but it looks slow. And at that point, we realised we're never going to win Rob over to cricket, unfortunately.
Hi, Rob. If you're watching, probably not.
He definitely won't be. I don't think he's watched a single minute ball of cricket for a very, very long time, if ever. Probably not since 2016, actually.
The other thing I remember fondly about that test at Lords, as it relates to Yas Rana, remember the 3 Warney tweets?
No.
Were you immersed within cricket Twitter at that point?
I don't think I would have been, no.
Warney put up a tweet when Yas Rana took 5 for in the first innings to the effect of, well done, young man. It's great to have basically been your mentor. That was tweet 1.
Beautiful.
Then he realised he'd overdone it a little bit. Into the onside. And wound it back a gear or two. Something like, oh, great to have spent some time with you. Then he deleted that again. Had a third tilt at it where it's like, nice to have met you or something. It was the progression. Through a half an hour spell or something like that. I think Charlie Reynolds, who's our colleague on the Surrey stream occasionally, was documenting all of it, probably writing about it as well.
It's nice to have had two moments of kind of self-awareness. I don't actually know this bloke very well. I'm going to dial myself back down.
I think he might have copped a few pelters in the replies. That might have informed the pivot. And again from Williams, that's a good over out there. If they're bowling to this plan, to Burns, that's where you want to be. And you see Burns there pointing down the pitch, but more to folks doing the fingers from one side to the other, which is the international signal for it is swinging a little bit. It is moving around. So he's equal to the task so far, leaving alone. 23 is what Surrey trail by now. What were you doing in 2016? You were university?
University, roughly? Yep. I would have just finished my first year at university. I went to uni in 2015 down in Southampton.
Yep.
So I'd have finished my first year and spent trying to work out what the best way to talk about it in a public manner is. I spent the summer captaining the third team at Spencer. We won the league. So there we go.
I thought you were going to say something completely different to that.
Yeah,
How do I say this without getting in trouble? Carving in that direction we spoke of in the previous over, where they've left a gap for folks at point, just for 1 though, didn't time that cut shot. 182 for 3. Okay.
You must have only just started working. You've been in cricket for a couple of years.
Yeah, I did the 16 summer. I wrote it for Wisden India. That was
nice.
who I had a column with each night at the close of play, and I was doing videos for the Independent when that was a thing.
Nice.
Their video platform was up and about doing stuff every night, which was pretty fun, if I recall. Now he takes it on, and it's going to be 4. It's going to take him to 89. It's all the way along the carpet, but it might even be a Q-ender, or near enough to it, with Balderson setting it well outside the off stump. Trail by 18. Partnership up to 37. We're back into that, if we weren't already, that space where Lancs really need a wicket. Although I do feel like they've got quite a lot right since lunch at the same time. Like that looks ropey where he's bowling it, but it's to a plan.
Yeah, I don't know if I'm fully bought into the plan yet, to be honest.
That's closer.
I feel it's so, and maybe I'm just not liking change, but it feels so at odds with the kind of general consensus of how people go about taking wickets, not just here at the Oval, but in general, where you're kind of targeting the stumps, trying to get the ball to nip off the seam in either direction to challenge both edges, and in effect, they're not getting massive amounts of seam, they're just hanging it as far outside off stump as possible to Burns and tempting him.
It's quite nice that Spencer gave you a captaincy at 19.
Yeah, that was a thing. I remember I really enjoyed it, and I think it helped me probably grow up quite a lot, because I was a teenager kind of captaining men, but I can't imagine I remember dropping people to the 4th team or whatever, and they were getting a phone call from a 19-year-old child.
Oh, that's better. And by better, I mean that was in control. He knew exactly what he was doing there, Burns. Played it late, under his eyes, and played it through about fourth slip. That'll take him into the 90s as well, 93. Seeing it a second time here on replay. It was that whip of the wrists at the perfect moment. 14 away now from first innings honours.
Yeah, well, I said phone call. That's an absolute lie. I think my communication was terrible in that I would text people because I was too scared to call them and drop them. But I had a lovely time for 2 years doing that. With this plan, I just feel like Lancashire kind of leaning into Burns' strength. If you were to say one of the things that Burns is very good at, it's kind of cutting and guiding the ball down to deep third, and that's basically what they're asking him to do.
There's the variation where he's leaving a little bit closer to off stump, which was a close run thing with him and Balderson before lunch. 190 for 3, but another expensive over. 9 coming from it. Yeah, it's the risk-reward profile, isn't it? That they feel like Burns is more likely to play a shot out there and bring the catching men into play at cover or one of the two grippers. But so far, so good for the Surrey captain. 7 away from his second ton this year.
It's also not just that they're bowling wide of off stump and encouraging him to take that risk. They are taking the full risk on board themselves, and they don't have a deep third. They don't have cover points out. So the carrot they're dangling to Burns is, if you get this right, you will score a boundary. It's not a case that if you get this right, you'll get one. And it means there's only a finite amount of time you can really use the plan, because it could be a very expensive plan with the ball, and with a lead that only stands at 14 now.
Yeah. Will Williams. Is he a Williams? I assume he is. Let's have a quick look and see.
Do you reckon that's like a family tradition or something?
Williams. Does rather roll off the tongue, doesn't it? Will Williams.
I just can't imagine the conversation between the parents. You go, what should we call young something Williams? I know a great name. I've had an idea. One of the many cricketing pilots. I learned to my research of him.
I didn't know that. So what sort of piloting, do we know what he did?
Well, planes mainly, I guess.
I'm saying he went in the Air Force, was he?
Let me get this up. An article by James Coyne of The Cricketer.
Of course. Hello, Coyne.
Pilot. So he's in a long lineup of cricketer pilots, including Keith Miller, Usman Khawaja, Travis Friend, Ricky Alcock, and Colin Croft.
I'll give you a beauty in a minute, but keep going. Not listed there.
Though some of them, I've still got time here. Though some of that list got into it after their playing careers were over. That's all we get.
Okay. So was he a commercial pilot or not?
I have a little bit more for you, actually. So Williams plays up to it all by dubbing his run up the runway and embarking on the inevitable aeroplane celebration when he takes a wicket. I'd always had a fascination with planes when I was younger. I loved watching them fly around. I went for a trial flight in school and enjoyed that and picked it up from there. It's no different from being an instructor. I have no idea if I have a job next winter, but that's the fortunate thing of having 2 careers. So it hasn't quite made clear whether he's flying like Air New Zealand planes around, whether he's just able to. I don't really know. If you don't do that, I don't know what your job as a pilot is, to be honest.
I think the article would have said if he was in the Air Force.
Well, Sikandar Raza.
True. Sikandar Raza. The first cricket tour I went on to work was in 2015 in the Caribbean. Australia were playing a couple of test matches there. And I was sat next to the other person who was on their first international tour or test tour, Adam Voges, who went on to
very nice.
make 100 at Dominica on test debut. We were going from Antigua to Dominica. Antigua was where the tour match was before the test. And we were within earshot of Craig McDermott, who was the Australian bowling coach at the time. And as we're getting on this plane and we're about to take off and all the rest of it, someone tells us, and I'm going to bring up a scorecard here before I get the punchline here, because otherwise it won't quite work. But if you just bear with me here, Cam, this will all make sense why this is relevant. Just a moment from here. There it is. Jeez, I'm good at this. Looking up obscure scorecards very quickly. The question was asked, about who the pilot was, or not the question, it was just asserted. Oh, boys, did you know that a former Test cricketer is flying this plane? And everyone's like, what? It's pretty cool. Former Test cricketer. And then it was, and then it was said that, yeah, Patterson Thompson, the former West Indies fast bowler.
Wonderful.
Now, what Patterson Thompson's most known for is bowling 22 no-balls in a Test innings. And Craig McDermott pipes up and goes, "You better not overstep today."
There we go. Safe landing.
Yeah, I don't remember, which is a good thing. Like any good pilot, if you don't know,
That's a good point, actually.
If you don't know how it went, it's gone okay. I don't think we applauded like you do in some parts of the world. You applaud when the plane lands.
That was really in vogue for a lot. What really stresses me about I've been lucky enough to cover some cricket over in the Caribbean. When you fly between the islands, you're not allowed to have your headphones in when you take off or land. And I'm always thinking, why? How fragile? How little faith do we have that I can't be listening to a random song? Oh, goodness me.
190 for 3. Still trailed by 14. Back-to-back maidens from Williams. All those quirks, like some airlines that you can basically have your laptop out working, and they don't care. And others that want to strap you into your chair like you're in Con Air. Some domestic. I used to like it when you'd fly. It was Ryanair, wasn't it? When you'd get there on time and they'd blow the horn, like they go.
Yep.
Bring back the horn. Nah, well, I don't think they do, because I don't think they got a chance to blow it enough. They jettisoned. Now it looks like we've had some balls go through some rings between overs. That was the brief delay, and the arm has gone up from umpire Milnes. We're getting a changed Dukes.
We've had a lot of change. We've got a new cricket match here, because we have a new ball. I believe Ben Folkes changed his bat as well. So new leather and new willow will be on show.
I wonder what happens to the balls that... Well, a lot's made of how does a ball get into the box, right?
How do they get out of the box?
What happens when a ball has been deemed out of shape? Like that poor old Dukes, 56 overs old. Still one side clearly very well shined up. We saw before in the close-up shot. Does that just, it's still a...
That gets in a training bag somewhere.
It's in a training bag, even though it's a bit out of shape.
Yeah. You can whack it and take some catches. There must be a market for slightly used cricket balls.
Yeah.
If someone just sold them kind of en masse.
Yeah.
I feel like that exists with golf balls. I don't play golf, but I feel like you can buy lots of used golf balls. You go down to the golf club and people stick in a tub.
How many balls do you have in your cricket bag?
Good question. I think currently I have one.
One?
But where do you get them from? No one buys cricket balls.
What are you doing when you're having a little brochet? What do you go and get on your own? You don't bowl very much on your own, do you?
I do. I try to. There'll be a ball bag down at the club. But that's the classic thing. You agree to go for a net with a mate, and you turn up and you realise neither of you has a cricket ball.
Yeah.
But the thing is, the only reason you'd ever have a ball is because you've accidentally stolen one from a match or training.
Or taken a fifer. But they're not the one. Oh, that's first ball has jagged. Now, Balderson has done this at least 3 or 4 times. He gets really wide of the crease.
Ooh.
Nice tall action. And, I mean, it's hitting 4th stump. It's not missing by an inch or anything like that, but there was one before lunch that was missing by about an inch, I reckon, on the reverse angle that we saw. So he's in Burns' head on that angle, and then he'll, I'd imagine, proceed to bowl a number of balls well outside the off stump back into the former plan. So let's see here. No, close again. Crowd beneath us interested.
I think this is better line from Lancashire and Balderson. Maybe it was all part of the master plan. Just drag him over to the offside by hanging it out side off and nipping one back into the pads. I was sad we only got one over of Luke Wells' leggies, to be honest.
Yeah. I quite liked his grip. It felt like he was just using the two, like his the traditional spinning finger wasn't even in operation. Oh, beaten outside the off stump from round the wicket with an in-swinger. That's difficult to do. But again, that's the influence that Balderson's having in this stoush with Burns. He's 7 away from 100, been out there for a long time, but still able to do enough with a changed ball. Yeah, not far away from taking out the off pole.
just to reopen old wounds, where did you lie as an Australian journalist? Where did you fall in the great cricket ball controversy of the Oval 2023?
I was a conspiracy theorist.
Yeah?
But not
brilliant.
But not the conspiracy that everyone advanced. I had a different conspiracy.
Okay,
theory.
so to remind you, so this is when Australia were looking quite comfortable in a big run chase.
Warner, Khawaja and Smith were batting well. No, Head and Smith, I think. Head and Smith.
I thought, no, Khawaja was in.
Is Khawaja still in? Might have been. He was in for the whole series. Leg stump line turned into the onside. There should be a couple.
Khawaja was definitely in because I remember he faced the first ball with the new ball, hit it, and immediately said to the umpire, "Was like, what on earth have you given them here?"
Well, the theory, the conspiracy theory advanced by some was that it was a stitch up.
Okay.
That they just put a ball in the box that was like far newer and so on. There's a few things to note here. One is that the ball that Australia had been facing, the one England had been bowling with to that point, 50-odd overs or something like that, was knackered because they were clearly throwing it into the turf to get one side scuffed up for reverse swing purposes. And when you're doing that, it's an imperfect science, right? When you're trying to throw the ball into the turf, you can't always UFO it. It usually means both sides of the ball take a bit of toll. 191 for 3, trailed by 13. So I didn't mind the split screen with one ball knackered, one ball a bit new. That's okay. Both balls can still be 50-odd overs old. We know that from what I pondered aloud, perhaps too often. There was a batch of Duke's balls in 2018 that were used for the India-England Test Series over here, which swung so prodigiously and was so good for ball over bat that Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad astutely asked to keep a whole batch of them back for the 2019 Ashes.
Ooh.
This is all on the record. This is not me speculating. This is at the time. I think they even said they were going to try and keep some back, and it got a run. Burns through mid-wicket. Loves it there as well. Minimum of fuss across his stumps. Might go. Does go. Dragged over the rope. Means Burns is up to 98. That's a lovely shot to start again. Just when there was a bit of action going on down the other end, Cam.
That's beautifully timed to the leg side from Burns. He's been so balanced throughout this innings. And we see that he's picked that up from around middle and off stump. I think Williams, who's put in a serious shift, is just losing that little bit of pace at the moment. That ball just kind of, you could see, went up out of his hand as opposed to firing into the wicket and nibbling off the surface. Burns on 98 off 181.
Well in behind it in defence. And just to finish that thought, my theory was that, maybe one of those balls from 2018 just stayed in the box because they don't get changed over too often, right? You're not looking for a 50-odd over ball too often. Maybe one was thrown in there then, and if it was of that vintage, then we know those balls swung more. That's the best explanation I can provide you, or guess anyway.
Would each respective ground have their replacement 10, 20, 30, 40 over balls, or is that the job of the fourth umpire to carry around the ball selections?
Great question. I don't know. Oh, Yorker. I think logic would suggest that there would be a box that would be, a briefcase that would be kept here, wouldn't it? Or a few different briefcases for different
You'd have to be test. They'd have to be test cricket balls.
Yeah.
Do you want to know my biggest conspiracy theory? This isn't even cricket related. This is in general.
Maybe. This could go anywhere.
No, we're running down the road. My biggest conspiracy theory is that MI6 isn't where MI6 is. Why would we know where all the top secrets are?
Doesn't sneak it past there, Burns. I love that. Do you want to hear my biggest conspiracy? Well, there's about 12 things I could say right now. All of them are going to be in so much trouble. I might take us full circle to something you were talking about earlier.
Anyway,
you can join the dots at home if you want to. If you've been listening in as closely as that. Anyway, out to whitish mid off. Might be my last ball to see the 100 in here. I think Yas is going to take over from me.
Goodness me.
Sometimes you play you play a bit of jiggery pokery with that. You go, no, you go and do it, or I'll go and do it, or whatever. But
is that you asking to do it?
No.
Okay.
I believe in the
rotor.
In the rotor gods, like the cricket gods, right? I don't believe in messing with these things. So if it's not this ball, it'll be Yas. It might be this ball. Pass mid on, past the stumps, and they will return for 2. Rory Burns has looked at good from the get-go, really. It's been a fine innings. His second 100 of the season. His 12th here at the Kia Oval. Second against Lancashire. 14 boundaries along the way. Laying the foundation for his side. Their mission is to win 3 on the trot. If they can take full points here, they'll be well on their way. Rory Burns 100, not out. End of the over, 197 for 3. Cam Ponsonby, then Yas Rana.
What's most lovely there is to see the smile on Rory Burns' face. He's played a lot of cricket with Ben Folkes. They had a warm embrace, and Burns has been so balanced, so poised, just excellent throughout. It hasn't really looked like an innings of any uncertainty at any point.
No, it's easy to forget now with the sun out, conditions pretty good for batting. It's easy to forget just how difficult it was last night when Will Williams and Boyden opened the bowling. They started really well, and Burns and Sibley did superbly to get through that initial tricky period and cash in against the older ball. Driven nicely down the ground by Ben Folkes. Glorious shot. That'll be his 4th boundary. He moves on to 20. That also brings up the Surrey 200. Just 3 runs away from that Lancashire first innings total.
That's a wonderful shot from Ben Folkes. He's kind of clipped that straight. It isn't really a drive, but how he's managed to kind of manipulate the ball there. It's a wonderful piece of timing. Rory Burns has called for a change of bat, which means in the last 3 overs, Folkes, Burns and the ball will have all changed their equipment.
What's the game plan for Lancashire now, Cam?
Get them out as quickly as possible.
And how are they going to do that?
In any way you can think of. So that they found a little bit of joy with this new ball, the change of ball. Balderson's been able to get a bit more movement off the seam to Burns in particular. Ooh. And to Ben Folkes as well. Whereas before with the previous ball, they were hanging the ball outside Burns' off stump, and I wasn't really sure where the joy they were going to find with that was. It's not been... 3 wickets have fallen, 2 of which have come from kind of movement off the pitch. 1 was Will Jacks belting a ball to cover. It hasn't been completely obvious where Lancashire are going to find this kind of flurry of wickets they're so in such desperate need of.
Driven firmly again by Folkes. That'll be 4 more. And it's a shot that takes Surrey into the lead. 205 for 3. Folkes 24 not out.
It's the second wonderful shot of the over. And we mentioned that Lancashire had been finding a little bit more movement with this ball. Well, that ball stayed gun barrel straight. And I've said it before, I'll say it again. I think this is getting to slightly concerning areas for Lancashire. Surrey are looking very settled at the crease. Day 2's been such a good day for batting. The next 20 overs before they get a chance to have a completely new ball could be a long period of time for Lancashire.
Yeah, it's a point we've made several times already today, is Folkes blocks the final ball of that George Balderson over. Surrey 205 for 3. It's a very, very good toss to win for Surrey. Conditions totally different on day 2 compared to day 1. If we take a look at the match summary as it currently stands, Surrey just in front, 205 for 3. Chance now to build a considerable first innings lead, and with the threat of rain around tomorrow, they'll be wanting to potentially just bat once in this game.
No, absolutely. I think
it wasn't just the conditions yesterday and today, which means it was a good toss to win in the present. It was a good toss to win in the future, knowing that tomorrow you may lose close to a full day's play. You want to be bowling first because you want to. Someone's got to take 20 wickets to win the match, and if you have the chance to take 20 of the first 30 rather than take 20 out of 40, that makes that equation much, much simpler.
Left alone again by Burns. Been a feature of his innings. Outstanding judgment outside his off stump. Williams has got several deliveries to shape away from Burns from around the wicket, but Burns has barely offered even half a chance. It's a good crowd in, Cam.
Well, it's 12 of them. It's allowed 12.
No, but from
there is always a. Oh, you're responding to the noise though. Yeah, it is genuinely a fantastic crowd in today. I went down and sat there for around 45 minutes. Had a wonderful time.
A lot of people WFOing, I'm sure. Work from
Oval. I do. I have.
Sure, on a Friday afternoon.
I'm sure you've had this message a couple of times as well. Friends rock into the ground and ask you for the media pass, media Wi-Fi password because they're trying to do some work.
Blur your backgrounds, headphones in.
No, I do. I took myself over to the Galadari stand, which was wonderful and kind of beautiful. And you're in the sun and it was warm and lovely. But I think the best seat in the house is actually just to our left as we're looking from our commentary position, just to the left of the sight screen. You're so close at that short boundary, and pretty much behind the bowler's arm. Quick single.
They get through safely.
Yeah, you're around 60 yards away. You feel on top of the action. You're kind of just peering over the heads of the slip cordon.
And you get a really good appreciation for the pace of the game as well. I think that is something that changes quite a lot depending on where you are on the ground.
Absolutely.
And there you're so close to the action that you really do appreciate just how fast the bowling is.
I do think you want to. The best place to watch cricket from, I think, is around the cow corner angle. Maybe a tiny bit straighter, just to be able to see the shape of the ball, but also to still keep that kind of wow factor of just how quick it is.
And just even for a delivery like that, just appreciating the carry through to the keeper. Hurst taking that at chest height, just a length ball from Williams.
I don't know if you were at the match, but I found it interesting how many friends of mine who were at Lord's in 2019 for the Jofra Archer spell to Steve Smith kind of really remember it and all kind of individually say that it was a moment in sport where you were going, wow, something is happening right now. And just the sheer speed of those deliveries kind of shocked everyone into action to be all of a sudden be paying attention and knowing that something special was happening in live time, as it were.
Yeah, I guess you had two of the biggest stories in the game colliding at the same point as well. Not only was it the Ashes, but Steve Smith, England just couldn't get him out. He was at the top of his game, obviously just having recently returned from his ban as well, so there's all that around it.
Of course.
Archer had just bowled England to a World Cup victory on the same ground just a few weeks previously. That's another crisp drive from Ben Foakes. Won't quite reach the boundary, but they'll pick up 3. Foakes really getting into his innings nicely now. 27 not out. It's not been a vintage year with the bat for Ben Foakes so far. Yet to pass 60 in the championship. 350 plus scores, but yet to get a really substantial one. Sorry, go on, Cam.
Just in terms of it, although individually it's not been a fantastic year for Foakes, to give you an example of just how well Surrey have played and how many one-sided victories they've had, this is Foakes' 9th match of the season. It's only his 11th innings. So he's basically, even though he bats 5, he's only really batting once a match.
No, it's a really good point. And another feature of their success is that, and this applies to 2023 as well as 2024, is that Surrey having the success without someone having a totally ridiculous year. Ooh, that does beat Foakes' outside edge. Smith has the most runs for Surrey in the championship. He averages a very healthy 56, which is obviously brilliant, but you know, he's not at the top of the run scoring charts across the division. But they have 4 guys now who've scored multiple hundreds in the Championship. 6 guys who average north of 40 as well, including Jordan Clark, who's carded in to come at number 7 or 8 in this fixture. I think Tom Laws is carded to come in at 10. Conor McCurr, who looked really good with the bat actually in the Metro Bank One Day Cup, likely to come in at 9. So Surrey bat really deep here. A lot of batting to come, and who knows how crucial these batting bonus points will be come the end of the season. Another 50 overs to secure those bonus points.
Well, Adam on commentary earlier today made the point that last year Surrey won the title by quite comfortably in terms of number of points. They were 24 points ahead of Hampshire. Essex came second, where they were 20 points ahead of them. But the point was, the gap between first and third was 24 points. The records were identical. And as I've just said that, I've realised I've read the table completely wrong. It wasn't identical at all. I thought it was 8 wins, 4 draws, 2 losses. Incorrect. 8 wins, 4 losses for Hampshire. So that actually makes sense why there was such a gap. The point earlier was that basically those bonus points have been so crucial, and the new point is they weren't. Ah well, we all make mistakes.
But sometimes the final standings are a little bit misleading, because how teams go about the final round of the games is affected by what
Indeed
the table looks like heading into it. And the point I've made a few times about the end of the 2023 season is that I think Essex got their sums wrong in the game against Hampshire. I think it was the penultimate round against Hampshire, and they dangled the carrot. That's a beauty from Balderson. Focuses very well not to get an outside edge on it. They declared giving Hampshire a real chance to win the game, and a draw would have been a pretty good result, because Surrey had to play Hampshire away in the final game of the season, which is one of the hardest games going. Essex's final game was one I think they ended up losing against Northants, who were already relegated. But a draw for Essex against Hampshire and a victory over Northants in the final round of games, with Surrey losing against Hampshire, would have given Essex the title, I think. End of a maiden from Balderson. Surrey 209 for 3.
I suppose you're trying to force the issue in a way which means it's in your control in the final round, going to the final round. Saying we'll sit tight and hope that Hampshire beats Surrey is a much easier thing to do in hindsight than ahead of time, I would argue. It looks like we're going to have a change of bowling. I believe it will be Aspinwall who will be coming on.
Yeah, 8 overs, 1 for 38, but you can split those numbers in 2 really. He bowled 3 overs, none for 26 last night, 5 overs, 1 for 12 today, including the wicket of Will Jacks with his first ball of the day. I think Aspinwall has drawn the loudest cheers from the vocal Lancashire fans in attendance.
Interesting. We're wondering whether it's a friendship group?
I don't know. Anyway, Aspinwall to Burns. There it is, almost a trademark shot of the Burns 100 has been the leave to a ball moving away from him, from a right arm seamer bowling around the wicket. Such precise judgment around his off stump. Short and pulled straight to the man at deep fine leg. Rocky Flintoff collects it cleanly. You sort of avoided my question earlier, Cam, about what Lancashire should do right now. I just sense that they've gone a little bit flat in the field. Totally understandable. Things are going well for the home side. Surrey well ahead in the game. how do Lancashire disrupt that?
I think it's going to be really difficult. Surrey are able to play this game on autopilot at the moment. There are 60 overs theoretically left to play today. Say, for instance, they bat for another 40. They could have a lead easily of 200. With the threat of rain tomorrow, I wouldn't be surprised if Surrey decide to have a bowl this evening. And so it's a case of whether if Lancashire feel like they can take 7 for 70 and run through Surrey and kind of keep them down and keep themselves in the game, I feel like they need to bring the stumps a little bit more into play and hope that they're able to get movement off that seam in the way that Balderson has been able to both Burns and Folkes. The difficulty they have there is if you're bowling in such a manner which brings both sides of the wicket into play, there's a risk that Surrey's scoring rates gets higher on what's a day 2 wicket and a good track for batting, and they find themselves further behind the game than they necessarily need to be. They don't massively have the variety of attack that's going to allow them to kind of blast through the lineup. Josh Boyden, left armour, is on debut. Hasn't quite been getting the same shapes he did at the start of the innings.
Punched past point. We'll pick up at least a couple. Moves on to 29. Yeah, Surrey scoring at 3.43 runs an over, which is a pretty good rate. But you'd expect that to just increase from here on in. With Sai Sudharsan, Sam Curran, Jordan Clark, Conor McCurr, Tom Laws, Dan Worrell to come. All guys who naturally score their runs quickly.
I think Sam Curran might be about to play a very fun innings later today.
Yes, I think so too. It's very short from Aspinall. Left alone by Folkes. Completes his first over back into the attack. 3 runs from it. Surrey 212 for 3 after 62 overs.
I wonder whether you could turn to Tom Hartley again, although he bowled very economically, but he's not going to be kind of ripping through a team on a day 2 pitch which isn't offering masses of turn. I don't know if Surrey bowled a single over of spin in their overs. I'd have to double check. You could take the risk and try and bowl Luke Wells' leg spin to try and force the issue here, but again, I'm sounding quite pessimistic. If I was a Lancashire fan listening in, I'd be saying, give me some hope, Cam. And I don't know how much I have to give at the moment, and that's not speaking from a kind of necessarily biased Surrey point of view, just from the evidence as that is presenting itself.
Flicked nicely past mid-wicket from Rory Burns. It's another one that races away to the shorter boundary. Timed really nicely. Not a lot wrong with that delivery.
Well, he's managed to kind of muscle that over from outside off stump. The angle did allow the shot to be possible. It's a shot of a batter who is on a 102.
Yes. Doesn't quite get hold of that one. I think it's also the shot of a batter who doesn't think the ball's doing much.
Yes, I think that's a very good point.
In terms of where the ball is, that's a good ball from Balderson. It's just outside off stump, decent length. But Burns able to manipulate that through the leg side, partly because he doesn't think it's doing much off the pitch or through the air.
Very quickly, me and Adam were wondering on commentary earlier why the crowd were doing the Rocky theme song, chanting it. We went a long way round and thought, well, that's strange, Mark Stoneman's not here anymore. But when the obvious answer is there's someone called Rocky Flintoff playing on debut. So if you were frustrated at us earlier, we found an answer. What about yourself? Do you to throw the question back at you, have you any kind of pearls of wisdom for how Lancashire could go about forcing this issue, changing the game, taking a few wickets?
I think what Surrey are doing quite well here is they're not getting ahead of themselves. Ultimately, they only lead by 12, and as you say, if there is a little bit of a collapse and they're bowled out for under 300, they're not actually that far ahead in the game, and if the 2 first inning totals aren't too far apart from each other, that adds time to the game down the line, because it's likely to be a 4 innings rather than 3 innings game. So I guess you want to create some sort of urgency So if you can, just dry the runs up for a little bit. And Tom Hartley, 5 overs, number 4 so far. It's a good stop from Balderson to prevent that from running away to the boundary, because that was hit hard by Burns. He goes through for a single. Now, if you try and make Surrey feel like they need to do something different at the moment, Burns and folks rather just playing their natural games, and the runs are coming at a decent rate. They don't need to do anything different to this. They'll be wary that they still need to score another 100 or so runs before they're well on top. We have a change in the commentary box. Phil Walker coming in for Cam Ponsonby. Phil, you're not happy with my analysis of that?
No, I am. I thought it was excellent. I thought initially you were completely dodging the question by just talking about how relentlessly good Surrey are. But no, I think you're absolutely right. You've just got to treat it as a 3-dayer, right? Hope from Lancashire's point of view that the weather forecast is accurate and that we lose a fair chunk of tomorrow, and try and grind their way to some kind of points at the end of what they will be hoping is a truncated game of cricket. If they get a 4-dayer in, then they're staring down the barrel here. But if it's a 3-day game or a 3-and-a-bit day game, then there's everything to play for. And if they can share the points, they get 8 points from this, plus perhaps some bowling points as well. Obviously they ducked out of any batting points. But if they can pick up a few here and get away with a draw, then they will take that from their week's work. And so I was surprised not to see Tom Hartley after lunch. I guess it's an attacking move. There's probably the sense that the seamers are still the most likely, and you've still seen the ball move. You've still seen the odd play and a miss. You've seen Burns outside off stump. You've seen Folkes throw his head back in the air at a couple of false shots outside off stump. So I guess getting inside Keaton Jennings' head, he's thinking, look, this is the best way that we win the game. Sure. But my feeling is the tenor of the afternoon shifts emphatically in Surrey's favour, and that lead is now creeping up, and 7 wickets still in hand. It feels like a long, hard haul for them.
That's flicked away fine by Rory Burns. It's 4 more. Aspinwall strays a bit too leg side,
and so
Burns doesn't miss out on those.
And so in that instance, as the lead rolls on to 17 already, I would have started with Hartley from that far end and encouraged or forced Burns and Folkes to play a shot or two, because at the moment it's a procession really against the medium fasts. But as we saw with Hartley, he's a very accurate, reared on white ball cricket kind of bowler. He's a container for sure, but still it would have done a very useful job, I think, for Jennings to tie up one end and at least drag Burns and Folkes out of their bunker, because at the moment it's just been too easy post lunch and this game is running away from them quickly.
Yeah, and Surrey have been very respectful to Lancashire when Lancashire have bowled well. Ooh, half an appeal.
Yeah, no, I think you're bang on there, and as you were saying just to Cameron before I came on, that the way that they've approached this innings has been that of hardened champions, right? They just know how to negotiate games of cricket, and you saw it last night. They were the 2 openers, they were on the front foot, but they didn't do anything silly. They didn't need to. And the way that Burns has approached this innings has been exemplary, really. They know that even with potential losses of time tomorrow, there's still plenty of time in this game. It's a great position to be in. If they lose a couple, caught in the covers, playing a few expansive Will Jacks-like shots, then so be it, because it will move the game along. It will move that victory nearer, and it will put the emphasis back in the seamers' hands. And as we've seen month after month for the last 3 years, that's where they win their games of cricket. I think Burns, it's not been immaculate, he's played and missed a few times, but I think overall he's been brilliant. Been one of the most complete innings I've seen him play in years, actually. You know, we forget that last year didn't make a first-class 100, struggled for form. This year, 200s, 350s from 10 games, averaging with this innings in late 40s now. He's made around 600 runs from those games. That's good stuff. He's returned to the form that we know he's capable of, and his game looks, there's real good rhythm to his game. Scoring all round the wicket, back foot and front, driving down the ground, a little bit of finesse outside off stump as well, a couple of late cuts against the seamers.
Flicked in front of square, and that's another one that runs away to that very short leg side boundary. 9 runs off that over. Surrey motoring along, 226 for 3.
Yeah, it looks flat now. The ball is 60 something overs old, 64 overs old. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if he brings the left arm spinner on very, very quickly and tries to, if you like, drag the game to that 80 over mark and then throw the new one to Williams and probably Balderson. Those two have looked the most likely. Those two began the day today, and hope that they can still scavenge something from this game.
It's another change in the bowling attack for Lancashire, but it's not the call that we've been calling for. Josh Boyden will bowl from the Vauxhall end. I think this is his first bowl of the game from this side of the ground. On Rory Burns, real opportunity for him to get a really, really big 100, something that he's not done for a very long time. He's not passed 133 since he got his England call up in 2018. So several hundreds in that time, but his highest score since then, the 133 he got
in the Ashes
at Edgbaston 5 years ago now, more than 5 years ago. It's another wide from Boyden. He's struggled to nail his line today. That's his 3rd wide of the day.
Yeah, it can be a tough school for a young un on debut. Into his 10th over, he's already gone for 44. Bowled consecutive wides in the morning session.
Fuller this time from Boyden, and Burns drives that straighter than I thought he was initially trying to play it. Slightly leg side, ends up driving it straight, picks up a single.
Thought Folks has looked good as well since he's come into bat.
Yeah, he's really grown into his innings.
Yeah, he takes his time, doesn't he? But he plays a couple of gorgeous cover drives just before lunch, a couple after as well.
It was the straight shot that Cam was right to say wasn't really an on drive. It was a straight flick really from outside off stump, full delivery.
To end the morning session?
No, it was maybe 15 minutes ago.
Okay.
Just before you came in. Yeah, and I think this is a situation where, as the batting side, you can fall into the trap of getting a little bit too ahead of yourself. Totally understand the need to put your foot on the accelerator and try and hurry this game up, but they still only lead by 24. I think another factor we've not really talked about enough today is just how many overs are left. We're catching up, having lost a few yesterday. Early finish. Still a whopping 59 overs to go today. And we've got blue skies above us as well, so real chance that we do get those all in.
Buckle up, Yas, it's going to be a long day. My dinner date in Mayfair tonight. I've already told my wife that I might be running a wee bit late. Such is our burden, hey.
No complaints from me.
You playing tomorrow?
Yeah, but the forecast is not good. It's really not good.
Is it a time game or an overs game?
Overs.
Okay. So you could have a thrash.
Could have a 20-20.
Okay. Well, that's what everyone wants to play anyway. Need the points though.
Yeah.
Or are you safe?
We're outside the relegation zone.
Okay.
But it's not a big gap between us and whoever's in ninth. I fear though our opposition are a few points above us. They have no reason to want to play the game other than for the love of it, of course.
Which is sometimes a tenuous issue.
Yes.
As you approach the fag end of a long summer.
It's overs like this that I think Lancashire need to eliminate, where Surrey have just taken 3 and they're not moving out of second gear really. Left alone again by Rory Burns. That completes Boyden's first over. Back into the attack. Sorry, 229 for 3 after 65 overs.
Yeah, I think his judgment overall. You're always going to get a couple that are going to fizz past your outside edge. That's just the nature of the beast. But I think his judgment overall, outside off stump Burns, has been pretty good. He's shown endless patience. He's not been tempted too often at all. And as you said earlier, the pace and tempo of this innings has been exactly what's been required. They're building yet another winning platform here. Won 6 already this year. Next best is just 4 wins in that top division, and they are well set here to put a lot of pressure on Lancs in the second half of this game.
Yeah, and talking of pressure on Lancs, we've talked a lot about how it's all set up at the top of the table.
It's really clumped at the bottom.
But it's really close at the bottom.
This is it. Yeah, this is why for Lancashire the next 2 and a bit days are very important for their season, because if they go down here, having taken no batting points as well, then they get dragged ever further into the mire. And while we assume that Kent, barring something miraculous, are probably going to take one of those, well, certainly going to take one of those relegation spots.
Well, also Kent are playing Worcestershire at the moment, and Worcestershire
are
way ahead in that game. So Worcestershire started this round of fixtures in the relegation zone, but only a handful of points behind Warwickshire in 8th and Lancashire in 7th. And Warwickshire are going very well at the moment at home to Somerset. So the 2 teams immediately below Lancashire look like they're in good positions to force through a victory each, which could mean that Lancashire end this round of fixtures in the relegation zone. Their next 3 games are Hampshire, Durham, Somerset. 3 sides closer to the top of the table than the bottom.
Yep. Warwickshire going well as well in that game against Somerset.
Yeah.
So again, good for the home side here to see Somerset on their uppers. 5 down for 111 in reply to 337 in that one.
You know, shades of potentially what might happen for Lancashire as to what happened for Yorkshire in 2022.
Yep.
Where Yorkshire sort of slipped under the radar as relegation candidates. You know, like Lancashire ended up fielding quite inexperienced sides towards the end of that season, with several players unavailable for various reasons.
And it was one of those where you didn't believe it until it happened.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Even in that last round of fixtures that were here, as Surrey chased the title. Driven through the gap between cover and mid-off.
Timing's been fabulous today, has Ben Folkes.
Picks up another 3, moves on to 38 not out. And if you look at Lancashire across the whole season, they struggle for wickets, and a lot of their batters have been out of nick, which is not a great combination. And Nathan Lyon, their leading wicket taker, not involved from here on in.
Yeah. They could quite easily be 9 out of 10 by the end of this game.
Yeah.
Worcestershire, it's just been a stirring campaign for them, really. As you say, very up against Kent. Favourites to force a result against the bottom club there, which would make it 2 wins and 3 draws from their 10 games.
Pulled aerially from Burns, but it falls just short of Boyden at deep fine leg. Top edge, a genuine full shot.
It's been that kind of day, isn't it, for Lancs? They've tried hard, they've stuck at it. Jennings rung the changes, but every marginal, pretty much from 10:30 yesterday morning when that coin went up, every marginal has gone against him.
It's a spirited little spell this from Aspinwall. Bowling with good pace. He's troubled the Surrey pair on a couple of occasions with slippery bumpers. Very nearly prizing out a wicket from nowhere. Folks leaves that one alone. It's another good over for Surrey. 6 runs from it. They're 235 for 3 after 66 overs. I'm going to take a break. And Adam Collins is going to come in for the next half an hour.
Hello, Philip.
Hello, Adam.
How are we?
I'm not too bad at all, actually. England just taken their 3rd wicket, so they are forcing the issue up in Manchester.
3-day test coming up.
Yeah,
I quite like how
does feel like it, doesn't it?
I quite enjoy the, whenever there's a substantial selection decision or structural call in English cricket right now, it's met with the roars of, oh, Rob Key, why, what's going on, Brendan McCullum, and they just end up pummeling teams routinely when playing at home. I know last year didn't quite work out with Australia being here, but what a series that was.
Indeed.
I do think that
could have been 4-1 anyway, that series.
Yeah, I'm not saying they've been perfect over the last 2 and a bit years, but boy, it's most things they've done have gone right, especially with selection, with the new blokes they've brought in.
Oh, indeed.
How they've performed upon getting to that next level. Here's a new bloke on his first class debut.
Yeah, I was asked about Dan Lawrence. As you know, I have a particular penchant for that boy's cricket. And off the pitch as well, what a joy he is. But someone asked me on a podcast or other about him opening the batting for England, and my initial response was it's clearly kind of eccentric and possibly borderline unhinged. But before I could begin to get that point out, I thought, who am I trying to kid here? You know, if one is getting sniffy about something as thrilling and out the box and compellingly watchable as that, then I'm in the wrong game, I think.
Oh, ever so close. We saw Boyden do this a fair bit with Burns earlier today when trying to get that natural arc that he enjoys and setting it out 4th, 5th, 6th stump line. And Burns has been held up a wee bit in the last 10 or 15 minutes, but yeah, it's past the edge instead of finding it.
Yeah, it's been that day for Lancs. They've beaten the bat numerous occasions. We didn't see this last night. You weren't with us yesterday, Adam, but they were very flat last night. It was almost like the white flag was in the pocket. They've been a different proposition today, but they've had no luck whatsoever. Burns' judgment overall has been outstanding, but he's also ridden his luck once or twice outside off stump.
This is just what Surrey do on day 2 of games,
it is,
though, isn't it?
It is exactly that.
Day 1's bowling day. Usually it's 2 sessions.
Yeah.
Or 2.5. That's bowling bit. We do that on our own terms. We invariably win the toss and bowl, all that. And then day 2 is
remorseless accumulation.
Yeah, relentless.
Yeah.
And someone steps up and makes 100. Today Burns. It's been others through the season. Lawrence and Smith and others. Pope through the onside. Single here. And then you get to the halfway mark of the match and you're like, well, there might only be one result left pending what might be quite a bit of rain tomorrow. Noting that. But you get to a stage relatively early on in the piece where the competitive tension has been sucked out of the game, and that's where Surrey's batting machine has been so efficient.
Yep, exactly that.
By the way, I did hear that flourish you went on your podcast about Dan Lawrence. Some podcast or another. It was your own show, Phil. Come on.
A show that I'm occasionally asked to appear on.
You're on a lot, and you should be. You're very good at it. And it was a lovely flourish because you kind of started in one place, ended up in a whole different place, and came back to where you started. Yeah. In ways that only you can. But I think that the point you were making overall was that there's a procedural fairness to Lawrence getting a crack. To not give him a crack, having worn the fluorescent vests for 18 months, would have been...
Indeed, it's a club side full of world-class cricketers.
Full to finish from Boyden.
He's looking for that one, isn't he? He's looking for the big in-ducker, the left-arm banana ball. He's trying hard, the kid. Been a tough baptism, really. 11 overs for 47 on debut. I find myself saying debut. I've absorbed it. I think I prefer it. It's more earthy, Adam.
Got to really go for it too. Like it's going to be D-A-Y-B-O-O. Like that's the way.
Still a bit standoffish on it, I think.
This came up during the Olympic Games. One of the, I guess it must have been a non-cricketing country.
Right.
Had picked up on the Australian commentators using the term debut and mocked it mercilessly. And we're proud of the.
Well, I think you should be. I think you win on that one.
Spin ball to continue. Well, it's a shot that Burns just loves playing. We see him play off the back foot behind square, both sides of the wicket. He's fed. That's 120 for him.
Yas was saying just now, 133, the innings, the 100 he made at Edgbaston first Test match 2019.
Yep, that's it.
Is his highest score since 2018, highest first class score. So he's homing in on that now at 120.
Exactly half the score, 240 for 3.
Yeah, and he's looked like the game is in enough order, there's enough crispness to the stroke play for him to go big. I'm not saying it will happen, but he looks in good enough order, he looks organised, clear in the mind as well. His patience has been good outside off stump, he's not gone looking for anything that's not in his arc, not in his hitting area. And he's played well this year. Fallow year last year, he's gone well this year. 200s, 350s across the 10 games he's played. Life is good if you're skipper of this team.
Might take a nod towards the batting points they might be able to acquire here as well. And that was the secret to their success. Cam and I were talking about it earlier today, finishing on the same number of wins as Hampshire last year, but winning the comp. Not by a mile, but comfortably, a comfortable margin because of the batting and bowling points that they seemingly hoovered up every time they played.
Yeah.
Now they've got, well, they're not far away from 250, of course, but then from there, this is the other thing they're able to do. They're able to get to a point, often on morning 3, where they go, right, where are we? When's the 110 overs? What's the equation? I suppose it'll be today, won't it? Because 56 overs left, and I don't think bad light's going to be a factor.
No, not today. It was a dank and dreary day yesterday, right from the start. But today's set fair. But this is what Lancs have to believe. They have to believe that in a truncated game they can get something from it. It's hard to formulate a narrative whereby they win the thing, but 8 points for a draw could be crucial in what is looking increasingly like a dogfight down there for them.
I couldn't agree more. 101 points they had coming into this, which only puts them 10 points clear of 9th. They're 2 spots above that on the pecking order right now. They're in 7th, but it isn't. With the way the point system works, with the full boat being worth 24. Stopped athletically in the follow through, and looking at the games to come as the over ends, 241 for 3 is the score. We'll see that stop in Aspinwall's follow through here. Was it by hand or maybe even by foot? No, got his left mitt down in time. You look at the way in which it'll shake out for Lancashire. Of course, they're playing Surrey right now. They've got Hampshire at home next week, then Durham away, which won't be an easy road trip, never is. And Somerset at home are currently in second spot. Then they finish with Worcester in the final round. There might be a bit riding on that last game. That's
Indeed.
At the road. Every point valuable.
Yeah, Worcestershire lead by 166 against Kent, with 5 wickets still in hand in their first innings. So looks like they will push through with that one against Kent, who are all but sunk already, really. And Somerset are down in the game against Warwickshire. So even with a draw here, Lancs could still find themselves in 9th place come the end of this this round. This is what's at stake for them. One kernel of hope, though. Saqib Mahmood was with the squad earlier in the week. He was training here. I guess the feeling would have been that he's not quite ready for the rigours of a 4-dayer, but he looked good in the nets. Obviously, he had this magical intervention in the Invincibles final. Claimed the player of the match, or the match hero, as they call it. Anyway, he could yet be a factor, is all I'm saying, for Lancs, whom they desperately need some incision in their pace attack.
Well, Cam did some journalism on this yesterday.
Wow, some actual journalism.
I know it's rare for people like you, me, to do any real journalism.
Unheard of in this
news
corner.
Breaking and so on.
Go on.
And he sleuthed that Saqib was fit to play. It's with an eye to the quarter-final of the Metro Bank that he isn't playing this game.
Yeah, okay.
Which I'm not disputing as being relevant to this. I'm not one of those guys that's like, well, a 4-day game's more important than any white ball game. That's not where I fit. But it is interesting that this game, to salvage something from it and knowing he can be a match winner.
Yeah.
And when you're going in against a team that's always going to be strong at home.
I think it's subjective, though, to what degree a fast bowler such as him is fit, in inverted commas, what that means, because you can be fit for a 1-day, you can be fit for obviously a 20-over game, you can be very fit for that, but can you be fit for a 4-day cricket match with all the pummeling on the body that asks of you? So it would have been a leap of faith, I think, considering how little red ball cricket he's played in recent times. In recent years, he's had 2 horror show years with injury. I think, ask any Lancashire fan, what's more important, retaining your first division status or a 50-over quarter-final? I mean, look, write in and tell me I'm wrong. surreybroadcast@gmail.com. But my instinct would be that survival in that top tier with a young team that's evolving and can come hard again next year would be, in the long term, far more valuable, far more important than a quarter-final in the white ball. And that if he was properly fit, then he'd have been playing here. Perhaps they just need a bit more overs in those legs. He'd only played, I think he maybe played 3 games for the Invincibles, certainly no more than 3. It may have been 2, but I think it was 3. And so you have to manage him. I mean, look at Jofra Archer and how England are studiously cautious about his return, and him saying himself he needs a whole year of red ball cricket before he can even consider playing international red ball cricket again, because it requires so much more of the body. You need to get red ball fit, which is different to being white ball fit.
And the good news for Saqib is that, well, first of all, he's bowling again and bowling well. We saw what happened in the
And what a
final
bowler he is,
Sunday.
man. When he's on, he's seriously good.
I saw him bowl out Yorkshire. I was covering a Roses game in it might have been 2021, let's say, something like that, doing the broadcast for it. And the way he bowled on that final day, with the ball reverse swinging, he was the standout player across the 4 days. Whenever he had the ball in his hand, the game was changing. It's sad that it's taken as long as it's taken due to injury and only having a couple of test caps to his name so far. But it does feel like there will be a moment. And the good news here is Hartley starts a new spell. is that he is not the first bowler and will not be the last to struggle with injury through his early and mid-20s, only to then, hopefully for his sake, go on to be resilient.
Right.
The best example's Pat Cummins. 2,100 days between his first test and his second, from memory, something like that.
But another example's literally bowling for England at the moment. Mark Wood is kind of mischaracterised as this ongoing sick note. But he's not. He's been fairly sturdy over the last 3 years.
Since that World Cup final when he had that big operation after and he missed the 19 Ashes, you're right, most of the time...
Played four away Ashes test matches.
Yep.
And there is a model for you right there.
But with the guys who have back problems more specifically, they talk about your back stops... I mean, I don't know if this is explained correctly, but your back stops having as many... moving parts, that can't be the right word.
But I know what you're saying.
It stops doing that thing that it does when you're growing, where things are finding their place. There does reach a point where you are fully grown as far as being a fast bowler is concerned. And if Saqib's hit that point now at 27, he's got time on his side. Cummins didn't come back till he's 25.
Yep.
And he's missed, what, one test match since? Something ridiculous? That's across 6 or 7 years, and he's turned himself into one of the greatest fast bowlers ever. Not saying Saqib Mahmood's going to be Patrick Cummins, but there is a model there to get into your career just a little bit later and still have a very fulfilling and rewarding existence.
Yep. And he could yet be the difference as this campaign reaches a business end next month. Yeah, they've got four or five big games to play after this. Yeah, I mean, I've always been a big fan of Saqib Mahmood. I put him on a front cover of Wisden magazine back in when would it have been, Adam? 2018?
Oh, it was a long time ago.
Yeah, it was when him and Matt Parkinson, both from Lancs, were both called up for that winter tour. There's a couple of greenhorns in an England test squad. And I went and interviewed them both actually up at Old Trafford, and Matt Parkinson's obviously no longer in a Lancashire kit, but doing good things at Kent, rebuilding his career. He's a kind of clubbable, lovable, kind of scampish kind of character. But Saqib Mahmood was really, really impressive, articulate, serious-minded, eloquent, understood his craft. I remember him telling me that he has a longer delivery stride for white ball than he does for red ball. You ever heard that from any other cricketer? He believes that he would get more zip and that he could control. There's no chance of him overstepping, and it would be 2 runs and it would be a free hit and so on and so on. And so he believes that the white ball, the properties of the white ball and what he's required to do, fuller of length, reverse swing, Yorkers, that he can do it more with a longer delivery stride, a longer approach and a longer delivery stride. Eliminates the no ball problem, and that was his theory. I've never heard that before or since.
I just love the fact that he's got a theory.
Exactly,
exactly. Man's player.
It's not for us to pick it apart, just to acknowledge its uniqueness, I suppose.
Well, it's Ashwin-esque, isn't it?
Right. Yeah.
I think it. And another. This will be a bowler who you may or may not have seen get around yet, but you will soon. I'm tipping. Have you heard of Corey Rockacholi? WA. Real player.
Right, I haven't seen him.
Worth watching some tape of his. And he did a podcast recently about, I think it's called the Cricket Mentoring Podcast or something like that. I came up on my YouTube algorithm and I saw it was a long interview. I wonder what this is all about. It's unbelievable how much detail, shot for none there from folks. How much detail how much thinking has gone into what he is now as the relatively finished product.
Right.
You can criticise bowlers for overthinking it sometimes, and spinners especially, when they get in their own heads. But he's got everything mapped out. And I'm thinking, well, if you've put this much work in behind the scenes, then if you get there, you're going to have a pretty big bag of tricks to draw down on if it gets tough and you're bowling on a flat one that's not turning.
I've only got another 3 or 4 minutes on this stint. I'm going to put you on the spot.
Yeah.
18 months from now, or maybe less than that now, 16 months from now, at Perth, by the way, not Brisbane, Perth.
Yeah.
Who's your big four? Australia.
Well, you know it's going to be the same.
Is it going to be the same? Are they all still the best bets?
Yep.
Right. Wow.
Isn't it brilliant? In its own weird kind of way.
It is. It's
all of them want to play through till then. So
right. Okay.
There's no risk of the only one that may have hung up the boots from this format of the game from the long form would have been Stark.
Yeah. But he's making all the noises that he's.
Yeah, he's all good. So,
well, from my point of view, that's deeply dispiriting, but also kind of admirable as well.
But with those guys, and Daniel Cherney, my colleague from the News Corp papers at home, and Code Sports wrote a piece about this recently, about the lost generation of Australian Test bowlers who've never had a chance.
Yeah, right.
All these guys that would have been in any other era in Australian cricket would have played loads of Test cricket. Thinking Michael Neser, Jai Richardson, Scott Boland would have played more, of course. That young, well, not young anymore, but Xavier Bartlett, who's coming out here to play white ball cricket later in September. Bowlers like that who really aren't anywhere near playing Test cricket because the resilience of the big three.
Yeah, well, there's an enigma here who opens the bowling for Surrey, who's effectively kind of reshaped his career as an English seamer, qualified as a British national in effect. And perhaps it's overly simplistic, but you look at his traits and perhaps they are more suited to English conditions and Australian conditions. That said, he's so brilliant. He's so brilliant, and I've seen as much of him as anyone has in the last 2 or 3 years. That you can't.
Sorry, that requires remarking upon.
It does.
A leg stump half volley, perhaps. But the way that Boyden's been able to shape the ball away from Burns, playing it right under his eyes, it was never in doubt. And it takes the 4th wicket partnership beyond 100. They didn't need to do too much either side of lunch. They were nearing a lead anyway. But after a brisk partnership of 57 for the 3rd wicket, it's been followed in with 102 for the 4th. And this is the way that Surrey do it. They make it so difficult for teams when they get a look, when they get a window, and Phil might get that final parting thought from you before Nathan Johns jumps in.
Yeah, just the way that they've crafted this innings has been so bang on. Before lunch, they would be calmed necessarily so. They were happy to play it out, really. It felt like old-fashioned cricket. You play for the break. You don't turn down run-scoring opportunities, but you don't play outside your box. You just build that platform, and since lunch, it's just been, well, one-way traffic, really. And with Sam Curran and Sai Sudharsan waiting up there in their mums and dads, that's quite a terrifying thought, really, for Lancs, who have tried hard today with scant luck, in truth. But with the lead at 47, 53 overs still left on day 2, this game is heading inexorably one way, it would seem.
Thanks, Phil.
No worries. Thank you, Adam. I enjoyed that. Nathan Johns.
Here he comes. Not sure if Nathan's been on with us so far this week. Have you been with us today? Yesterday. Okay. So I'll spare the big intro for watchers yesterday. But if you are tuning in for the first time, Nathan is an Irish, I was going to say whiz kid, but you're older than that now. Irish star journalist who's relocated to London. Been working on the 100, been working as a freelance writer, broadcaster as well, and he joins us on the Surrey stream. Also has a first-class cap to his name, doesn't he? Hello, Nathan. How are you going?
Cheers, Adam. How are you? You always you bring that up more than I do. That first-class cap.
It's worth remarking upon as well.
Yeah, one of those strange oddities of university cricket that probably shouldn't be a first-class game, but c'est la vie.
Just trying to get a handle on what's going on out here. So we've got a change of, it's the lid coming out for the keeper. That's certainly part of it.
Are they looking at the ball, it looks like?
I think when Phil was jumping out, just got my binoculars out here to see if I can. It might just simply be that the silly point needed to be dressed up in pads and a helmet. Make that short leg. It's going to be Josh Bohannon. Hartley, the England spinner. Will set off for his 7th over. Frugal so far conceding just 7 runs from the pavilion end. So the short boundary to the leg side when Folks is on strike.
He's just moved into a leg slip now, Bohannon, as opposed to a short leg. I suppose with Hartley coming left arm around the wicket, the arm angle, bowling that kind of top of the stump's length. He's just there for that little tickle around the corner, isn't he?
No protection at deep mid-wicket. I suppose with the boundary so short, it's almost a moot point. If you're going in that direction, you're probably going for 6 with big bats. Clips in that direction, gets himself 4. Folks, getting to the pitch, doing it with real class. 255 for 3 now, Surrey the lead.
Yeah, quality stroke that.
41. So Folks has made it to 50 3 times this season but never got to 60, so a chance here with the lead at 51 to pass that milestone and really put Surrey into a most commanding position by the close of play today. Partnership of 106. No wickets in the session. Soft hands. Not to say you're here purely to talk about Ireland, far from it, but it'd be remiss of me not to ask you about the stunning success of the Irish women's team over the last couple of weeks. Beating Sri Lanka 3 times on the trot, taking a T20 off them, then going 2-0 up in the one-day series. What a remarkable achievement that's been over in Dublin and in Belfast as well.
Absolutely, yeah. Ed Joyce has been in charge of that team now for a number of years as their head coach, and he's done quite a job. I think obviously getting professional contracts in a couple of years ago now. I think this is the 3rd season that they've been full time, or those who aren't studying have been full time, and yeah, they've started winning a lot more games now than they're professional cricketers, as tends to be the way. So yeah, it's a stunning rise in the last few years, really.
And we've seen it with countries all around the world in the women's game where these runs they go on often, as you say, follows professional status. Scotland have made a World Cup this year, ahead of Ireland.
At the expense of Ireland, yeah. That was quite a big winner-takes-all qualifier semi-final a couple of months ago.
That Women's T20 World Cup, which was going to be in Bangladesh. Unfortunately, the political situation over there, 6 runs from the over, 257 for 3, leads 53, has seen a decision been taken during the week. It'll be in the UAE. But yes, Scotland, their women's side, getting to a World Cup for the first time, which is significant, even if it was at the expense of Ireland. But the World Cups are getting bigger. They're following the same pattern as the men.
Well, I think that certainly from Irish quarters, when Ireland did lose that game in funnily enough, also in the UAE, that qualifying tournament, I think a lot of people were saying, well, hang on, both of these sides are good enough to be at a World Cup. Why are we not expanding? Obviously easy to say when your nation gets knocked out of contention, but yeah, it's a strange one because that was such a bitter blow for Ireland, and they are almost certainly a exponentially better side than the team that qualified for the previous edition of that competition in 2023 and played in South Africa. Just the vagaries of qualifying events, I suppose. They go off and they beat Sri Lanka, the Asia Cup champions, 3 times, but they couldn't get to a World Cup. It's one of the many oddities of our sport.
Spin at both ends. Just thrown over from Wells before lunch.
Yeah, I wonder if Lancashire got one eye on that over rate. I think as things stand, according to that big scoreboard, they're docked 2 points for this over rate, so spin it at both ends, probably no surprise.
Yeah, they'll catch that up, I'm sure. For the back half of today, tends to be the way. We have a session or 2 of it being a little pedestrian, then there's more of an emphasis on making sure they get that over rate number back to parity. Of course, they have to bowl them anyway. That's the difference between Championship cricket and Test cricket. Over rates are better in the Championship, but you don't get away with just walking off at 6:30 like the Test players do. Speaking of, what is the score over at Old Trafford? 74 for 3 Sri Lanka. They still trail by 48 in the second dig. Wickets for Wokes Atkinson and Mark Wood.
Yeah, I watched that Mark Wood wicket shortly before coming into the box here, Adam. Kind of classic. Here comes the quick man and strikes straight away inside edge onto the pad. Loops up. Karunaratne. that can't be fun.
No. Nearly bounces up in the direction of the stumps, but parried away. Yes, it was 6 for 3 on morning one yesterday, Sri Lanka, and at one point they were 1 for 2 today. So 4 for 7 up top across 2 innings. Sorry, 5 for 7. Apologies, but they've recovered the situation to an extent up at Old Trafford. Top spinner, picked and played well, but doesn't beat Williams at short third. Seen the schedule released yesterday from the ECB in relation to what we're going to have over here next year as far as international cricket is concerned. Cover driven for 4. And that'll be Folkes' 50 as well. He came in at the moment where Surrey just needed to consolidate before lunch, having lost 3 wickets in the session. Well, 2 hours on, or thereabouts, they are flying in this match. So lead by 58, folks, for the 4th time this season has reached 50, doing so here in 94 balls and bringing it up with his 8th boundary.
Interesting to see Folkes' approach now, a spin from both ends. I wonder if, given that they're going to face a barrage of slow bowling and his ability against it, if he's just consciously said that he's going to play a slightly more aggressive role. We saw that use of the feet in the previous over to Hartley, and then there he is, not quite coming down the track, but with a big stride forward looking to punish Wells. I wonder if now, in this period, he's just going to look to score ever so slightly quicker.
So end of the over as well. Hartley pushes long on back for Burns is 129. Half an out will tee. So this day's been extended a wee bit by, I think it was 6 overs or thereabouts. So tee will be taken not with 32 overs remaining as would normally be the case, but right on 350, and we'll have a longer final session instead. But I was prompted into saying that by England are visiting Ireland for 3 one-dayers next September. So no test match, but which would have been nice.
Yeah, I think we're a long way, still a bit of a way away from that, from getting England over to Malahide for a red ball game. It wasn't in the Future Tours program. That was always a 3 ODI schedule.
And the England women have a couple of bilateral series early in the summer. Unfortunately, no test match. Wasn't a test match this summer either. The following year, they've announced at the same time that India will visit in 2026 for a test match at Lord's. The first time there'll be a women's test match played at that ground, which is significant after a few one-days in the last 3 summers. Terrific that Ireland was able to host a test match for only the 2nd time this year, Nathan. I mean, that win over Zimbabwe felt like a meaningful moment in the progress of the Irish men's team.
Yeah, well, it was an interesting one because I think at some point it was at risk in the schedule. Yep. Other things have notoriously been cut from Ireland's schedule this year for financial reasons, so I think a lot of people are delighted that survived.
I'll let you pick that up with Yas. It's the end of Hartley's over. I'm going to take a breather. I'll be back after tea. It's 264 for 3, the lead up to 60. A few further thoughts from Nathan, then Yas through to the short break.
Yes, Luke Wells to continue here. Lancashire continuing. We were just talking about this, weren't we, downstairs before we came on, about how long it would take for Lancashire to come on with spin at both ends, and you almost prophetically said it wouldn't be long, and here they are. Yas.
Well, they've just been able to offer just that bit more control than the seamers Will Williams aside have managed to do throughout the game so far.
Yeah, but they're playing them well, this pair. Burns has gone to that trusted sweep shot quite a lot. Folkes has looked to use his feet a little bit more often.
Yeah, and I guess what's encouraging from a Lancashire point of view, not only have the runs come a little bit more slowly, they're still able to attack 2 catches in place now for Wells. 1 man under the lid.
Just you say the lid. I think Keaton Jennings is wearing a lidded slip
yes,
there.
Yes, isn't he?
That's a bit of an unusual one.
Oh, it's an appeal from Wells. Must have been for LBW because that wasn't taken cleanly from Hurst behind the stumps.
Bit of extra bounce from Wells there. Extra zip off the pitch. Bouncing over the shoulder of Folks' bat there.
Oh, it's another one that beats the bat.
That's good. That's a good bit of bowling. That one delivery after he beats him with a bit of extra bounce and pace, he just slows it up, and Folks is worried about that bounce. He doesn't get forward, and ends up beating the edge.
Now, his bowling's really come on in the last few years, Luke Wells. More than 100 first-class wickets. His career's really kicked on since leaving Sussex and joining Lancs. Outstanding first-class record. Averages 36 with the bat, 25 first-class hundreds. Add to that 104 first-class wickets. That's a serious career. And that completes a maiden. It's what we were talking about earlier. Just the spinner's able to just keep a lid on the run scoring. It's a very quick leg spinner, isn't he? Luke Wells. He hurried Folks on a few occasions that over.
I think it's when you haven't got those helpful conditions necessarily. Obviously, it's not spinning square. That's quite useful to have, especially when a bit of variety. Tom Hartley's much more of a traditional pace of a spinner, and we saw Wells there. One popped, one kind of slowed up, one zipped through. When you have got that extra pace and bounce, and you're able to vary your speed, we saw there how it can play with a batter's mind, and Folks wasn't too sure how to play it, and you only need that to work once, as they say.
Game falling into a bit of a holding pattern here. Surrey very content to take their time. Still a long way ahead.
So Wells has gone to slip here, right? He hasn't put on the helmet. He's put it about, 6 feet behind him? So why do we think Keaton Jennings was wearing a helmet at slip?
Is it potentially the type of outside edge they're anticipating from the different bowlers? With Hartley, you're almost looking for the prod, the defensive prod, whereas Wells bowling a little bit quicker through the air and off the pitch.
Yeah, if Wells gets an outside edge, it's going to absolutely fly.
Especially if
like a cut shot.
Exactly. Wells spinning the ball away from the right-hander. There's a real chance that one flies off the bat. With Hartley bowling at a slightly different pace, as you said, a more orthodox pace for a spin bowler. It's a good delivery from Hartley, but Burns guides that behind square on the offside and picks up a single. Moves on to 132. Good rotation of strike here from this Surrey pair. 4 singles in a row.
Yeah, it's frustrating for Lancs, isn't it? You've just had that good over from Wells where you might start to be building a bit of pressure, and Surrey just been able to take these 4 singles here without taking any risks. Just play with nice soft hands.
Another appeal, but a short-lived one. Completes another decent over for the home side. 4 runs from it, 268 for 3. Burns now on 132 not out. That's his joint highest score for Surrey since he scored 193 against Worcestershire 6 years ago. His highest score in those 6 years is there's 133 at Edgbaston against Australia in that first Ashes test in 2019. Yet to get a score of 150 in first class cricket since he first was called up for England for that tour of Sri Lanka in late 2018. Again, that's fired in from Wells. Doesn't quite get his line right, so Folks is able to just work that behind square on the leg side. In fact, that's been signalled as a leg bite.
Yeah, 2 catchers behind the bat now, leg slip and a regulation slip, and both with helmets on. So I think you're right, yeah, as it definitely is in relation to the pace that Wells is bowling. I mean, the extra bounce he gets. But it's interesting that those catchers in front of the wicket have been moved. They obviously don't think these guys are going to be coming forward and defending an inside edge off the pad or whatever it is. He's going to be targeting almost the hip of Burns nearly and seeing if he just instinctively plays it around the corner.
Do you think we're close to seeing a change in tempo from Surrey? They seem very content at the moment to just be going at around about 3.5 runs and over.
Well, I was just saying to Adam before you came on, it looked like we were from Folks. He started using his feet to Hartley. He was getting very far forward or very far back quite aggressively to Wells.
Well, there it is. Burns gets down on one knee and deposits that several rows back. Oh no, 4. I thought that sailed over the rope. Obviously lost sight of it. But a sign of aggression from Rory Burns.
Yeah, a rare flighted delivery from Wells. And it's a good ploy from Burns. I think he said, right, you can bowl this flat line if you want.
That's shorter, and that's 4 more. Wells not getting his length right on that occasion.
Yeah, Burns is forcing him into changing tack here. They weren't getting any chances off that quicker, flatter length. So Wells is trying to toss it up now. It's a very short boundary that side to the left-handed Burns. And given that Wells isn't the biggest spinner of the ball, and even if he was, it's spinning into to the left-hander, it's a relatively safe shot.
Yeah, that ends another very good over for Surrey. 9 runs off it. 277 for 3 after 77 overs. Not too far away from the second new ball here. That second Burns boundary prompting a field change. One of the catchers, Josh Bohannon, coming into the ring, and the man who was at mid-wicket going back to the boundary.
That's twice today now you've made a call and it's come true. You said they'd both spin from both ends, and then you said they'd start attacking.
Well, I actually just asked the question.
Well, we'll give you the credit.
It looks like it will be spin from both ends until the second new ball. More generally today, do you think spin's been underused from Lancashire? Tom Hartley only into his 10th over. Surrey miles ahead in the game at this point, leading by 73 with 7 first innings wickets still in hand.
Potentially a little underused, but it's just difficult conditions, isn't it? It's a much nicer batting day today than it was yesterday. Overhead cloud covers, not disappeared, but it's a lot brighter today.
And Burns gets down on one knee again. Sweeps it behind square on the leg side, picks up another single.
But you're right, I think if the seamers were struggling to create chances in the way that they were, and like we said, the conditions aren't as helpful, it probably was worth a bit of a go earlier.
I wonder if away sides are slightly misled when it comes to conditions here, because Surrey often field 4, sometimes even 5 seamers as they have done in this game. That's not always because of conditions, it's partly to do with just the players Surrey have at their disposal. Folks uses his feet really nicely and picks up 4, just beats the man running across over from mid-on. It's another boundary. We asked a couple of overs ago, was a tempo change coming, and I think we've got our answer here.
Well, I think folks looked to press the accelerator about 20 minutes ago, but Luke Wells started bowling quite well. But that changed in the last over. And I think they definitely will look to keep their foot down now.
Yeah, a reminder of what we expect to come tomorrow. The forecast does not look good. So although Surrey well on top in this game, they will be aware of what the radars are telling them. We might not see a lot of cricket tomorrow. The forecast is good for Sunday, so we should still get at least 3 days of cricket in if we require it.
End of the 78th over. Just 2 more now until the new ball. It does look, as Yas said, very likely that we'll just have 2 more overs of spin before that new ball becomes available. But I think you're right. I think it is the time now. Obviously, they probably are considering the forecast a little bit, but that aside, I think you look at 2 set batters. I think this is the time to try and go through that gear change so that by the time the new ball comes in and they have got a ball that's fresher, harder, comes off the bat more nicely, the foot's already down a little bit, so to speak. They're not trying to all of a sudden try and be a little bit more aggressive when it's moving.
Yeah, still, in theory, 46 overs left today. Surrey could still bat for another 30 overs, get that lead well above 200, and still get the best part of an hour to bowl at Lancashire this evening.
Yeah, it could be a long day for Lancs. I think we'll probably find out a lot of how they're thinking or how they're approaching things by who comes in shortly. I mean, if they are looking to put the foot down a little bit and keep with one eye on tomorrow, maybe someone like Sam Curran might be coming in ahead of someone like Sudharsan, just probably a little bit more attacking.
I mean, Sai Sudharsan, very capable, to be fair, of going through the gears. He's got a 90 odd in an IPL final, I think. Played a bit of white ball cricket already for India. I guess, but sorry, they all bat briskly from here on in. Sai Sudharsan, Sam Curran, Jordan Clark, even Conor McCurr, Tom Laws. Burns on one knee again, and it's 4 more. He's looked to sweep any time the spinners have erred full. It's yet another boundary, his 21st 4 of his innings. That is becoming increasingly substantial as the overs tick by. It prompts another field change. Mid on drops back to long on. Burns 1 hit away from 150. And that'll be it. Back-to-back 4s for Rory Burns. Brings up his first 150 for Surrey in 6 years. What a knock it has been. He acknowledges his home crowd who rise to their feet to applaud their captain, who has played a brilliant knock here. 150 not out from 242 balls. His side now lead by 91, well on top in this contest. It's the end of the over. Surrey 295 for 3 after 79 overs. You know, even Nathan, since we asked would the tempo change come, I think the innings run rate has gone up from 3.45 to 3.7. So we talked about it earlier, how you never know how important these batting bonus points will be come the end of the season. And since the rule change a couple of years ago, where it's 450 rather than 400 for the final batting bonus point, you really do need to score at a good rate to get anywhere near that.
Yeah, and I know it's a short boundary on that leg side, but that shot to get to 150, that was an incredible shot. Like, probably is stopped for one on the longer boundary, but the timing to pick the gap between the two men in the deep there was astonishing.
But it does show that it is such a short boundary that the way you target it can be completely different to how you normally go about things at this level. We saw that one miss-hit 6 from Will Jacks earlier, which is unlike many sixes that you see.
Which I think is probably a sign that ever since Wales stopped bowling into the pitch and started tossing it up more, it's probably gone to the wrong option. It's very hard for a guy who's over 100 not out. It's hard to imagine him mishitting a slung sweep to the boundary that's so short that you think he's going to get out. I think that plan of saying, right, we're not going to get him to toss it up and either nick off or slug one up. The plan of shorten into the pitch and see if he nicks one off a cut shot, I think was a much better plan, because ever since he started tossing it up, Burns has just said thank you very much.
Yeah, Burns and Folkes have been hurried by the quicker balls from Wales, the ones that's really fired through. No real flight. Yeah, sorry. What would they need to get that 5th batting bonus point? Another 154 runs from pretty much 30 overs, so going at 5s, which you think is manageable from here, given the batting they have to come. You'd imagine that will be on their radar. I can't imagine them declaring before the 110th over, especially given the weather we've got today. Very bright, totally different to yesterday, so you'd think that light won't be an issue come the end of the day. We should get these overs in. Something else to keep an eye on as Burns tucks that into the leg side to pick up another single to complete Tom Hartley's 11th over is Lancashire are well behind the over rate themselves. -3 is the number on the scoreboard at the moment, so they'll be doing their best to catch up. A reminder, while Surrey are very much involved in a title race, one that they lead, Lancashire in a relegation battle, and two of the sides directly below them, Warwickshire and Worcestershire, looking very good at the moment in this current round of games. Warwickshire currently have Somerset 160 for 6. Wales beats Burns with one that I think goes straight on and beats his outside edge. Again, finding a bit more joy with a slightly flatter trajectory. And that's the shot that Nathan was talking about. It's the first 6 of the innings for Rory Burns. It brings up the Surrey 300, but Wales tossing it up again. Outside off stump, but Burns straight down on one knee and deposits that well over the rope. And interesting that Lancashire haven't taken in the second new ball as well.
Well, Burns has prompted a field change here from Keaton Jennings. I was thinking that the deep mid wicket he does have out, which is probably a bit too square It's not covering cow corner, which is where every single one of these Burns sweep shots has gone, and that one wouldn't make a difference. He's stuck that one 10 rows into the crowd. But he's now got to the left-hander. Instead of just moving that mid-wicket around, he's put another man back. So there's now 4 men back on that short leg side boundary for Lancs when Rory Burns is on strike.
Yeah, tricky period here for Lancashire, opting not to take the second new ball. I wonder how much of that is their over-rate predicament, trying to hurry through a few overs here in quick time. We've seen teams' end of season fates determined by over-rate penalties before. They don't want to fall on the wrong side of that in 2024. Oh, driven nicely down the ground by Folkes, but plays it too straight. The ball cannons into the stumps at the non-striker's end. Means he only picks up 1, but another very good over for Surrey. 8 from it. Now 305 for 3.
Yeah, stumps cost him 3 runs there. But I'm a fan of that rule. The greater, shall we say, degree of strictness over rates that you get in county cricket. I think it is good. It means during periods like this where one team is just so dominant and the game could meander, it's almost not allowed to.
Yeah, definitely. Although I do find it slightly uncomfortable that a team's primary focus at any point is just getting through the overs. I know that is their fault for being behind, but from a competition point of view, and just as we say that, Lancashire's over-rate figure has gone from -3 to -1. So in a way, nearly job done for these Lancashire spinners.
Yeah, I take the point. It means for a period of half an hour, say, that the focus is on just avoiding punishment rather than winning the game, so to speak.
We're just 4 or so minutes away from that tea interval, by the way. Slightly different session time today, given the time we lost at the end of day 1. It's been all Surrey this session. Their lead now more than 100. And if you're wondering what to do during the tea interval, I suggest you shouldn't go anywhere, because during the tea interval, John Surtees will be joined by Phil Everest, the vice chair of the biggest junior cricket league in the country. What league is it? Find out in 3 minutes. Sorry, perhaps with one eye on that interval. Quieter over so far, just 1 run from it. And Burns defends again, just 1 run from that over. Sorry, 306 for 3. Yeah, it's always a difficult question. How do you deal with slow over rates? Because you need to have some sort of punishment. You know, in the World Test Championship, people have argued that they're too draconian, that England were effectively robbed of 1.5 wins for their slow over rates against Australia. But at the same time, you need something.
Vauxhall End, Josh Bahanon.
With another change in the bowling. Josh Bohannon on for the first time in this game. So spin will continue.
13 first-class wickets is Josh Bohannon. He's bowled 20 innings. Best figures 3 for 46.
Looks like there's a bit of off-spin from Bohannon. I can't confess to having watched a lot of Josh Bohannon bowl before.
I don't think I've ever seen him bowl before.
That's fired in. Yeah, an important knock for Ben Foakes actually in the slipstream of Rory Burns. It's his highest first-class score of the summer. A difficult summer in many ways, left out of the England Test side following that tour of India. And partly as a consequence because of how well Surrey have played, he's not had that many opportunities with the bat. I think Phil made the point earlier that this is his 9th appearance of the season, but only the 11th time he's batted.
Yeah, I was listening in when that was said. It's absolutely staggering figure, which I suppose just shows the importance of now that he's in. I mean, any time you get in, you got to cash in, but you know, who knows when the next time he could get a proper bat is. It's a nice problem to have from a Surrey point of view, but yeah, it's not been good for Ben Foakes' aspirations of proving selectors wrong.
Fired in again and cut to backward point. Tidy over this from Bohannon. Very darty off spin, I'd say.
Absolutely. This is 100% because it's the last over before tea and it's a free hit, but I actually like the move purely just to try and spin the ball away from that short leg side boundary.
Left alone by Rory Burns, and that will be tea. Surrey well on top. 307 for 3. They lead by 103. Rory Burns has been the star man so far. 158 not out of 256. His highest score for Surrey since 2018. He's been ably supported by Ben Foakes. 66 not out. His highest score of the summer so far as well. Lancashire have tried everything, but with little reward. A lot to play for in what will be an extended final session. 41 overs to bowl in theory today. And with the weather set fair, we should get those all in. That's it from me and Nathan for a bit. We're going to be replaced by John Surtees, who will be joined by Phil Everest, the vice chair of the biggest junior cricket league in the country.
Thanks very much indeed, Yas. Yeah. Another fascinating live interview for you now coming up at the tea break. Just to go over what Yas has said there. Real hell of a session for Surrey. 307 for 3 now, lead by 103. Rory Burns, 158 not out, 256 balls. Ben Foakes at the other end, 66 not out, off 123. Will Williams, pick of the bowlers there for Lancashire, 1 for 35 off 17. Yeah, and a few guys being chucked the ball there for Lancashire, but yeah, I'm not here really to do this. I'm here to talk to Phil Everest. So Phil, yeah, just pop the headphones on there, mate. And then there we go. Microphone's in the right place. Phil, I'm going to switch you on here now. So yeah, Phil Everest, honorary life member of Surrey. Many titles, Phil. Honorary life member of Surrey.
Yes.
You're the vice chair of the biggest junior cricket league in the country. You're the chair of the Surrey Schools Cricket Association as well. You're a Malden Wanderer, we've discovered as well.
Yes,
you know, you're
correct.
a man of Carshilton as well.
Yes.
So you're the vice chair of the biggest junior cricket league in the country. That's why you're on specifically. I think there are many reasons we could have you on, and many fascinating conversations we could have with you. Thanks for taking the time to join us. Phil, what is the biggest junior cricket league in the country? I hear people asking.
The Surrey Junior Cricket Championship.
The Surrey Junior Cricket Championship. Right, so this is actually quite a new thing, isn't it, the Surrey Junior Cricket Championship? You'd have thought junior cricket in Surrey is not a new thing, but tell us what it looked like beforehand, tell us what it looks like now, and tell us why that change was made.
Right, prior to
2020, there were 5 junior cricket leagues in Surrey.
Okay. Completely all completely separate organisations.
They were all completely independent. They had their own rules, their own organisation.
When you say their own rules, it wasn't sort of, if you hit the ball over the boundary you get 10 or anything,
No, not like that. But they had different playing formats.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
They had different procedures for arranging games, all these sort of things.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely.
Different age groups.
All a bit disparate.
Yeah, very, very disparate. Now, we looked at cricket across the county.
When you say we here, you mean the Surrey Cricket Foundation?
Cricket Foundation, yes.
As a sort of overarching body that looks after and helps, liaise with leagues and helps run the club game within the county and South London.
That's correct. There were a number of factors that led us to discuss how to take junior cricket in Surrey forward.
Mm-hmm.
These junior leagues had very much were run by ageing volunteers.
Yeah.
So
lifeblood of the game, those people.
They are,
yeah,
very much. But as we know, they do have
a shelf life.
Finite life.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah,
yes.
Yeah. I mean, don't we all?
So
without wanting to get too deep.
They were ageing volunteers. We could see that junior cricket was growing. Would these junior leagues be able to actually resource and sustain that growth,
mm-hmm,
or not? And also coming up on the rails was very much the growth of girls cricket.
Yeah, which is an incredible success story in recent years.
It is. It's phenomenal.
Yeah.
And also the ECB was coming in with its recommendations for junior formats.
Yes, I see.
In other words, changing of pitch length, all this sort of stuff.
Yeah. So you felt the time was right to maybe try and bring these 5 leagues to get together into one.
That's right. We had feedback from clubs that some of the bigger clubs in the county never played each other.
Right. Well, because they're in separate organisations.
For instance, Spencer, who are in South London.
Yeah. So again, just to sort of fill people in, for those who don't know, Spencer, one of the biggest clubs in South London, based out sort of Earlsfield, Wandsworth Way.
Right.
And there's 1,200 plus juniors, I think, in the Spencer setup.
Yeah.
Huge club. Gave Surrey the likes of Gus Atkinson and Alex Tudor as well over the years. So a fine record of producing good bowlers as well. So so Spencer as one organisation.
Yep. At the other end of the county, you had clubs like Guildford,
mm-hmm,
and those two never met unless it happened to be in a cup competition.
Right, which just seems a bit silly.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah.
So, prior to the formation of the SJCC, we started running, and the foundation started running what we called Premier Leagues or Invitation Leagues,
mm-hmm,
where we would invite the best dozen clubs, or teams, in fact, not clubs, from the 5 leagues,
mm-hmm,
and put them into a league playing longer format cricket.
Right, a bit like the
40 over cricket.
A bit like the European Super League of Surrey Junior Cricket.
Yeah, very much.
Absolutely, but with hopefully less controversy.
Yeah, that gave us a little bit of insight into the way that could work.
Mm-hmm.
It then grew. We started under 15, we then expanded it to under 14 and under 13.
Yeah.
And that actually gave us...
And it seemed to be working. It seemed to be working. And then come probably just before 2020, a couple of years before, we said, right, let's expand this. Clubs like this. Mm-hmm.
Let's expand it across all age groups.
Yep.
Let's try and bring all the clubs under one banner,
mm-hmm,
all the leagues under one banner.
Yep.
Together with that, you have the, benefits of scale.
Mm-hmm.
If you've got 130 clubs involved, plus, you can look at commercial deals.
Yep.
With that you can't when you've got a league of say a dozen clubs.
Okay, so you said a really interesting word there, scale.
Yep.
Let's talk about the scale of this thing. So we've been saying here, today that you're coming on. You're the vice chair of the biggest junior cricket league in the country. What does that mean? Give us some numbers, Phil. What does that mean? What is the biggest? How much cricket does the biggest junior cricket league in the country play?
When we started in 2021, which was the first season, because we lost 2020 because of lockdown.
Didn't we all? Yeah.
We had 1,250 teams.
1,250 teams, right?
Teams, 130 clubs.
Yeah.
Playing something in the region of 5,000 fixtures.
I mean, that's amazing. So just to sort of put a bit of scale on this, so that's 1,250 teams, and are we talking all of those games are 11-a-side?
No, some of them were 8-a-side.
Yeah.
Pitters games.
Okay, so if we say if some of them are 8-a-side and some of them are 11-a-side, let's conservatively hedge on the number 9 as your average team size. Yep. Let's say there are 9 kids in each team. That's 11,000, just over 11,000 kids.
Yeah, I think we actually counted something like 13,000.
13,000 young people playing cricket. You know, that's it's an amazing thing.
And now that's moved on to this season. We had nearly 1,700 teams.
1,700 teams, Phil. This is huge.
Playing something in the region of 7,000 fixtures.
Incredible.
So we're now talking probably 15,000 plus youngsters playing cricket on a regular basis.
I mean, that's vast, isn't it? The scale of that is absolutely vast, and that must be a really brilliant thing for clubs as well, to get this level of support and to be able to enter their teams into such a sort of populated and well-run, you know, and popular competition. So you know, how are you supporting clubs to grow the game?
Well, we can give youngsters the opportunity to play at an appropriate level, because all of our leagues are tiered. So we've got tier 1, tier 2, tier 3, and clubs may want to enter more than one team, so they can enter where is appropriate to the player's ability.
Yeah.
Which means that builds up the enjoyment.
Yes.
It means you're not going out and being hammered every week.
No, which is no fun for anyone.
Play against similar teams.
Yeah, even if you're doing the hammering, it's no fun, really. You know, you'd much rather, you know, win a competitive game of cricket than just go out.
Agreed.
And I mean, I don't think I'd ever know, Phil. I'll be honest. I don't think I've ever been on a team that's handed out a hammering. I've been on the end of a few of them, but it is. Yeah, you want to be playing good, level, balanced, competitive cricket.
Yeah, I think it's worth saying that, you know, why do we run cricket competitions? Why does anybody run cricket competitions?
We are getting deep here.
My view...
It's very philosophical, yeah.
My view is it's for the development of the players.
Yep.
The individual is important, but it's also for the development of the clubs, to enable the clubs to improve their own standard. By having the tier system, the clubs can move up through the tiers. We don't have a formal promotion relegation process like you would have, for instance, in the Surrey Championship. But we do encourage teams that have won, say, a tier 3 league to move up to tier 2 the following year.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not dissimilar to a conversation a friend of mine I had with a friend of mine the other day about our Sunday league. It's not a league, the Sunday team that I play in, and I think we were at that point we'd won 7 games this season and lost none, and we were all quite excited about this. And come on, we're going to get the streak, we're going to get it unbeaten all season. And someone just said, if you're a Sunday team and you've won all 7, maybe you need to think about the opposition you're playing.
Yes.
You know, and I was like, well, you know, you're pricking my balloon here slightly, but I actually ultimately agree with you. Yeah, you know, it's about finding the level and finding the right opposition. There's a word you mentioned just now which I wanted to focus on as well. When you look at the logo for the SJCC, you've got your values written on the logo, which is not uncommon. A lot of companies, a lot of clubs do that in leagues and do that in sport. Spirit is one of the values. Playing in, I presume, you know, in good spirit, the spirit of the game, the spirit of the law, that sort of thing.
Spirit of cricket.
Spirit of cricket, absolutely. That old chestnut. Inclusion, which I think is obviously incredibly important. Always has been incredibly important. But you know, is a gaining power, I think, as a word as well.
Very much so.
And quite rightly so. And the final word, which I'm fascinated by, is enjoyment. So it's such a important concept, almost maybe assumed by some people, but not a word you see a lot on logos, you know, or things like that. So I'm fascinated by this. Tell us about the thought process behind why the word enjoyment is up there front and centre.
if somebody is enjoying what they are doing, they will want to carry on doing it. So therefore, it's about participation, it's about retention in the game.
Yeah.
And that enjoyment can come not only from playing the game, but it can come from any involvement in the game.
Right.
I know youngsters who've decided that they're never going to be a particularly good cricketer, but thoroughly enjoy scoring.
Right. Yeah, absolutely.
So they go away and they score.
Who doesn't enjoy scoring?
Yeah.
Buy a kid 16 different colour pens and they're going to become a great scorer.
I know a few of those.
But the game, Phil, the game needs them.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Where would we be without our scorers?
Yeah. So it is about everybody enjoying things. And as we said earlier, part of that enjoyment is playing an even-sided game. So one side is not thrashing another side.
Right, absolutely.
That's all enjoyment. And I think one thing I want to make sure, enjoyment can come in many forms, but also what is enjoyable to one player or group of players may not be enjoyable to another group of players.
Okay, yeah.
You know, there's a lot said about equality, gender equality, boys cricket, girls cricket.
Absolutely equitable. It's got to be equitable. Yeah.
But I prefer to see that in the light of the players have the opportunity for equal enjoyment of the game.
Yep.
That doesn't necessarily mean everybody being able to hit sixes.
No.
You know, what you enjoy
just
is
as well
what I enjoy.
Just as well in my case.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
True. So, you know, enjoyment is very important to us.
Yeah, absolutely. No, I think that's a wonderful concept. We talked a bit about how you set it up. We talked a bit about the role of the competition.
Yep.
We talked a bit about the scale, but you're talking about 7,000, matches this year, give or take, which is incredible. How do you continue to grow? What's the future? What does the future look like? Because you don't strike me as someone, Phil, who's got a sort of lovely chair of laurels at home, and you just want to sit on it and look around at what you've created and how wonderful it is. You strike me as someone who's constantly sort of thinking about what's the next step. How does it get better? What does this look like in 2026? What does this look like in 2028? So given that you're already playing 7,000 games, what's next?
I think the biggest thing is, we said when we first set this up that we wanted to embed a culture which was very much about spirit of cricket, enjoyment, and that was going to take time. If I had my way, there would be no rules. Everybody...
You're an anarchist.
No. Everybody follows the spirit of things.
Absolutely.
And therefore everybody can enjoy. Now, we're 4 years in.
The idea of cricket with no rules brings me out in hives, Phil, but I see where you're going with this.
Yeah. And I think we've got another year before we can say that we've got things anywhere close to embedded. The foundations work very hard on values and behaviours culture. And if you go into any club in this county, you will find a poster on the wall where there is a QR code that can be scanned, which enables anybody to report good or bad behaviour.
Right.
And we've had a surprising number of positive comments.
Well, that's wonderful.
You know, a 13-year-old who called back a batsman given out by the umpire for saying, "No, I didn't catch it."
There you go. Wonderful.
You know, that sort of thing comes back.
Yeah, that's really important. Yeah.
And so instilling that culture is important.
Yeah.
I think the major constraint on us expanding is facilities.
Right. I mean, Surrey as a county is not, compared to a lot of places in the UK, not a county that's badly served for cricket facilities, but you want more.
You need more, and you need more particularly in the London area of Surrey.
I couldn't agree more.
You know, there are very few green spaces here in London.
Yes.
And we have to work on that. You know, we're in front of one of the greatest green spaces, but unfortunately
in the world,
it's not available to youth cricket. Or generally available. There are the odd games.
It has its moments. Yeah, I mean, you think about the amount of cricket that gets played here, extraordinary. Phil, I'm going to just start to draw this to a close because I can see that you'd heard the 5-minute bell a minute ago, and you can see the umpires now and the Lancashire players walking out. I can also look. One thing I just wanted to finish on really quickly. I can also see walking down the staircase now, the home dressing room, down the stairs, down the middle of the bed to stand is one Rory Burns. So he's 158 not out of 256 balls, highest score for Surrey since 2018. You're a man of many hats, Phil. We talked about the Surrey Junior Cricket Championship and the incredible work you do there, and you work with the Surrey Schools Cricket Association as well. But you also used to be, up until a couple of years ago, involved with the performance side of Surrey Youth Cricket as well. You were the manager, I think, of the Surrey under 15s. So you've done some work with Rory over your time. It must make you feel pretty good to see him have a day like today.
Very proud. There's Burnsy. There's a lot of them. I can go back 40 years.
Yeah.
With junior cricket.
That's amazing.
Junior Surrey cricket, and it's very rewarding to see these lads, men now, playing out there. So,
Phil, well, I'm delighted. Thanks so much for taking the time to join us and tell us about the Surrey Junior Cricket Championship. It sounds like an amazing thing, going from strength to strength. Just those numbers, the scale. 7,000 junior matches across the county of Surrey in South London this year is something I think you should be incredibly proud of, and something I think people who love the game and want the game to have a brilliant future will be really heartened to hear, how much this is happening and how well it's being organised. And obviously also lovely for you to be here today to see someone like Rory, who you used to work with, have such a brilliant day as well. I thank you so much for joining us, Phil Everest.
Thank you, John.
I'm going to hand over now to Phil Walker. You're going to be replaced by Adam Collins, who's going to come along in a minute, and they're going to talk you through third session of the second day. Surrey 307 for 3, Rory Burns 158, Ben Folkes, who's going to take the strike on the first ball, 66 not out. Phil Everest, thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, chaps. 307 for 3. And again, just as we were at the start of the day, Will Williams lucklessly going about his business. 17 overs he's already sent down. 7 maidens in those. 1 for 35. He was excellent this morning until he tired just a little. He bowled 5 overs for 5 overnight, and then a 7 over spell for 9 early on today. Picked up just that 1 wicket. Deserved more.
Yeah, this does look born to bowl in England, doesn't he, Williams? Just the way that he approaches the crease and naturally shaping it away, but angling it in, has the wobble seam delivery.
Yeah, indeed. He's got a very good record for Lancs.
Yeah.
But quite a curious one in that he averages in the low 20s, and yet he's only taken 1 5-fer in his time at Old Trafford, which suggests that he has that tendency to adorn games, to contribute but not dominate. And it loops into the onside, but Folkes will pick up an easy single. The field relatively set back now. Can we see anything but the inevitable here, Adam Collins?
No. I hate to be so blunt, but
it's hard to make a case otherwise.
I mean, this is just played out. When I woke up this morning and saw the scorecard, I thought, well, you might see one of the 2 openers kick on and be the trunk for the innings, and one of the myriad Surrey capable middle order players will come along for the ride. They'll get comfortably ahead by halfway through the day. They'll put the foot down in the final session. They'll build such an imposing lead that by the time we go to bed tonight that they'll might already have enough runs. That's what I sincerely would have said. And unless something goes away from the script here with 40 overs to go, if they were to bat to the close here, and there's no reason why they wouldn't, they're going to go at 3.5 and over comfortably. Maybe better than that, which puts the lead with a, let's call it 220. It just means that we're in this situation again. And it belies the fact that Lancs did have a little look this morning. Remember, wickets falling at 86 and 97. That was both inside the first 20 minutes of play. Exactly what they needed to do upon arrival this morning. But weren't able to capitalise as touring teams or visiting teams seldom are here at the Kia Oval over the last 2.5 seasons. Surrey have been top of the pops, and yeah, I mean, we'll go around the ground shortly, given we're just coming into a new session here, but if Surrey get the majority of the points on offer here, they've already got, 2 of the batting points? Yeah, 2 of the batting points. All of the bowling points yesterday, of course. They'll have all the time in the world to get to the full boat number again, to 450, and then that'll be that in terms of setting up this final 5 weeks of the season, so long as they can take the 10 wickets in time and rain doesn't intervene.
Yeah, it was a slightly weary finish as well to Will Williams' first over after tea. 84 gone, new ball taken just before tea. Just 3 wickets to show for it. And what will be concerning is that Surrey's top order haven't really had to shift gears too much. Burns looked in complete control. Folks has adorned the afternoon very elegantly today. And you've got a couple of southpaws waiting to have a whack in the hutch.
Well, that's it, isn't it? You look at the depth that Surrey have. That we've seen Jordan Clark, who, gosh, where will he actually walk in today, I wonder?
He'll
8?
probably be at 8, yeah.
Made a century in a session when there was going to be one earlier this year in really tough, gloomy conditions. Very high ceiling. Shot.
It's punched into the onside. Probably will just beat the man. Yes, it does. Short boundary, well timed. Been a feature. Whenever Burns is playing well, he's strong through mid-wicket. And for the young lad, Josh Boyden, on debut, it's been, well, a chastening experience up until now. You just hope, for his sake, that he can winkle one out and that he can get himself going into his Red Bull first-class career. One of 2 debutants, of course, for Lancs, and while it feels like a tough couple of days, a sobering couple of days, nonetheless, definite swing there with the new ball for the left armour. Nonetheless, it's a clear policy by Keaton Jennings and his backroom staff that they are trusting in youth, and you're going to experience some tough times. They will be thinking they've just got to do enough to ensure that they don't fall through the trapdoor at the end of this year, and then their young kids will be better for this experience. Matty Hurst was very impressive, 20 years young, very impressive yesterday. Obviously Rocky Flintoff we'll know about. Josh Boyden here as well, making his bow. Edged but just shy of second slip. Keaton Jennings there, the skipper, and that has been the story of the last 2 days. It's remarkable how it happens when you are down in a cricket game and you're scrapping hard. Every marginal seems to go against you. A batter plays and misses, shrugs his shoulders, moves on, and when you do finally find that edge, it just dies on you.
Such a big part of the game, isn't it, that when things are not breaking your way, trying to hold on tight, trying to find a way to help it break your way. 'Cause, as you say, the cricket gods can be cruel on that front.
So yeah, as you say, Adam, quickly round the grounds in the build up to the end of this over. So perhaps the most relevant game for Surrey fans would be the game at Edgbaston, and it's been an interesting one today because Somerset, in reply to 3-3-7, Warwickshire bowled out this morning. They were in a right slump. They were in all kinds. They lost both openers for ducks. 2 of their middle order, the Toms, Abel and Banton, both for 5. 56 for 4, was soon 65 for 5, and yet they have clawed their way back into this one. 186 for 6, so still behind, 151 behind, but with 4 wickets in hand, you feel like that game is still open for them.
Who's done the job to get them back?
Yeah, they've put it on Casey Aldridge, good young bowling all-rounder, made runs as well for the Lions, in fact, made a good 70 against Sri Lanka last week in the warm-up game. Helped rescue that innings with Hamza Sheikh, who made a brilliant 91. He's a player to watch out for, by the way. But James Rew as well made a 49. And Tom Lammerby made 40-odd as well at first drop. So they are clawing their way back into that one. And, of course, they are the nearest challengers to Surrey. 23 points separated those two at the start of this round.
I was wondering this morning when a clip came up in my feed of a 15-year-old playing in the Super Fours, the under-18 aggregated England comp. It's like a 50-ball 100 from a 15-year-old with the last name Rue.
Right.
It did cross my mind. Have we talk? Is this the James Rue's little brother?
Could well be.
You know what I mean? Are we going to have a bit of this going on where in 10 years' time there'll be 2 Rues in the middle order for England?
Yeah, every chance. English cricket is marked by these kind of dynasties, you know. It's a game that provides its own families and different generations. You've seen it out there today, or this week, with the latest.
He mustn't bowl, Rocky.
He does bowl.
I haven't seen it yet.
Apparently he's struggled with a bad back, struggled with a...
Oh, fair enough.
I don't want to say a stress fracture, but that's what I heard. I don't know if that's the case or not, although somebody was talking about that yesterday. But he certainly had some growing pains, 16 and a bit. But it's implausible to think that frame and that lineage won't require the boy to run in off the sight screen. Anyway, we'll resume that when we do see it. He's not bowled much this year, from what I gather, but there is a seamer in there.
So maybe, say, round the wicket, 92 mile an hour, reverse swing, nick off Adam Gilchrist stuff?
With a splayed front foot coming from over the sight screen. Talking to BCL about this, right? Talking to Lara about facing Flintoff, who he said was the hardest English bowler he ever faced. And remember the spell he bowled to Callis at Edgbaston, where he came above the sight screen. So
7-ball over, wasn't it?
So Lara had the same experience at Edgbaston against Flintoff, and Lara said he was batting as well as he's ever batted anywhere, and he was on 90 odd, and then Flintoff came back for a spell, pounding in and bowled from such height that it came above the sight screen, and Lara couldn't see it, couldn't pick it up. And the first one he jabbed down on a Yorker right at the last second, and then next ball nicked off to Graham Thorpe, who took a really good catch at second or third slip. But Lara said he just didn't see it above the sight screen. And the same thing happens at Callis. Flintoff would have that ability to, and he said that he came at him from such peculiar angles he could not line him up. And he said by the end of that summer, of the 04 summer, where they'd played 7 test matches, I think, at home and away. No, 8 test matches it was, West Indies, England. And Lara said he was his bunny. You know, he was Fred's bunny by the end of it. There's nothing he could do. Forget just what a great bowler he was on his day, Flintoff. For 2 or 3 years, he was as good as anyone around.
Totally. I mean, so many defining characteristics of the 2005 Ashes, but the sight of Flintoff getting the ball to reverse from that height. I mean, unplayable delivery after unplayable delivery, remembering that he'd already rattled off a century earlier in the series. It was a special time.
Indeed, and you know, as hacks, we like the numbers, we like the way that they match up, and of course 20 years ago now, in 04, that was Flintoff's real breakout year. And it was funny seeing him here yesterday. Obviously he got the nod that his boy was playing, so he was here watching, and it reminded me it would have been 20 years ago, pretty much this month, he made a 99 in an ODI that I watched here live as part of that rambunctious summer where England were a brilliant team.
Won every test, didn't they?
Won every test match against West Indies and New Zealand, brought Strauss into the side and so on and so on, and Rob Key was making runs, and Flintoff made a 99, and I watched it from up in the pavilion as a youngish early 20s kid, and I remember he smiled and laughed all the way off the pitch, having made 99 in an ODI. And it just summed up that summer. You'd think you get to 99 in any cricket, you're a bit cranky when you walk off, but he couldn't be happier because he'd turned it on. He was in the prime of his career, and he knew him and that team were on the cusp of something pretty special. That winter they went to South Africa. Not enough is made of that series.
Oh, what a belter.
To beat Graham Smith, South Africa 2-1 out there. Extraordinary stuff, really, and then it all, of course, unfurled into the Ashes. But for those 2 years, that was a remarkable cricket team. Foolish again by the left arm seamer, searching for that late swing. It's in there somewhere for him. He's just got to keep plugging away.
It was an interesting time to be on the other side of the world following that English team as well. So it was the 99-2000 tour of South Africa, where in Australia we started getting every England series sent back to us on cable television, which hadn't happened to that point. So, for instance, 98 South Africa held up as one of the great series, certainly one of the great contests physically. And as a young bloke who had pretty strong thirst for these things, best I could do was wait for my magazines to arrive in the post and read about it, right? Pre-internet, or near enough pre-internet. But 99-2000 onwards, we got to watch this England team mature and grow in various ways over a number of years, and it was genuinely interesting and exciting to do so. So, for example, that 04-05 away series in South Africa, a lot of people were watching that through the night. Great time zone to watch Test cricket, South Africa, about 7:30 of an evening in Oz. That final test with Hoggard on the final day, wasn't it? It was 7 for.
Yeah, it was exactly that, but Vaughan's inventiveness as a captain was in full flow at that point as well, and he was learning a lot about himself as a skipper as well. And I think towards the end of his tenure, he kind of overfunked himself by the end of his time. But in those early months and years as England skipper, when it was all opening up for him and his team, he was an incredibly inventive and progressive skipper. And at Joburg, he declared twice in a rain-affected game. And it wasn't really heard of, because back then still English cricket was scarred by defeat and failure, and it didn't quite know how to drag itself into the new way of thinking. But Vaughan really did. He was in the vanguard of that, and that tour in South Africa, that demonstrated it really. Declared twice in that game. Trescothick made an amazing 180 in the third innings, and then Hoggard did the rest on the final day. But yeah, it all came together that winter, really. Again, arcing into the right-hander's pads this time, just slightly telegraphed by the left arm seamer, head on hands. He's got to keep going, the boy. It's in there for him. That wicket is out there.
This will sound like it's a comment that doesn't really marry up with today's standards, certainly fandom, the standards of fandom. I reckon in 2002, 2003, when England were in Australia, as many Australian fans felt such apathy that they were perfectly relaxed about England winning Test matches in that series. Melbourne and Sydney especially. So England do win in Sydney with Caddick on the final day.
But last time you ever played for England?
Indeed.
Took 10 wickets.
Yeah.
Thanks for coming.
I think he's the only bowler to do that, isn't he?
I think so, yeah.
10 and even the Melbourne test that preceded it, which got a bit hairy on the final day with Australia chasing 130 odd, and there was a weird bit where Steve Waugh was caught behind and not given, then he was out to a no ball the next ball. It was all a bit fast and loose. They got there in the end, and the rest is history. But I reckon of the 30-odd thousand people who rocked up for the fifth day, that just as many would have liked to have seen England win, because that was the series where the Ashes were retained quicker than any other time. 10 days, 10 playing days across 3 Test matches. They walloped them at Brisbane, then Adelaide, then Perth. Perth especially was brutal. And there was it had really lost something, the contest. There were columns written in the 90s suggesting that maybe the Ashes should be reduced back to 3 Test matches, like a lot of the other series in the world were being reduced back to 3 Test matches at the time. And the period of play or period of time that you're describing there was absolutely where it shifted. And I think it partly was informed by Australians watching the England team, becoming more conditioned to this idea that they could be something. And then I wouldn't say the shock of 2005. Remember the build-up? Remember all those one-dayers they played? A tri-series followed by another one-day series, another 3-game series on the back of it.
More runs for Ben Foakes this time. He's ambled into the 70s, barely noticed actually, but he's been real class today. Yeah, that build-up, the Peterson 91 from 60-odd, 65 balls at Bristol.
And that was the day after Australia were knocked off by Bangladesh when they played their one-dayer, and a few days after they'd lost remember the T20 down at the Rose Bowl they played against England? It was basically the test team playing all the white ball stuff for both sides. They had felt each other out. Simon Jones and Steve Harmison and bowlers they'd never faced in England before were duking it out with them in the coloured clothing. By the time we got to Lords in mid-July, it was fever-pitched. There was the tie in the final one-dayer they were playing against each other. It was the day of that Live 8 fundraiser festival.
Yes.
And over at Lords, Australia and England play out a tie to have the series tied at, I guess, 1.5 games apiece after a tri-series.
Yeah.
There was so much cricket. I know it's different. It would never work now. Our schedules would never permit such a build-up. But yeah, it was remarkable. It could never be repeated. Whereas last year, great as that Ashes series was, and we were really fortunate to commentate all of them on radio together, and 4 of them were resolved by fewer than 50 runs or 3 wickets, which is the statistical definition of a close test. There was a stat read out by Terry Blake over the PA then. I didn't quite pick up what he said, but we'll probably see it on the scoreboard in a moment. See there that we've had this partnership reach 172, comfortably the biggest of the match.
Yeah, and comfortably Burns' biggest individual score for a number of years. Yeah. 11,000 first-class runs brought up by Rory Burns, and his highest score since 2018, eclipsing his 133 in the first Ashes Test of 2019. He's not done yet either. It's been really impressive. He looked excellent last night, driving down the ground. The touch of old. And he's looking hungry here. Yeah, just going back to that one-dayer. It's funny how it just settles in the mind forevermore that summer. Harmison took 5 for. Australia batted first, and then Brett Lee bowled a terrifying spell, including, and I'll never forget it, I was watching it live, an accidental beamer to Marcus Trescothick that, with the white ball early on, started wide and followed the left-hander and came coming back, and it was like time stopped in that split second, and you thought, oh no, this is fatal. This is beyond. And somehow, miraculously, Trez managed to collapse to the floor, and it missed him by a whisker. But oh my word, I'll never forget that moment. I think he took 5 as well. And then I think Ashley Giles off the thigh pad scampered a couple to tie it. Geraint Jones made 70 odd in that game to set himself up for a good summer, and then it all began in earnest at Lords a week or so later. I remember my boss actually saying after the defeat at Lords in the Test match, he said, I think we're still in this. There are ways to lose games of cricket, and he says that's not a bad way. That the English had them on the ropes for a couple of sessions at least. And I remember dismissing it out of hand and assuming it'd be another 5-0. Shot. One of the shots of the day by Ben Folkes. He's played a couple down the ground. Not tried to overhit it. It was a longish half volley. But again, his touch and timing has been fabulous today, especially on the drive through the covers and straight down the ground. These two roll along. This is a hefty partnership now. 177 by my maths, Adam Collins.
And Folkes has looked terrific. And remembering that, I mentioned it a couple of times already, but worth doing so again here. Getting to 53 times this season, but never getting to 60 until today. And you can make
that 4 more.
Another boundary to take him to 80. Short boundary, able to target it with a bit of width there from the man on debut across him, and that's just experience. That's just punching the bruise stuff. Down the ground, knowing in all probability he drag his length back deep in the crease. Thanks for coming. The fans love it here at the Kia Oval. 5,000 plus in today.
Yeah.
But with Folkes, you can be a long time out of the England team when you when being left out, and he's had that experience before of being left out, but you can feel a million miles away once you've been omitted, and it can lead towards a poor season or two. It's happened to many. And folks being able to really step up here, I think, will do him the world of good.
Yeah, I think he also has a very unflappable and philosophical approach to life, really, these days. He says himself that any England cap is seen as a bonus. That's how he's seen it for the last few years, and I think he's reconciled to that. He certainly looks at ease today. I feel like Lancashire's fielders need to get around Josh Boyden a little. The body is betraying the mind a little. He looks flat, tired, and a bit demoralised. The game can swallow you up if you're not careful. He needs to walk tall here and be strong and still keep believing. And it's been a feature of Rory Burns' day that he likes that back cut. That was too close to second slip for comfort, but again, further evidence of Lancashire's luckless day. It flies just out of the reach of Keaton Jennings at second, and poor Will Williams has to literally pick himself up off the floor. Does blast through the hands, in fact, Adam.
Yeah, it does. I mean, it does ultimately go through the hands, but at the same time, watching the replay, it almost looked like that's exactly where Burns placed it. It might have been, it feels like that's where his eyes were aligned and where the bat was pointing.
Yeah, three times he's played that shot now today.
Yeah.
3 boundaries for it. Picks up just a single this time with 2 men patrolling that offside boundary square of the wicket.
Yeah, Burns will never be the kind of player, and there aren't many in the world, who can feel like any ball's a boundary ball, right? You see that with a few of the limited overs guys, right? Maxwell, Klassen, a couple of others on their day. But this is the equivalent of that for him, where he can score off every ball, where he can play the type of shot he played 2 balls ago. And yeah, there's a degree of risk associated with it, but he is picking the ball up so early and so well and playing such on his terms that to get him out, he's going to have to play a stinker of a shot. That's my sense of it. Or it's going to have to be, more to the point, a brilliant piece of bowling, and that's not easy. We're into the 89th over now. This ball's only 6.3 overs old, but it's going to have to talk here for Williams, who has to dig deep and find something, has to find a way to keep bending the back. He's never going to be express pace, but can he get one to wobble off the seam, find a little feather through to the gloves? That feels like the best bet of changing this, because otherwise that 186 partnership, that'll be mammoth by stumps.
Oh, it's a slip rather than a stumble, I think.
Ouch, you can see him reading his lips there, saying
grimacing,
ouch.
yeah.
Don't mind the endeavour. He really threw himself into the action, as we'll see here.
His face has told a story across the course of the day.
Ooh, back leg, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yep.
He had the almost permanently fixed wry grin throughout the first couple of hours. He was brilliant early on today. Another day he'd have picked up 3 or 4 and dragged his team right back into it. He was not just tight, parsimonious from that top end, but he was incisive as well, and just didn't quite get the breaks. As for Rory Burns, 172 not out. Highest first class score of 219. 219 not out he made in 2017. He's made a number of hefty hundreds, but only that one double century. don't often get a better opportunity than this to go really, really big.
And look, if they can both reach the next milestones, they'll, from a partnership perspective, be up around 218. I cite that because that's the highest 4th wicket partnership for Surrey against Lancashire here at the Keir Oval in 1955, when Peter May made 122 not out and Ken Barrington 135 not out, two greats of the Surrey County Cricket Club. So 32 to go.
That would have been a decent watch.
Tipping it would have been in that era where Surrey were borderline unbeatable, certainly when it came to winning the pennant.
George Balderson returning to bowl at the Vauxhall.
I was doing some reading about Barrington recently, actually, and about his journey into professional ranks, and a few more twists and turns than I perhaps realised. He came here to work on the ground staff.
Right.
To work at the club. He played for the Surrey staff team before he played for them. Then he got, a couple of years later, he got asked to play a game in the second 11 after being...
There's that shot again, but there's a man down at deep third.
After being so impressive out here. His dad was in the military, and he was in the barracks where he grew up, had that kind of upbringing, and was out in Reading where he was doing his trade and that kind of thing. And then he found his way, because he loved cricket, of being here initially as a leg spinner. He first played for the Surrey staff team as a leggy on this ground, and then eventually into the twos, and he was talent ID'd, I suppose you'd call it these days, by Andy Sandham, who made the first triple ton in Test cricket.
Indeed he did.
And that was the ball. Well, that was what got the ball rolling for Barrington as a professional here at Surrey. And of course, we know he went on to have a staggering Test career, 8th highest Test average ever, which gets forgotten, I think, a little bit, partly due to the era that he played in. That I think, you look at his overall numbers and they are tremendous. But I think perhaps there's a little bit of downgrading that goes on for players that made a lot of runs through an era where there were a lot of draws, but nevertheless a real great of Surrey and English cricket, Ken Barrington. If possible, underrated, I think.
Yeah, I think it's a very good call, actually. When the all-time great England 11s are put together, his name sometimes doesn't appear, and yet his record, as you say, is extraordinary. I interviewed Graham Gooch a year or two ago, actually, and he was with Kenny Barrington on that tour when Kenny Barrington suffered that fatal heart attack, and Gooch was overcome when talking about what the man had meant to him, the impact he'd had on his life and career as a young cricketer, and many have said very similar things. Botham as well speaks immensely highly of him as a man. One of these players for whom he was universally loved all across the board because he cared so deeply for his charges and for the future of the game, and he gave his all to it right up until the very last, in the middle of a Test match. And he was England manager at the time, England coach stroke manager, and Gucci had to put the phone down actually and call me back an hour or so later because he was so overcome with the memories of the man.
And that's the part too of Barrington's career that I think gets lost a bit. He was a pioneer before there was such a thing as a coach or a team manager. Maybe there was a manager, sorry, but before there was such a thing as someone who had those cricket credentials, who would be in that kind of role. He was the England coach and tour manager for the Centenary Test in '77.
Yeah.
And of course, what happened in the Caribbean in 1981, aged just 50, wasn't it, when he passed away?
50 something, yeah.
And having had the stress on that tour that played out for lots of different political reasons, and I say political reasons, I mean the politics around the decisions that were made on that tour, and the stress that was weighing heavily upon him, and having had a heart attack when he was younger as well, and all desperately sad.
Yeah, well, it's always been a beautiful touch that the indoor school here, the training centre for the next generation is the Ken Barrington Cricket Centre, and we thought that's a good touch. Couldn't be better served. One of the greats. Anyway, that's enough from me. Yas Rana is going to step in.
Cheers, Phil. We'll hear from you later. So Yas Rana about to come and call the action. Dean Wilson in to replace me in the fullness of time. G'day, Yas.
On the history of the coach at national level, when did that become something that every team had, and how did that slowly creep in?
Well, the first, I mean, it's just offhandedly said, and it's basically true, that Bob Simpson, when he took on the Australian gig, was the first person who had that full, complete designation and control. He took over in 86, 85, 86, oh gosh, 86 I think. Before that, it wasn't in the DNA in quite the same way. I mean, that Ian Chappell quote, which became a Shane Warne quote about, the coach is what you drive to the game in, and so on. I think that did for a long time. Well, it was the common wisdom that the players can take care of themselves, and you can have a manager to organise the, maybe what time the coach comes and collects the players from the ground or whatever it is. But now it's such a specialised role. As we do, of course, in our jobs, talking to coaches all the time about what they do and what they can get out of players. And obviously it's not one model. There's the Brendan McCullum model, which very clearly is one type of coaching. And there are others who and other teams that thrive from the skills coaches. Talking to an Australian player recently about this, around how much they actually want to be in the presence of the skills coaches a lot. They get a lot out of that. They feel like the tweaking and the fine-tuning and that side of it can, if you don't have the right people in place there, that's when things can fall between the gaps. You wouldn't dream of seeing an England or an Australian or any other international team now not without a boatload of coaches with them when they go abroad.
I think the really interesting potential development in the next few years is the rise of individual coaches. So a specific batter has a specific personal batting coach, and it makes sense given that, particularly in white ball cricket, a player might be playing for 6 or 7 different teams in a calendar year. It doesn't really make sense for them to be getting that much technical advice from each coach they encounter in that time. There's probably not enough time for them to cut in front of square this time from Burns, and that'll be 4 more. Diving effort on the boundary, not enough to haul the ball back in. It's another boundary from Rory Burns. He's on to 178. It's been a feature of his knock, particularly as the days progressed. Very eager to bend down low and cut the ball through square on the offside.
Yeah, this is the time to cash in. So many days when you walk out to bat as an opener, it's tough and you nick off and there's nothing you can do about it. When you get days like this, when you're seeing it like a football and you're picking your spots as well as Burns has today, he's been immaculate. And sure, in exercising concentration as well, it's not been a brisk innings by modern standards, but it's been what they've required. We were on commentary together earlier when there were early wickets, and there was a sense that, well, yeah, Surrey are probably ahead in the game anyway, so long as they stitch things together. But they weren't 342 for 3 ahead by 138 with the better part of a session still to go on day 2 ahead in the game. That's been a function of this now monster partnership. 193 they've put on. Wonder what they'll be by stumps. They could have. Where they're going right now. I think it's within the realms of possibility they go at 5s between now and stumps. So add 150 onto this score, they could be near enough 500, and this partnership could be, outrageous as it is to say, could be near enough 350 if they're still there. It's that dire right now for Lancs unless something changes.
I can see them declaring this evening. There's so much cricket to be played.
And rain about tomorrow, right?
Yeah, combination of rain tomorrow, good forecast for the rest of today.
Yeah.
I think they'll. You said 5-0. I think they might up that, to be honest. I think they'll be targeting that 5th batting bonus point.
Absolutely.
Who knows how crucial that might be come the end of the season.
Well, so how long would it take them to get there? Let's play that game. Let's play the pulling out when all the batting points are there, and they go at 6s.
That's let's say they get there in the last over. That's 18 overs to go, 17 and a half overs to go. Let's say that leaves basically an hour's worth of cricket.
An hour of bowling.
Yeah, you lose 2 for the change of innings.
And that would have the lead above 250 anyway, or near
Yeah.
enough 250 anyway. Losing 2 for the change of innings and have a 14 over dart at them tonight. Yeah, that makes more sense. Pull out. Go really hard knowing they've got so much batting to go, and they're in a position in the game where this is not laden with risk even if they did lose a couple.
Yeah, especially with the type of players they've got to come in. Sai Sudharsan, Sam Curran, Jordan Clark, all those guys naturally very aggressive. And we've seen signs of it so far in the Surrey innings, but that shorter side is really there for the taking. We've seen it in some of those sixes that have been hit there. So no ball from Balderson. You were on commentary, I think, for that Will Jacks 6, the second Will Jacks 6. An extraordinary bit of cricket because it was a total miss hit, yet still managed to clear the rope for 6.
I mean, yeah, it's a little bit jarring when those go, I think. Yeah, you're right. Combination of his strength, types of bats that are used in the short rope.
Bowled him. Finally a breakthrough for Lancashire. George Balderson breaches the defence of Ben Folkes, who falls for an excellent 82. An outstanding partnership between himself and his captain Rory Burns, worth 195, 197 rather. It's put the home side in an utterly dominant position. They lead by 142. Surrey now 3, 4, 6 for 4.
Look, he falls 18 runs short of that milestone, but it was worth a ton in the context of this game. Moving it forward as well as he did, 11 boundaries, and in concert with his captain, advancing the lead to 142 with, as you say, so much time remaining on this extended second day at the Kia Oval. And the ball's only 9.5 overs old. You are permitted to bowl bowls like that, bowl deliveries like that with the second newie. Getting it full, giving himself a chance, snipping back off the seam, fine piece of bowling to get his second. And Sam Curran is going to mean it's 2 southpaws for Surrey. Curran, who was actually carded to bat at 4 on the social media post that went out yesterday. Maybe there's a bit of guesswork involved in that, but had the hot hand in the 100 ball competition, and I would say it might have been a little bit frustrated at the way the England stuff played out last week, so maybe a point to prove.
Oh, 100%. Coming out to bat for the first time in first class cricket in over a year.
Wow.
But yeah, he's a man in serious form, both in the blast and the 100. Struck a century at this ground in the T20 blast, given more responsibility with the bat in both competitions, batting higher up in the order than we're probably used to seeing him in England colours, and he rose to the challenge. Just on Folkes, a significant, not just for his team but on a personal level. It's been a quiet season. It's always difficult for players who return to the county setup after having been dropped from England. You're readjusting to a new environment. I suppose it's harder to set individual goals for yourself. So really good to see Folkes back in the runs. His highest score of the season so far. This should be fun though, Colo. Sam Curran against a hard, newish ball. Oh, beats him first up, and another Jaffa from Balderson.
Have that.
He's bowled 2 brilliant deliveries back to back.
And the point you make about him not playing an awful lot of first class cricket, he played just the one game last year. It was Surrey up against Lancs, and he made a half century in the first innings here. What was a drawn rubber? But you go through his first class career, and it goes back now nearly a decade. 2015, when he burst onto the scene as a teenager, when Surrey were still striving for promotion. Had that big day out against Northants in the final game of 2015. He and his brother Tom bowling out Northants on day 1 for next to nothing. And did play quite a lot of first class cricket through 2016, 17, 18. even 2019.
Well, even for a guy who's not played much first-class cricket in recent years, he's played a lot of it over his career. For a guy who's 26 years old.
That's right. So back at the start of it, I guess my point is, in the first slab of his career, a lot of it when he was playing either for England or short-form cricket for England as well, and it kind of comes to a bit of an abrupt end a couple of years ago. And that's a function of the central contracts and the modern cricket economy and many other things, but still.
Yeah, it's England white ball internationals who also get IPL contracts.
Yes.
Because the IPL basically takes you out the first 8 rounds of the championship, and England's white ball summers, typically now a lot of it is played in September, where a lot of championship cricket is played, and Curran is exactly that kind of player anyway. Change of bowling, Aspinall in.
Great point. It's a great point. It does make it difficult. I've had these conversations in the past when interviewing Glenn Maxwell. Like his first class career basically stopped 5 or 6 years ago through no choice. It's being an Australian nationally contracted player and where the white ball series fit. It's not, he'd love to play more red ball cricket, but there's rarely an opportunity to get out there if you're being picked for your country in T20 and one-day cricket, and Curran, of course, is very much part of that for England.
You know, even when Curran was in that Test side, burst onto the scene, 19, 20-year-old for England in that series against India in 2018. There were questions about, was another no ball. There were questions about what is his best role. You know, he was someone who was player of the series against India in that 4-1 series victory in 2018. Batting generally at 7 or 8, predominantly 8 from memory. Yet it was his batting, probably more so than his bowling, that won him that award. Oh, flashed hard. That went very, very quickly.
I think Bohannon got a mitt to that.
Yeah.
I mean, it burst through, left hand, all reaction, all reflexes. They stick or they don't run through the cliches, but yeah, we'll see here just how much of a hand he got on it. Round the wicket.
Yeah, he did very well to get a hand onto it. Curran now off the mark, and that single also brings up the Surrey 350. Third batting bonus point secured. Yeah, and I wonder with Curran actually, given how well he's gone batting higher up the order in white ball cricket, and it's something that he has talked about as well, he likes having more responsibility with the bat, that might be his long-term home in red ball cricket as well. And that's why I was, like you, slightly frustrated to not see him involved in the England Test stuff, because dabbed between keeper and a wide first slip. Very cheeky from Rory Burns. Exchanges a chuckle with his mate Sam Curran. That was naughty from the Surrey skipper. Yeah, Aspinall can't believe it.
Just a tough initiation for a 20-year-old here. Aspinall picked up a wicket with his first ball today. Bustling action we spoke about earlier. Really drives to the crease. Learning a thing or two from the senior pro, Burns, who's been around for a long time now.
Yeah, back on Curran, I think that he would have been the closest thing to a replacement to Ben Stokes, as someone who could bat 6, and also you're recalibrating his role. He's never batted in the top 6 in Test cricket.
Yeah.
And his bowling, he would very much be the 5th short and pulled firmly by Burns, but straight to the man at deep square leg. That completes another profitable over for the home side. They're up to 355 for 4 after 94.
Is it overly controversial to say that I actually think it was his teammate Jordan Clark that presented the best like for Stokes? And I don't just mean because he's big, bustling, got a lot of tattoos either. I mean because he's... I know that Clark Clark tilts more ball versus bat, but Smith ultimately ended up showing his worth with the bat regardless. I could have seen a world where they got creative there and got Clark in, just purely for the contest in front of them.
I think in a previous regime, I think Jordan Clark would have had a really good shout. But I think this regime is so forward thinking in terms of what they're looking for there. They're very much looking to the future, and you can see that in a lot of their selections this summer. You know, on merit, Jordan Clark's case is as good as anyone's.
Yeah.
A single brings Curran back on strike. Full, and that has been punched down the ground for 4 in the slot, and Curran wasn't going to miss out on that. A sign of things to come, I'm sure.
Yeah, often the right play for someone like Curran, who could bat so quickly and so authoritatively, is just to give yourself 5 or 10 balls in a situation like this. Everybody knows that his job's to go at a strike rate of 100 or better if declaration is in the offing. Can't see why it wouldn't be. Having that very clear target of 450 there, knowing that they've got, 15 and a half overs to get there. So with that in mind, his approach will be his approach, and it won't differ too much from his standard game. It is his standard game, but you can't run the risk of trying to get to 20 off 12. That's not necessary. It's what your final strike rate is that matters most, and being able to play yourself in is a luxury that he's got right now. This isn't a window of time of 20 balls like it might be in a T20. He can and should be looking to bat for a good hour here.
Yeah, he's a very calm operator as well. He'll know what the task at hand is. He also knows that there's no rush, no hurry. Especially with that short-sided boundary, lots of run-scoring opportunities. There's that shot again, a little dab into the offside from Rory Burns. Briefly think about 2, but stick to the single. Yeah, you know, it's another over where 7 runs off the first 5 balls. Pretty much seeing a boundary and over at the moment. Seven runs off that Balderson over. Surrey now 362 for 4 after 95, so requiring another 88 off 15 overs.
I think it's a great thing about championship cricket that you have the points there for runs and for wickets taken. So Surrey have racked up 6 already, but as we say, that can swell to 8. And then they've got the chance to win the game and get all of the points available, and there'll be another gap put between them and the chasing group, and then, well, I guess the peloton, if you like, if you want to call it that.
Well, it's a fair point to make that, you know, Lancashire, this is a crucial 15 overs for their pursuit of bonus points, because they're in a relegation battle themselves, and they're in danger of leaving South London with a 1-pointer this week. But you could really change things down at the bottom of the table.
Especially when Kent and Worcester are playing each other.
Yeah.
You know, so, and I mean, Worcester's been, so there'll be more points taken from that game.
Yeah, Worcester in 9th, going very well in that game. Warwickshire in 8th, also going very well against Somerset. So if those two guys take victories from those 2 games, it looks like they're going to get, at this point at least, it's not inconceivable that Lancashire start the next round of games in the drop zone.
Not a great time to be dropping down either. Bigger picture, how many teams will be, like, it's pretty clear to me that, like, whether we like it or not, they're going to start doing some creative stuff around what I'll phrase it this way: the status quo of two divisions, 1 of 8, 1 of 10, I don't think will last. We know the Strauss report had one version of that. I'm not saying it'd be that exactly, but the idea of being some sort of Premier Division 1 that has the teams at the top. You wouldn't want, I guess what I'm trying to say is, you wouldn't want to be out of that top flight if and when there is some recalibration of it. Because sure, in a perfect world, I'm sure the ECB would like all of the 100 franchise teams, 100 grounds, in any top flight into the future. That's the direction of travel. We've seen that a little bit with the women's Tier 1 sides. But yes, in Lancashire's case, that they've got every other bit going for them to be in any potential Premier Division, whatever they would call it in that scenario. But it'd be difficult to justify that if they were not in the first division at the time.
Yeah,
does that make sense?
Yeah, no, 100%. And also, there's a lazy assumption when bigger teams, in inverted commas, go down, that they will find life straightforward in Division 2 and they'll bounce right back up again. Yorkshire, for example, haven't found that life as easy as they probably assumed it would be in Division 2 since their relegation 2 years ago. Middlesex, they've got their own fair share of off-field problems, but on the field as well, they spent a fair bit of time in Division 2 in recent years. Now, even if you go back a decade or so, Surrey have only been a stable Division 1 side for less than a decade, I think. They found
just said before the promotion in 2015.
Yeah,
that's in the span of time that Sam Curran's been playing. And we still think of him as a young man. Surrey will last in Division 2. Oh, it was the shout of catch. Now, don't think it was an edge based on the body language, but still.
Yeah, I think Burns will view that as a missed opportunity. Aspin will strain towards his pads. Burns picks up another single to complete the 96th over of the Surrey first innings. 5 runs from it. Surrey now 3, 6, 7 for 4.
It's been a 4th wicket at Old Trafford while we've been on together. And Danenjaya De Silva, the captain who helped save them the first time around, copped one that's kept low by the looks of things from the bowling of Matty Potts, his first wicket of the match. And also Dinesh Chandimal's retired hurt for 10. So unclear about what the details are on that, but it does mean that the number 7, Kamindu Mendes, is there, currently batting with the veteran Angelo Matthews on about his 17th tour of England. Big Ange is 55, not that Big Ange, not Australia's Big Ange. I do love how loved Postecoglou is over here. Well, by certain supporters, of course, not everybody. He used to be a TV pundit in Australia.
Really?
But on All Sports. He was on a Sunday morning panel show, like the pointy end.
Yeah.
He was just as interested in who was batting number 3 for Australia as he was about soccer. Indeed, AFL as well. There was a game last year where Tottenham were playing on the Saturday afternoon. Didn't quite catching mid wickets there for such a leading edge or a miscue. And Carlton, his AFL team, were playing in a preliminary final at the same time, and I said quite sincerely he would care more about Carlton winning today than Tottenham. Make no mistake, he's a Melbourne boy at heart. He's probably watching the stream right now. He's a cricket badger.
I think that will run away for 4. It's an appeal from George Balderson, a very optimistic appeal, I think. Yeah. That was always going a long way down the leg side. 4 more runs to the Surrey total. Leg buys, though, on this occasion. long day for Lancashire in the field. A lot of leather has been chased. Still potentially a long way to go. 27 and a half overs left in the day. Driven nicely down the ground by Burns, who won't quite reach the fence, but it'll travel enough for them to take 2.
Body language of Balderson there, I think he thought he'd stop that. He got something on it, but I think he thought he got his hand in the right spot, and he was fuming that they get a couple.
Burns 10 runs away from a double 100. It's been Rory Burns' day, really. And that shot has been such a feature of it. As the field has pushed back, as Lancashire have become more defensive in their approach. It's another no ball.
Oh, how many have they bowled today?
They've not controlled the controllables, Lancashire. They've given Surrey a lot of easy runs, a lot of extras. Saw a few wides from Boyden early in the day.
The ball's into its 14th over, right? So their seamers have had one crack each with the second new ball. Looks like we're watching a game that's far more advanced than that. With respect to how long they've been out there for. 96 overs, a full day, but with a sleep in between. And some extra time off yesterday with bad light. They look run ragged.
Yeah, and I think a lot of how we're talking about is influenced by what we know is coming tomorrow, the weather. If the forecast was better, I don't think we'd be talking about the declaration as much as we currently are.
It's the benefit of going at the better part of 4 and over. You can control these things from here. And the weather's set fine. There'll be no problem about playing all the way through.
Punch behind square into the offside. Curran picks up another run.
That's me done, Yas. I'm going to go and grab Dean Wilson to replace me. And I won't catch you tomorrow, will I? Because you'll be playing cricket. Ideally, provided you don't get rained off.
Yes.
You're not going to do it, have a busman's and come in and watch at the Kia if you get rained off, are you?
I think it is unlikely that my game will be off and this will be on.
Fair point.
Not too far away.
Either way, I'll catch you Sunday.
Cheers, Colo. Surrey, increasingly dominant. 377 for 4, leading by 173. Rory Burns, their skipper, 9 runs away from a double 100. He's been brilliant today. Got through some tricky passages when Will Williams in particular has been really accurate. Aspinwall to continue from the pavilion end. A change in the commentary box, replacing Adam Collins is Dean Wilson.
Afternoon, Yas. Afternoon, everyone.
It's understandably a bit flat in the field for Lancashire at the moment.
Yes, understandably so.
Short and pulled straight to mid-on, who takes a very good catch. Will Williams, who's been Lancashire's leading man with the ball, takes a very good catch to dismiss Sam Curran, who we've been bigging up all day.
Not so flat anymore.
It's banged in from Aspinwall, who's probably been the liveliest of the Lancashire seamers. Curran rocked back, looked to pull it, but didn't get hold of it as he intended to, and ended up finding Williams at mid-on. Brings a bit of joy to the vocal group of Lancashire fans sitting beneath us.
Well, I don't mean to look into any mystical or coincidental situations, but it was earlier today when I came in on commentary with Phil, and we were talking about, we were talking about Will Jackson Jamie Smith. We're kind of talking about the dovetailing of the pair of them is kind of established Surrey players now, of course. And then within, I think, 30 seconds maybe of each other, they were both dismissed. And it was the first ball that I was on commentary with, and Aspinwall dismissed Jacks. He was caught in the covers, maybe a slightly injudicious shot, and off he went. And here we are again, first ball into my stint, and now Sam Curran, off he goes. Aspinwall with the wicket, maybe an injudicious shot, caught at mid-on. Now, I'm not saying they're connected, but clearly something is going on.
Well, caught, Williams bowled Aspinwall, but the assist goes to Wilson. Well, that is the 5th wicket to fall, but it doesn't get any easier for Lancashire, because the new batter coming in at number 7 is the India international Sai Sudharsan, who, let me tell you, is not normally a number 7. He's got 2 ODI half centuries to his name already. And if you've not watched him bat before, very stylish, very elegant, young left-hander. Off the mark straight away. Aspinwall straying slightly leg side, and Sai Sudharsan able to get that away.
It's been as you sort of mentioned as I came in, a flat feeling for Lancashire in the field, because Surrey have just yanked this game well away from them. But actually, as always, you open up an end, you just have a little bit of disturbance between that partnership, that magnificent partnership between Burns and Folkes. And even though Sam Curran started to get into his work, 8 from 12 balls, hadn't really got himself in yet, and that's it, you're always liable to make a mistake earlier on in your innings than when you're seeing it like Rory Burns.
Yorker from Aspinwall beats Burns. He's probably been the most speculative of the Lancashire bowlers. He's tried to do different things with the ball. He's expensive last night, 3 overs, none for 26, but he's been impressive today.
Yeah, he's dragged it back considerably today. He was going over 7s, 7.5. But he has bowled well today.
There's that shot again from Burns, but straight to the man at deep third. There's protection for that shot at the moment. 2 men behind square on the boundary rope on the offside. It completes the 98th over of the innings, and a good one for Lancashire. We've not said that too many times this innings. 2 runs and the wicket of Sam Curran, who fell early. Someone who could have really upped the ante very quickly.
Yeah, 8 bowlers used by Lancashire. An indication of how they've just been searching for wickets, searching for a way through this Surrey lineup. It's a heck of a lineup to get through, and I'm excited now because yes, Rory Burns is on 192 and just making his way towards that double 100 mark. But when I was on with Phil Walker, he got me very excited about Sai Sudharsan, mainly by detailing the quality of his net before play started. He explained just how an elegant and sweet timer of the ball he was. Throughout this session, he had Adam Hollyoake, he said, throwing at him, Gareth Batty throwing at him. Everything came out the middle, everything's, as I say, sweetly timed and with a style. He said, short back lift, not much of a flourish, but as the bat came through, there was a real class and elegance about it. He got me very excited, so I can tell you, if Rory could just get to the other end so we could have a look at it.
That's flicked in front of square. And it goes for 4 again. Sloppy bit of work on the fence. Gives Rory Burns yet another boundary, and it brings him within 4 runs of the double 100. For a second I thought Dean was going to get his wish. Single into the leg side to bring Sai Sudharsan on strike.
Just one hit away now.
Yeah, this is Sai Sudharsan's 3rd stint at Surrey. Joined them at the end of the 2023 summer, very briefly. Had a short stint earlier this summer and is back again. Something that Surrey seem very keen to do, to establish a long-term associations with their overseas players. Cover gets a hand on it to take the speed off the ball. It brings Sai Sudharsan back on strike for his 2nd delivery at the crease.
Yeah, there was a time when, I mean, there's a long history of notable overseas players and their association with one county, whether for multiple stints or just a lengthy time, 4, 5, 6 years, something like that. Really make a mark on a dressing room, become a member's favourite.
Flick round the corner from Sai Sudharsan. Dino was building him up, and there it is. Talk us through that one.
Well, just an economy. I mean, yes, it's just a leg lance for 4, but let's have a look at the way he goes about it. Just a very economy of movement, run it right off the face. And actually, I like the way that he followed that with the head and knew exactly where it was going. It was controlled all the way. Maybe I'll try not to wax too lyrical about a leg lance, but it was certainly a touch of style about it for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I suppose on the overseas signings, I guess it's harder to have a longer term association with players now, given that how many other commitments overseas players tend to have during the English summer. But Surrey have done their best to keep long term associations with their overseas players. Kemal Roach has been around a couple of times. Sean Abbott, now Sai Sudharsan as well.
Yeah, and players like Kumar Sangakkara before them, and even I think Ricky Ponting, Morne Morkel as well, Aaron Finch. They all come. I think ultimately players come here, they really like it, and if they perform well, which they invariably do because they're high quality players, everybody wants to come back.
It can make such a difference because, you know, we've seen teams struggle in their overseas recruitment this year. It didn't really work out for Lancashire with the New Zealander Tom Bruce, who had an outstanding domestic record, but you know that can just happen. Batter comes over but not in their best form. Dabbed again behind square by Rory Burns. On to 198. Similarly, it's not really worked out just yet for Venkatesh Iyer. Had a relatively quiet one-day cup campaign. Had one important performance at the death with the ball. But yeah, overseas recruitment, I think, is much more complicated than people probably assume.
Yeah, incredibly complicated, and as you say, so many commitments in a number of different territories.
That's his third run-scoring shot from Sai Sudharsan from his third ball in the middle, on to 6 off 3.
But I think what's very clear is that when you land on a good one, a player who delivers for you in terms of runs, wickets and performance, but then also adds that knowledge, that experience, all the things that we hear about from a lot of the short form tournaments. Passing on that experience and that know-how to younger members of the squad is so valuable. It's a huge part of learning about the game, and I guess in county cricket you get a bit more time and a bit more, I don't know, you can ruminate a little bit more on what you're picking up than being thrown together in a short form tournament over a few weeks. Just looking at Rory Burns' figures from early this season, this being his second 100, I did recall being here for his first of the season against Hampshire, but 113 quite early on. Well, I say quite early on, 26th of April. Usually you think that was the first or second game of the season. That was actually in fact the fourth game of the season, but I do remember it perhaps not being quite as fluent as this one. This has been a really impressive knock.
Another good delivery from George Balderson, who I must say I think has bowled a lot better than those figures of 2 for 105 off 24 overs suggest. Probably been Lancashire's most impressive seamer this year in the Championship. As a side, they've struggled for wickets.
Yeah, too many draws for Lancashire this year. Felt that they would perhaps be the team to really push Surrey at the top of the table, but that hasn't materialised.
I think Rory Burns just indicating that the stumps aren't quite aligned in the way they should be.
Umpire very happy to leave that to the players.
Driven firmly for no run.
Now what a drive that was. Hey, now you're talking. I wonder if...
Well, Phil's got you excited, now you've got me excited.
I wonder if Phil's... He must have a beady eye on this somewhere. I know he had his head in his laptop tapping away at something, but I'm sure he's put that down and fully focused on Sai Sudharsan.
Left alone.
But what a leave, though.
I must say, I don't think you're the only person at this ground who's excited by Sai Sudharsan. I hope they won't mind me mentioning, but the Surrey social media team are very good at turning Sai Sudharsan, even quite short Sai Sudharsan innings, into viral clips. Oh, it's another really good ball from George Balderson.
That is a good ball.
I think they managed to turn an innings of 13 from Sai Sudharsan early in the year to something that got millions of views on Instagram.
An innings of 13.
Just because, just like you, I think it's very easy to be excited even when he does the simple things. You know, that leg glance, you know. We've seen probably 75 leg glances today, but none like that.
I wonder whether Surrey's content team might want to film him at pre-game nets.
I think they already have. I think that was one of the first things they did when he joined the club.
Well, Phil Walker's actually just entered the room and taken a very keen interest in Sai Sudharsan's innings, and why not? 100 overs into this Surrey innings, nearly 5:30 on a Friday afternoon. What else would you want to be watching?
And that's left alone to complete a maiden, but what a beautiful maiden it was.
It was a very, very decent bit of bowling. The Oval looking an absolute picture. Decent crowd in today. They've been treated to some magnificent cricket, primarily from the Surrey captain, who is just 2 runs away from a double century, and alongside him they retreated to a very decent knock from Ben Folkes. He made 82, and now, as I say, with the late summer evening sunshine, we've got Sai Sudharsan putting on a show at one end as well.
Yeah, the Kia Oval at the moment really does look, it always looks good, but right now it looks a real picture.
I think a few people have continued to come in as the day's gone on, and it is a bank holiday weekend. We know there might be a bit of moisture in the air tomorrow, so you want to make the most of your Friday afternoon.
Pulled over mid-wicket, and Rory Burns reaches 200. He takes off. No, he doesn't.
Rory Burns.
Now he does. Takes off his helmet, acknowledges the members in the pavilion who are all up on their feet to applaud a wonderful innings from their captain. Surrey well on top in this contest, and Rory Burns has played a huge part in that.
Yeah, really appreciative round of applause there for the Surrey captain. The majority of people in this ground on their feet, from the players' balcony right round the pavilion into the JM Finn stand. Terrific knock from Rory Burns. And we know that it's been an emotional time here at Surrey. This game is an emotional game. The captain leading from the front with a superb innings of 200 so far from 314 balls. He's just had his 315th.
Really classy knock, you know, scoring slightly quicker than he normally does, but there have been periods where he's really knuckled down. You know, the shot of the last couple of hours has been that dab behind square on the offside, but I'd say the shot that characterised the first couple of hours of Burns' knock was just the leave. You know, when Lancashire were bowling really well, his judgment outside off stump was so good, and it was his precision in that judgment in the early stages of the innings that has allowed him to do what he has done in the hours since.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think his game management has been absolutely spot on, because this innings has sort of ebbed and flowed. They have gone at a cracking rate, you know, last night. Then, you know, when they tried to put their foot down with Will Jacks today, and then a couple of wickets, you know, had fallen. Rory Burns was the one just to steady the ship.
And he's gone. Sai Sudharsan looking to cut what was quite a straight delivery from Aspinwall. Can only edge it through to the slip cordon. We really did build him up. But like Sam Curran before him, Sai Sudharsan, another classy left-hander, falls early. Lancashire have their 6th wicket.
Yeah, we have certainly come a cropper there. Sai Sudharsan almost offering slip catching practice with that one. Really, see whether that nipped away or touched it. No, not really, just he threw his hands at it.
Yeah, and in the end, regulation chance for the Lancashire skipper Keaton Jennings at second slip. I almost wonder he's seen Rory Burns play that shot all day, and if I wonder if he wanted to get in on the act as well.
Yeah, there was just a bit more of an aggressive intent there, didn't he? Really threw his hands. Maybe just hadn't quite judged the pace and bounce of this pitch, not quite getting the bat in the right position. And as I said, it almost slip catching practice to Keaton Jennings at second slip. And another wicket for Lancashire, and as we said, it opened up an end. First Folkes, then Curran, and now Sai Sudharsan have fallen in pretty close proximity to each other, all the while Rory Burns just ticking along nicely at the other end. There's no great worry in the situation for Surrey. There's no great jeopardy in the game at the moment, but full credit to Lancashire plugging away, and Aspinwall with his third wicket of the innings.
Yeah, he's bowled a really hearty spell here. We said it when he first came on air. They looked a bit flat maybe half an hour ago, but Lancashire still fighting hard. Another change of bowling. Josh Boyden on first class debut back into the attack. New batter Jordan Clark in at 8, but a man averaging 40 odd in the county championship in 2024. Burns moves on to 202 and brings Jordan Clark on strike for the first time. A very handy man to have coming in at number 8. And Lancashire still attacking, 2 slips in place. Just the one boundary rider at the moment. And that's nicely played by Clark, who just guides it along the ground to the vacant deep third region. He gets off the mark with a boundary first ball. Not a lot wrong with that delivery from Boyden, but
no, not a lot wrong with it, and played for it. He opened the face there, maybe a little edgier than he wanted, but he certainly soft hands and all along the ground. I suppose 2 runs away from 400, and they want to get up to 450, make the most of that. They've got 7.5 overs in which to get them. And that's more like the Jordan Clark we know and love. This is the thing about this Surrey lineup, just how deep the batting goes, and not only how deep it goes, but how aggressive it goes as you go down the line.
You know, it's extraordinary batting depth. I mean, Conor McCurr carded to come in at number 9, known more for his bowling, but had a really good one-day cup campaign with the bat. Scored a really quick 70 odd at Guildford against Nottinghamshire. Driven firmly to the man that Lancashire just dropped back onto the deep point boundary. Well fielded. And then Tom Laws at 10, if you believe the lineups that we were given at the start of this game. Tom Laws is a guy who, until pretty recently, was regarded as a proper all-rounder. Broke into the Surrey side in the One Day Cup a couple of years ago and did well with the bat. So to have him coming in, either him or McCurr coming in at 10 is serious depth.
Burns still there as well. And I think that was, as I recall, from the 113 he scored against Hampshire. I haven't pulled up the scorecard, but I remember he kind of allowed others to play in that aggressive attacking style as he kind of dropped anchor. And I mean, it's a great feeling for someone like Jordan Clark to walk out 399 for 6 on the board, and captain's there 200 not out. Sun shining. Probably put your feet up on Saturday. Can't be many better situations to be strolling out to the middle of the oval. Bowlers in their 3rd and 4th spells.
Late summer sun shining on the ground.
is the situation you want to try and make the most of, and he's certainly got the ability to do that. Jordan Clark, I think he's a terrific all-rounder. Can bowl a sharp ball, and he can hit a long ball as well. I think he got 100 earlier this season as well. Quick time.
Yeah, a lot is made of the Surrey production line of talent, as that Clark single brings up the 400 and the 4th Surrey batting bonus point. They have already secured 7 points from this fixture, regardless of what happens between now and the end of the game. Very healthy haul, 50 runs away from their full complement of batting bonus points. But yeah, a lot is made of that production line. 4 Surrey players in the current England Test team. I know one of those is Dan Lawrence, who was brought through at Essex, but Surrey got a really rich recent history of producing players of international class. But actually I think a big part of their success is canny recruitment and sort of unlocking aspects within players that you previously haven't quite seen. Jordan Clark, been around for a long time at Lancashire. He probably wasn't regarded then as he is now as one of the leading all-rounders in the domestic game. Cam Steele, another one not playing in this game, but one of their leading lights this season. His leg spin wasn't really used before he came to Surrey. And then Dan Worrell, he's someone who was playing county cricket for Gloucestershire before he came to the Keir Oval. And it was Surrey who saw not just something in him, but saw that he could be an attack leader. Pulled by Burns. Well fielded, a deep fine leg by Rocky Flintoff. That came at him quite quickly. Yeah, at the time of recording, Dan Worrell's the leading wicket taker in Division 1. They don't just produce their own players, they recruit very cannily.
Yeah, they do. They do. They've got the ability to provide a very what's the word? High quality performance environment for players. You can think of the likes of Clark, but even Folks, Lawrence now as well, and we've seen Stoneman, Borthwick, various other players have come and added to the skill set here over the years, and I do wonder whether that's maybe something. We know that Alex Stewart has said that he's going to be taking a sort of step back from day-to-day director of cricket role here, but for him and together with the coaches, I think it says quite a lot about a setup when players arrive, and not in every case, but generally players improve after spending some time in this setup. And I think that as a coach, as a director of cricket, as an organisation, if you're making players better, if you're getting more out of them during their time with you, then you're doing the right things. And as you mentioned, someone like Dan Worrell, who now would be regarded as one of the supreme championship bowlers, no doubt knew what he was doing before he came here, but he's gone to another level since playing here.
Changing angle from Boyden, coming around the wicket now. Yorker length, well dug out from Clark. Yeah, you can almost separate their signing into two categories. Players like Stoneman or Lawrence, these are players who have already played international cricket. Those are marquee signings, but then there's almost another level of them where players who are sort of under the radar in county cricket. Jamie Overton is another one who, obviously he was talked about at Somerset for a long time, but he thought his batting was underused when he was at Somerset. And now he's someone who, were it not for injury, probably would have been involved with England's T20 World Cup campaign. And his batting development at Surrey is a massive part of that.
Well, there's a few aspects to it as well, I guess. Not just the environment and the ability to kind of technically get better because of coaching and facilities and things like that, but also having a depth of squad that allows you to play and rest and actually share the load. Because Surrey have got a rich depth of talent. It's not as though you're kind of relying on the same person or the same people every time and having to play every format, and maybe then that has an impact on the quality that you can produce. It all kind of goes hand in hand together, really.
Good over this so far from Boyden. 4 dots in a row, with Surrey chasing 450 to get that final batting bonus point. They've got 110 overs to get there, so pushing 10s really in terms of what they require from here. Good little spell this from Boyden.
I think Clark is definitely capable of putting the foot down.
Another dot ball. Really good stuff from the Lancashire youngster. Still 19 overs to go after this one today. And with the weather as it is now, with barely a cloud above us, we should get those in. Clubbed over. Short extra cover. Clark picks up another boundary. There's the power that Clark has that we were talking about earlier on. Surrey now just 40 runs away from that final batting bonus point.
Real strength of Clark's that the ball's up there in his arc. There was absolutely no doubt about what he was trying to do there. And maybe a jump for the photographers at cover. If he might try and take a catch, but there was no chance of catching that. It was hit far too hard and too high. 4 runs all the way. But there is going to be a change in the bowling attack for Lancashire. They're going to go back to left arm spin. Tom Hartley from the pavilion end, and I thought he bowled pretty tidily earlier on today. He's bowled 12 overs, none for 29. There's a change in the commentary box too. Incredibly, you missed his entire innings, Phil.
Well, you can't win them all, and like all good left-handed stylists, they often flatter to deceive. He'll be back, don't worry about that. Surprisingly underused today, Tom Hartley, 12 overs. He's kept a lid on it, two and a bit and over. Amidst the carnage, really. 328 runs put on today so far. He's only bowled 12 overs.
Yeah, 8 bowlers used. And Keaton Jennings maybe just trying a few things out. But he's got a test match spinner at his disposal. Why not use him?
Reverse sweep this time, and that runs away for 4. Right out the meat yet again. His timing has been fabulous across the day. Takes him on to 209 and within touching distance of that career best.
Yeah, just 4 away now. And if ever there was a sign of great form that Rory Burns was in, that was it. able to send that away. The reverse sweep, but totally controlled. Not a hint of risk about it. Forces a change in the field. There's now short third and a short fine leg.
Yeah, 219 is his actual all-timer. So 2017, 219 not out he made in that summer. So he's 10 away. I'm sure he will know that. Not that he's going to be unduly concerned at this point. It's been an innings of absolute self-control. Real clarity to his game as well. An unfussy double hundred, if there is such a thing. Jordan Clark already into double figures. You feel like he's going to be itching to really let go this evening. To lead up to 210, 211.
Another over for Josh Bohannon. So Keaton Jennings absolutely mixing things up the last few overs. Surrey tried to get to that 450. They want to try and get there before 110 overs. After 110 overs, it doesn't count in terms of bonus points. Obviously the runs still count, don't worry, you can score runs after 110 overs, but
yeah,
if you don't get to 450 before then you are unable to collect the last batting bonus point. One gets the sense that bonus points are not going to be too much of a issue for Surrey as this campaign comes to its business end, but you always like to get what you can.
Indeed that. And it's been a good day around the grounds for Surrey as well. Their nearest challenger, Somerset, giving up a first innings lead of 98 against Warwickshire. Chopped away a couple more at least. Settled for 2. Yeah, Somerset began this round of games 23 points behind Surrey in second. They're behind the 8 ball at Edgbaston against Warwick's. 98 run deficit on first innings. Not out of it, of course, but there's work to be done in the third innings if they're going to claw their way back into that one. Essex and Hampshire, teams in third and fourth. Well, they sat and watched the rainfall all day yesterday. Today, Essex have piled it on. They've just lost their third wicket, but they've put 306 up. And Jordan Cox is a boundary 4 away from a better than a run of ball 100. 10 4s and 2 6s for England's latest find. After a Dean Elgar ton earlier in the piece. Still, going to be a tough game to force a result, you would think. So Surrey don't mind that too much at all.
Field. This is what you would call an in-out field for Jordan Clark. 3 men on the leg side boundary. 1 at long off, almost on the boundary, and 1 at deep cover, almost on the boundary. I think they think he might be having a go here.
But again, this is showing us why Hartley would have been a useful containing option today for Keaton Jennings. We're just into his 14th over. Does feel underused. Not been easy for any player to get him away. Jordan Cox brings up that 100, by the way, 92 deliveries. So Essex doing their best to force positive result in that one. So another one ticks by. 108 overs now into this Surrey innings. 4-1-8 for 6. Very, very healthy lead. Such a lead that even if the worst happens and tomorrow is wiped out, and on the forecast, by the way, it's looking pretty bleak for the first half, first session at least, up until around lunchtime, then it will clear away, hopefully. That's what the forecast seems to be suggesting. So optimistic that we'll get some cricket tomorrow. Slashes hard, but straight to the man behind square on the offside, so no run. He's certainly itching here, is Jordan Clark. But even if they were to lose most of tomorrow, they are still in a position to force a result on Sunday. Couldn't have gone better, really, for the home side since that coin went up yesterday morning.
Yeah, they've certainly made the most of their opportunity, bowling Lancashire out on day one. That's been their method, hasn't it?
Yep.
Most of the time this season. And then trying to make hay on day two, when the pitch has tended to be at its best for batting, but they also were aided with some heavy cloud cover as the ball moved sideways aplenty yesterday.
Chopped away behind square, will run away, but just for a couple, I think. Will Williams will cut it off, and no, comes back for a third. Good running. Jordan Clark's got a lot of energy in those legs. He's had his feet up most of the day, and Rory Burns is more than happy to take 3 more. Gets ever closer to that PB. 214 not out now.
Yeah, 422 for 6. Jordan Clark, as Phil said, been itching to get after the bowling, but Josh Bohannon doing a good job there, just not allowing Clark to really get his hands through. He drives that one up to long off. Again, 3 more men on the boundary for Burns.
Flicks it on the bounce to Keaton Jennings at mid-wicket, no run. 1 delivery to come then. Can he find a single? Retain strike. Of course he can. So, 2-1-5 not out. You've got to go back to 2017, first week of July here at the Kia Oval, and against Hampshire in a monster of a game, really. Hampshire made 6 for 8 for 7 300s in that match. Jimmy Adams, James Vince, George Bailey all made hundreds, and then Burns carried his bat as a stand-in skipper for Gareth Batty. 219 not out, and Surrey, helped by Burns' 68 as well in the second innings, managed to avoid defeat. It's been a different set of circumstances here completely. This will be a huge moment in his resurgent career after a quiet year last year. He's back with a bang this time round. He's looked in great order all summer against the red ball. This is his 2nd century, but he's made 3 50s as well.
Just rechecking his guard there, just making sure everything in order.
On the sweep, 2 men out. Coming back for a second, it's a long boundary out there, and he makes it comfortably enough. The crowd are sensing something here, you feel?
Yeah, I think that 450 is a rather ambitious 24 runs away, so we'd need 4 sixes from these 4 balls.
Kapil Dev style. Cut away, and that will be it. That will run away for 4. Rory Burns knows it. Brilliant by the Surrey skipper. He's been relentless, focused and expansive.
Yeah, the Surrey crowd know it. They're appreciating that knock.
And he fancies a few more here.
Yeah,
what an innings, Dino.
Yeah, that was an applause from members who are fully aware of what Rory's previous first-class best was, and they really have been treated to a show from him.
Yep, and he will be desperately hoping that the clouds stay away tomorrow morning, because, yeah, a clear couple of days and he could go big here. You never know.
Yep, still not quite halfway through the schedule overs of this game, but I'm afraid I am through my scheduled overs. So after a few more words from Phil Walker, we'll have Nathan Johns in my spot.
Yeah, thank you, Dean. So 2-2-2 to Surrey skipper. He's been well supported across the day. Ben Folkes, I thought, played beautifully earlier on in the piece, but it's all been about Rory Burns. And he's still hungry for more, you can sense it. Nathan Johns, good afternoon.
Afternoon, Phil.
That will run away for, certainly runs. I reckon he's got enough on that. That will run away for 4. How much more pain and torture can Keaton Jennings and his boys take out there? You take a slip out for probably the first time all day, and it runs right through that vacant spot. It's been a great day for Surrey CCC with Jamie Smith's maiden 100 up at Old Trafford. Scythes at that one, but he does have cover, so just the single. You feel like Jordan Clark is ready to blow at any point here. He wants to climb into the occasional off breaks of Josh Bohannon.
Well, he's probably cursing his luck. He's Jordan Clark, that he's got the 70-yard leg side boundary for the part-time offie, whereas Rory Burns, who doesn't need any more runs, he's on 224 in bed. He's got the 40-yard hit if he wants to take it on.
So Clark will retain the strike. It'll be probably more from Tom Hartley from the far end.
Yeah, plenty of noise from our, I'm assuming there are Lancashire friends down there, just below our position. They've been going all day, sat down not too far away from them. My personal favourite moment was when Rocky Flintoff was fielding just in front of them. Took, relatively straightforward piece of fielding at fine leg, and they decided to serenade him with the theme tune to the Rocky movies.
So
very witty.
So our Cameron was on, wasn't he, at the time? I think with Adam Collins, and in a momentary and very uncharacteristic brain fade, let's say, neither of them could work out why the hell that tune was being sung.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, I know. It was early. They were still getting themselves together.
Well, those boys were well into the swing of things by that stage. Didn't matter what time in the morning it was.
No, indeed. And so, still 12 and a bit overs to go. So Surrey can just keep pressing along here. We pick up another couple. He's in that sublime sweet spot that doesn't matter how good you are, batters only find this every so often, where nothing you can do is anything other than perfect.
It's a sneaky good bit of fielding that out on those practice strips. It's not easy to get down on the ground, especially after a long day. Just been whacked for 400.
Yeah, it was Tom Aspinall out there as well, and he's given everything today. As indeed of all of the seamers. It's been really hard graft for them, but they've stuck at it really well, and that's all you can ask for, really. It's an inexperienced side. They're trying out a few things.
But you look at the difference of the conditions 24 hours apart. This time yesterday we were all sitting around, they'd gone off for bad light, you could barely see a thing, and we're all, are they going to come back? Are they going to give it half an hour? Whereas tonight, blue skies, sun is shining, floodlights aren't on yet, even though we're late in the day. It was a case of Lancashire had to bat all day when it was cloudy and swinging round.
Yeah.
And then when Surrey get in, it gets too dark and they get to go inside and come back out and bat in the sun.
Yeah, it felt at the time like a good toss for Surrey to win. Not just because of the conditions, but because it plays into their template for winning cricket matches. They bowl first. They come at you hard on the first day when there's a bit more life in the track. And then they pile it on in the middle part of the game. And then come and get you towards the back end. That's how they've been winning cricket matches here for the last 2.5 years. They've been relentless in their pursuits of these trophies, and they are well placed to make it 3 in 3. That is what's driving them on. They rarely talk of anything else. It's become an obsession round here. Back to back is one thing, but to win 3 on the spin, the depth of competition as it is across that top division now, would be quite an achievement, to say the least. Especially when so many players have been pulled elsewhere, called up into international sides. That's contend with injuries as well. So Balderson back into the attack. 25 overs, 2 for 105, and another play and a miss, as you were.
Yeah, that run rate just up a hair under 4 and over now. No doubt helped significantly over the last half an hour or so.
Yeah, for sure, and I think it's only going to go north from here as well. Now that's skied up, and the keeper is calling for it. And he manages to make it with a good sprawling catch. It's very good by Matty Hurst, actually. For one moment, you feared it may have just dropped between those 3 Lancastrians, but he makes it with a good catch, and that ends, well, an epic. Every single Lancashire fielder congratulates Rory Burns. He's been imperious today. An all-time career best for Surrey's resurgent skipper. He is back and then some. 227, 29 boundary 4s, 1 effortless 6 over the shoulder, 450 minutes, 347 deliveries he's seen off today. Just brilliant.
What an occasion for Rory Burns. He takes the applause of the Oval crowd. It's always something special about when you're there to witness an occasion, or a day feels like it's been worthwhile. It almost doesn't matter what else has happened on a day. When there's a sense of occasion around something like a double 100 or what have you, or something, a significant individual milestone. As you see Jay Dern back there congratulating his skipper, it makes the day worthwhile, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does, and you're absolutely right. You know, this was a big game for Surrey. It's 49 days since they last played a red ball cricket match. They'd been sat on the top of that division with that 23-point lead, and they've been stewing on it for 49 days. This game has another dimension, another element as well, of course, in honour of the great man Graham Thorpe. beautifully observed yesterday, I thought, and almost unbearably poignant at times. And from that, the home side wants to put on a show, and their skipper has dominated and adorned this day's cricket.
I tell you what, it might get lost because of the acclaim for Rory Burns, but that is a heck of a good catch from Hurst. In theory, I know they always say if the guy with the gloves can get there, you get there. But given how fine leg is only about 20 yards away, so just the size of that boundary, I thought Venki Iyer was going to get there, but he didn't look too interested.
So Tom Laws is the new man, 7 down. Been a long haul for the visitors, but they've stuck at it well. Balderson deserves that wicket as well. Him and Will Williams have been the pick of the seamers. They got things going this morning, and on another day they could have made serious inroads. He deserves his 3rd wicket. He's coming hard with a lot of spirit as well across the course of the day. Yeah, for one moment I thought it was going to drop in the gap and just sum up what's been a really tough day for the visitors.
Well,
but
it's one of those where
mercifully it lands in the gloves.
Well, like I said, it's one of those where, again, just the instinct is it's the keepers, but because it's of where it's gone, I don't think Matty Hurst actually got on his bike straight away. He almost just assumed it was going straight to fine leg, which in theory it probably was, but after getting on his bike a little bit late, he ended up putting out a good dive. I think fine leg, deep square, either one of them, probably, if they came in 10 yards, probably would have been a very straightforward catch, but keepers called them off and made the right call in the end.
So this game moves along. Surrey now just 3 wickets remaining, and with a lead of 239, it's just a marvellous position to be in. You can have a hit, see where it takes you into the morning perhaps, but if it doesn't play out, then you just throw the ball to your pace attack and let them do the rest. For Lancs, they've just got to keep on believing that with a bit of time taken out of the game tomorrow, they can somehow scavenge their way to a draw and what would be a invaluable 8 points in what's looking increasingly like a relegation scrap for them.
It's going to be fascinating to see how Jordan Clark plays this now. Now that the set man is gone, does he up the ante? He looked like he was ticking earlier. You said it yourself, Phil. He looked like he was just itching to get going. Does he say, no, I'm the senior man now, I'm just going to see us till the end of the day? Or does he say, you know what, now that the bowlers are starting to come in, it's time to go?
Tom Hartley continues to do a good containing job here. He's gone for less than 3 and over, which is a whole run per over less than the rest. Run rate of basically 4, and he's gone at less than 3s. Baffling to me that he hasn't bowled more today.
Well, just looking at the scorecard, Lancashire have used 8 bowlers. That probably goes some way to explaining why he hasn't bowled that much. It seems like poor old Keaton Jennings has just thrown the ball around in more in hope than anything else that someone has a day out, something sticks. And perhaps you're right, he should have stayed with his trusty Hartley.
And he's got one, and he's deserved that. Tom Laws blobs up. He has to traipse back. There's an indeterminate prod, and it just manages to creep through and kiss the off stump. Yeah, just through the gap. I think he's playing for the turn that may not have actually been there.
It's that classic left arm spinner red ball dismissal, isn't it? Everyone thinks it's going to spin. They're worried about getting beaten on the outside edge, worried about nicking it. There's a nice big gap between bat and pad, natural variation through the gate. that's one of the reasons, isn't it, that we saw Tom Hartley in it, perhaps what was a surprise to many, picked for that India tour during the winter, because he just has that natural variation, the ability to challenge both outside and inside edge. And
yeah, well, I think he's bowled very well today. Not been especially threatening, but this is not a track that gives you too much on day 2. Funnily enough, his spin twin from the Windsor, Shoaib Bashir, bowled a very similar spell here on day 2 for Somerset. Again on a pitch, early season pitch, which didn't offer too much for the finger spinner, but he did a very, very good, accurate, probing, containing job and kept Somerset in that game. And Hartley could have been utilised better today, for my money, to do exactly the same role. So, Conor McCurr is in at number 10, 444 for 8. Lead of 240. Fabulous position for the home side. Couldn't have gone any better from yesterday morning onwards, really. He's gone up for it, and he's given it. 2 in 2. Conor McCurr's not happy. He has to go.
Wonder, a hint of inside edge maybe, or a bit of glove. That was what the reaction of McCurr suggested.
So, what we have here is a declaration, folks. Good move by Rory Burns. What a day the skipper is having. He's pulled his team out.
Hartley once again challenging the stumps, gets the decision to go his way. Dan Worrell obviously doesn't fancy a bat today.
He doesn't mind a couple of overs though, I would imagine.
Oh yes.
So, with a fair evening, no suggestion of light creeping in, Surrey still have a few overs to try and force the issue here. 444 for 9 rather. And Rory Burns has pulled them in. So, quick run through of the scorecard. Burns dominant, 227, career best, imperious up top. Dom Sibley and Ryan Patel went inside the first hour this morning. Sibley shouldering arms to a Will Williams breakback that crashed into his pads. Would have probably taken out off stump. Ryan Patel nicked off to George Balderson. Will Jacks played flightily, nicely, for 31 from 34 before picking out George Bell, the substitute fielder, at short cover to give Aspinwall his first of 3 wickets. Ben Foakes and Rory Burns then piled it on. They were irresistible, really, together. And it was a surprise when Ben Foakes went, bowled by George Balderson for a classy 82 from 158 with 11 boundary 4s. Sam Curran and Sai Sudharsan, not unexpectedly, didn't really bother the scorers too much. 8 and 6 after such a big partnership with Surrey in such a strong position. It often is the way. They will offer more later on in the piece, don't worry about that. Jordan Clark not out 24, and Tom Laws and Conor McCurr went in consecutive deliveries to Tom Hartley, who picked up a couple of wickets to end up with figures of 2 for 46 from 17. He was, as I say, perhaps for my money slightly underused today, but gets his rewards in the end. And for the seamers, well, it was tough, it was hard lines, but they stuck at it as best as they possibly could. Will Williams and George Balderson were excellent, I thought, early on, picking up those wickets early on in the piece. Joshua Boyden on debut struggled a bit, 18 overs, 0 for 81. Tom Aspinwall, pick of the figures, 3 for 88 from his 18. Venkatesh Iyer, Luke Wells and Josh Bohannon got through, 13 overs between them. So that's where we're at. 4 for 9. A lead of 240 and a few overs still remaining this evening. Extended day due to the premature end of yesterday's play due to bad light, and Dan Worrell is already warming up, as we can see, out to our right.
Yeah, that looks big time.
Ominous.
About half an hour ago, he said, or someone said to him maybe, don't worry, you're not going to bat tonight.
Yeah.
If we get to 9 down,
yeah,
we're going to have a go. We're going to go have. So he's had his whites on for a while. As soon as that declaration came on, before the fielders had even gone off the park, Dan was down there bowling to, I think it looks like this Jade Dernbach is mitting to him, one of the backroom staff.
Yeah, it is.
It is Jade.
It is Dernbach on the glove, on the mitt. And Jordan Clark, who jogged off, not out 25, of course. He's already selected a ball to wang down to Jade Dernbach to get himself loose. So it'll be those two to get us going tonight. Stay with us, because this could get very spicy indeed. Meanwhile, up in Old Trafford, Sri Lanka 5 down now, lead of 51. Angelo Matthews goes for 65.
I tell you what, I'm delighted to hear that they've got a lead, because around lunchtime today, there's a few conversations downstairs, a few people, maybe somewhat cynically, saying that they were concerned that match might finish today. So, for the sake of those who've bought day 4 tickets, perhaps.
Yep, and Chandamal, who got a fearsome blow to the thumb, the hinge of the thumb and the index finger. It's been confirmed that it's not been fractured, so he's expected to bat again in the second innings, so that's good news for Sri Lanka.
Yeah, no surprise to anyone that facing Mark Wood can be a bit of a occupational hazard.
Yeah, you wouldn't fancy it, would you?
No, not in his current form. There's a brilliant video, actually. I think it was Ryan Campbell up in Durham. Took a, I don't know, the footage looked quite good quality, so I don't think it was GoPro. I think he might have just been kind of like what Dernbach is doing there, mitt in one hand, phone in the other.
Right.
And he was filming himself doing exactly this, mitting to Mark Wood. And like I said, you know what the phones are like these days. The quality of the camera is so good, it was terrifying.
Yeah, that's a good bit of footage. I haven't caught that. I'd like to see it though.
See if I can find it and send you a link.
It's one of those things that as a punter like ourselves, who fiddled around at a very sort of straightforward recreational cricket level, it is unimaginable how they do it. How they do it. Physiologically, how do they do it? When you've got 0.4 seconds from the time that ball is released to the time it's in front of you, and you have to make your decision. It is something I will never ever understand, and the older I get, the further away I'll ever imagine myself to be. So yeah, I would love to see that footage. So who's it going to be? You would imagine, as I say, Worrell and Clark, with Tom Laws as well as backup.
It'll be interesting to see what Lancs do with their batting lineup here, if they have a night watchman padded up. Rocky Flintoff is over on the far side of the ground taking some throwdowns. He's not padded up, but he's still in his whites and he's got his bat and glove, so that would suggest there's at least the possibility of Lancashire's number 4 coming out to bat if required this evening.
Yeah, I wonder if it may have just caught them slightly on the hop as well. It's been a long day for Jennings. He had to juggle his bowlers, as you say, eight bowlers used today. He caught a couple as well on the tip of his finger at slip. One flew through the hands as well from an uppercut from Rory Burns. Been that kind of day. I don't want to tempt fate, but it's the kind of day where you might just play down one line and get an absolute perler and it clip the top of your off stump. I hope for his sake it's not the case.
Well, it's a type of day where a very well rested Dan Worrell comes in and does what Dan Worrell does. Just the 3 bowlers warming up, and Tom Laws didn't actually warm up for that long, so you suspect Clark and Worrell are going to bear the brunt of the load this evening, however many overs we get in.
So a quick skirt round the grounds. Top division first. Worcestershire bossing the game against Kent. Kent 2 down in their second innings, still 176 runs in arrears. Worcester doing well in that one at home against Kent, who you feel are consigned to second tier cricket next summer already. unless something remarkable happens. Warwickshire against Somerset. Big game and relevant to both of these teams out here at the Kia Oval. Somerset closest to Surrey, Warwickshire in amongst the relegation scrap with Lancs, and Warwickshire 120 lead in the third innings, just 1 wicket down, so effectively 120 for 1 after securing a 98 run first innings lead against Somerset. Looked even worse for Somerset at one point. They were 65 for 5 in response to 337, but they're still in that match, but there's work to be done. Warwickshire driving it at the moment. Essex 353 for 5 after the complete loss of day 1 yesterday, so they've gone well today against Hampshire in the other game that's relevant to Surrey. Those two in places 3 and 4 at the start of this round. Jordan Cox, one of the names of the summer, 129 not out. Better, comfortably better than a runner ball, and he's still going strong. Essex 5 down. They'll have a job on their hands to force a result, but you never know. And Durham against Notts, that one's closed up for the day. Nottingham still trailing Durham by 311 with just 2 wickets remaining in that one, and so Durham all over Notts. So there's nothing funky with Lancashire's lineup. Wells and Jennings, the two storied lefties who have held this side together for a number of years now. They will face up to the champion Dan Worrell. We have 8 overs scheduled to bowl. So 3 slips, backward point, a man on the clip at straightish mid-wicket, 2 men out, including a deep square. Lights are on, full bang on the money, and Wells comes forward.
Yeah, interesting field this, 2 men back, just suggests that they will throw in the odd short ball every now and then, just to see if anyone can't help themselves to that short boundary. See if they want to take it on. You'd imagine Jordan Clark would probably be more of a practitioner of the short ball than Dan Worrell, but he's got the protection back.
Angled across the left-hander, takes the outside of the bat and flies catchably-ish to where 4th slip would have been. Runs for Luke Wells, but Dan Worrell will not mind that at all. Bit of life straight away with the new ball.
Yeah, soft enough hands, I think, here from Wells. Yeah, wouldn't have carried had there been a 4th in there. Encouraging signs for Surrey's opening bowler.
Yep.
Tries to go the other one. Ball previous pushed across, tries to bring it in, overcorrects a little bit.
You see on screen Keaton Jennings just trying to get loose as well at the non-striker's end, trying to get some energy in the legs. It's been a draining day for the skipper. So, tension suddenly. Remarkable how the lights came on during the change of innings, and suddenly there's drama out there. You can see the shadows starting to lengthen, exacerbated by those lights. There's a big mini spell though in this game. Well, solidly in behind it.
He's looked solid for his 5 deliveries as well. Even the one he did nick, he was relatively in control of it in terms of just keeping the ball down, which is all you have to do. Umpires coming together now.
Yeah.
This has got to be light.
Well, if it is, for my money, it's nowhere near as bleak or dank as it was yesterday at times, but they will refer to the meter.
Why do they have to do it on the stumps? Is it because it has to be a similar height to what the batter's looking at, or as close as they can get?
It's a lovely question, that, Nathan Johns. It's the kind of question I never know the answers to, and they are off. Lancashire will take that. Well, cricket never fails to surprise me. We sat through a day yesterday that was heavy set, slate grey skies. You had to squint at times, and they plodded on through the day until the best part of 5:45. Tonight, with the lights taking effect and bluish skies,
Players are coming off for bad light.
off they go, and you can see Surrey's fielders are surprised and reluctant to leave the field. Lancashire's batters, on the other hand, and you cannot blame them, Nathan.
They're already in the changing room.
They are marching right off.
Dan Worrell has had a lengthy enough conversation there with the two umpires. He is not impressed. He's going full double teapot there, hands on hips as he walks off. He's just spent the best part of 20 minutes warming up for 5 balls.
And the Surrey players are refusing, well, not refusing to leave the field, but they are making their point by hanging around halfway towards the pavilion. It does baffle me. Nonetheless, I guess there's no reason why that light meter would be telling one thing yesterday and another today. It would have been consistent. The mind and the eye can play tricks, I suppose. Anyway, where are we at here? Lancashire 4-0. Keaton Jennings mercifully hasn't had to face a delivery yet today. He will be no doubt making the point that he can barely see out there. And who can blame those two openers for hot-footing it back to the dressing room? So, we will hang around, of course, and hope that we do yet get some cricket, but it's hard to see how things change around, really. The skies are pretty consistent as far as the eye can see.
Well, the umpires haven't moved.
The umpires haven't moved either.
They're still in the middle. They obviously think there's a chance something changes. The Surrey boys are now playing rugby, some of them just on the side of the boundary, some of them actually on the outfield still. So they haven't given up hope yet either. God, what a silly sport this is.
Yeah, I have to bite my tongue sometimes. Yeah. Okay, so without further ado, we will pause our coverage, I think, and we will return as soon as we get news one way or the other. Still hopeful we might yet get a few overs, and Surrey will be desperate to get back out there at all costs. The umpires, as Nathan says, they are staying put in the middle, head down, consulting something.
Probably talking about dinner plans.
Surrey's fielders are seeing it like a rugby ball. Okay, so we will take a pause in our coverage, and we will be back as soon as there is some news one way or the other.
Beanie, scarf, gloves.
And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the close of play. Play scheduled to start again at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Thank you very much indeed for your attendance today. Day when Rory Burns scored his highest score, first class score, and of course for Surrey. Have a safe journey home, and we look forward to seeing you again, if not tomorrow, then very soon. In the meantime, have a really good evening.